The tribe of Benjamin, an enigma woven into the tapestry of Israel's 12 tribes. From Benjamin, the cherished son born to Jacob in his twilight years, to a tribe teetering on the brink of annihilation due to horrific acts, their story is one of stark contrasts. Today, we delve into the complete chronicle of Benjamin, tracing their journey from birth to near extinction, and exploring the perplexing question of why God seemingly allowed one of the foundational tribes of Israel to flirt so closely with oblivion. But before we embark on this exploration, if you find this type of historical and theological deep dive engaging, please show your support by hitting the like and subscribe buttons. Your engagement truly fuels our work. And we're always curious. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. We appreciate hearing from you. So, without further ado, let's journey back in time, shall we? The hills surrounding Gibeah lay still and silent, baking under the relentless sun. Where once children's laughter echoed and vibrant markets bustled with life, only ghostly ashes now danced in the mournful wind. 600 men, a meager remnant, huddled together on the distant rock of Rimmon, their eyes reflecting a profound grief, hollowed by loss. These survivors were all that remained of the once proud tribe of Benjamin, a family now almost completely erased from the pages of history. How did it come to this? How did brothers turn against brothers with a fury so consuming that an entire tribe teetered on the precipice of extinction? The story, ironically, doesn't begin with hatred, but with an overwhelming, perhaps even consuming love. The unwavering love of a father for his youngest son. In the aching aftermath of this devastation, all of Israel wept. They had emerged victorious from their war, but at the unbearable cost of their collective soul. The once fertile fields where Benjaminite farmers had diligently tended their crops now lay choked with wild thorns and thistles, a desolate testament to loss. Villages stood eerily abandoned, their doors creaking open and shut on empty homes, as if sighing with grief. The acrid smell of smoke, a constant, haunting reminder of the fire of vengeance that had burned far too hot, lingered in the air for seasons to come. The survivors, these last sons of Benjamin, would face the daunting task of rebuilding their lives from the ashes of their shattered past. Their descendants, against all odds, would one day provide Israel with its very first king. But they would forever carry the indelible scars of this near destruction, a divine punishment inflicted not by foreign enemies, but by their own brethren. This isn't merely a dry recounting of ancient warfare. It's a poignant exploration of the delicate, often fragile, threads that bind families and nations together, and a stark reminder of how quickly those bonds can unravel when the essential balance between justice and mercy is irrevocably disrupted. As we journey back through time, we'll witness a family's humble beginnings, rooted in both profound love and devastating tragedy. We'll meticulously follow their winding path through periods of both abject slavery and hard-won freedom, through tumultuous conquests and eventual settlement. We'll watch with a growing sense of dread, as a single, almost incomprehensibly horrible crime ignites a cascading series of violent events that threaten to utterly destroy them all. The mournful winds whispered and howled through the empty doorways of Benjamin's deserted cities. Dust, like a shroud, gathered on abandoned millstones, silent witnesses to the devastation. In the tribal territories surrounding this ravaged land, the families of Israel looked towards the meager remnant, desperately clinging to life on their rocky refuge, and wondered with a mixture of fear and uncertainty. What happens now? Can a tribe truly be rebuilt from a mere 600 men? And, perhaps more importantly, should it be? The answer to these weighty questions would irrevocably shape the future of a nation teetering on the brink. It would relentlessly test the very limits of forgiveness and reveal the true, often hidden, strength of covenant bonds. And, perhaps most significantly, it would demonstrate that sometimes survival itself is the ultimate act of defiance against a seemingly predetermined fate. This is the compelling story of Benjamin, the son of the right hand, who, against all odds, became the tribe of the left hand. This is the haunting tale of Israel's most troubled family, whose darkest hour very nearly became their final, tragic chapter. This is the detailed chronicle of a curse, a heinous crime, and, ultimately, an unlikely and hard-fought redemption that would echo powerfully through generations to come. The youngest son, Benjamin's origins. Under the vast expanse of a clear Canaanite sky, Rachel labored, her breath shallow and ragged, on the dusty road to Ephrath. Jacob, his face etched with worry, clutched her hand, offering what comfort he could as their long-awaited second son prepared to enter the world. But something was terribly wrong. The birth was fraught with peril, a struggle against the very forces of life and death. With the last reserves of her strength, Rachel managed to utter a name for her newborn son. Benoni, son of my sorrow. Then, with a sigh, she slipped away, leaving Jacob alone, cradling their newborn son in his trembling arms, a profound sense of loss washing over him. Jacob, however, could not bear to burden his son with this name of grief and sorrow. Instead, he chose a name filled with hope and promise. Benjamin, son of the right hand, son of favor. This tiny baby would never know his mother's loving touch, but he would forever feel her absence, like a lingering shadow cast across his young life. Benjamin grew up acutely aware of his father's gaze, constantly searching Jacob's face for any lingering signs of that deep, unyielding grief. He noticed how Jacob's eyes would sometimes mist over while looking at him, as if seeing the ghost of Rachel reflected in his features. The boy carried a heavy, double burden, being the living, breathing reminder of both a precious, irreplaceable love and an unbearable, agonizing loss. The older brothers regarded Benjamin with a complex mixture of emotions. To them, he represented Jacob's overt favoritism towards the sons of Rachel. Driven by jealousy and resentment, they had already sold Joseph, Rachel's firstborn, into slavery. But Benjamin was different. He was too young to provoke their anger, too innocent to inspire hatred. Instead, he became something almost sacred within the family, their father's last, most cherished comfort. Beneath the shade of date palms and olive trees, Benjamin learned the rhythms and routines of the shepherd's life. Unlike Joseph, with his elaborate dreams and fine, colorful coat, Benjamin remained quiet and unassuming, preferring to stay close to his father's tent. He absorbed the family stories, passed down through generations, of his grandfather Isaac's near sacrifice, of his grandmother Rebekah's cunning and cleverness, and of his father's mysterious wrestling match with a divine being. These tales shaped his burgeoning understanding of a God who both tested and blessed, often in equal measure. As the years passed, Benjamin blossomed into a thoughtful young man, possessing steady hands and perpetually watchful eyes. He lacked Joseph's natural charm and Judah's inherent leadership qualities, but he possessed something uniquely valuable: the innate ability to maintain peace among his often fractious brothers. Whenever tempers flared over grazing rights or access to precious water sources, Benjamin would often step between them, his calm presence diffusing the tension and preventing escalation. Then came the ominous whispers of famine. Crops withered and died in the parched fields, and the family's once thriving flocks grew thin and weak. Jacob's household, once a beacon of prosperity, now faced the looming specter of hunger. The brothers spoke in hushed tones of Egypt, a distant land where grain remained plentiful. All would go, they agreed, except Benjamin. Jacob, his heart heavy with dread, could not bear the thought of risking the loss of Rachel's last son. This pattern, established in those formative early years, would echo throughout the lives of Benjamin's descendants. They would often find themselves caught precariously between opposing forces, serving as buffers and bridges, attempting to maintain equilibrium. This mediator role brought both blessing and curse, making them essential to Israel's unity while simultaneously exposing them to dangers lurking on all sides. Benjamin carried his mother's memory like a sacred trust, an unspoken vow. At her grave marker on the road to Ephrath, he would sometimes sit alone, lost in thought, trying to conjure a vivid picture of her face from his brother's fading descriptions. Did he have her eyes? Her gentle smile? No one could quite say for certain. Time, like a relentless tide, had blurred their memories, obscuring the details. As Benjamin matured, whispers reached the family about a powerful Egyptian official who bore a striking resemblance to Joseph. Jacob, clinging to a fragile hope, dismissed these rumors as mere wishful thinking, a desperate attempt to fill the void left by his lost son. But Benjamin, ever observant, held them close to his heart. At night, he would sometimes dream of a miraculous reunion, a meeting he could barely imagine, finally meeting the brother who existed for him only in the form of cherished family legends. What marked Benjamin most deeply was his father's fiercely protective love. While his older brothers roamed freely, exploring the world and building their own lives, Benjamin remained within the circle of Jacob's anxious, watchful care. This sheltering environment profoundly shaped him, making him both gentler and more vulnerable than his seasoned brothers. He developed keen observation skills, honed by years of watching and listening, but lacked their hardened resilience, forged in the crucible of experience. This trait, too, would echo powerfully through his tribe's future, making them both insightful and, perhaps, more susceptible to external influence. In the quiet evenings, as the family gathered around the crackling fire, Benjamin's place was always at his father's right hand, literally living out the very meaning of his carefully chosen name. The older brothers accepted this arrangement with a resigned understanding. The boy had lost his mother at birth. Let him at least have this closeness to their father. Benjamin grew up hearing stories of Joseph's supposed death, never suspecting the elaborate web of deception his brothers had painstakingly constructed. He learned to be careful and gentle with sheep, but perhaps not careful enough with people. He trusted easily, another defining tribal trait that would one day lead to both unwavering loyalty and devastating misjudgment. The foundation was being meticulously laid for everything that would follow. In this youngest son of Jacob, born in the shadow of tragedy and raised in the embrace of protective love, we see the fragile seeds of a tribe whose story would ultimately contain both remarkable triumph and catastrophic downfall. The bond between brothers, Joseph and Benjamin. The brothers shared something far deeper than mere blood. They shared a profound sense of absence. Joseph, forcibly taken from the family through an act of betrayal, and Benjamin, who never knew his mother except through fragmented stories and whispered memories. These twin losses created a unique space between them, a space that no one else could truly understand or penetrate. When the brothers spoke of Joseph to young Benjamin, their eyes would instinctively shift away, their voices growing strangely tight and strained. They described a dreamer, a favored son adorned with a coat of many colors, who had met a tragic and untimely end. Benjamin absorbed these tales, carefully constructing an image of his lost brother that was part truth, part fiction, and part unspoken guilt. Years passed, and Benjamin began to resemble Joseph in subtle yet undeniable ways. A particular gesture here, a familiar expression there. Jacob would sometimes catch these glimpses and fall silent, lost in the labyrinth of memory, his heart aching with both sorrow and longing. The old man's heart remained forever divided between the agonizing grief for one son and an overwhelming, protective love for the other. Unlike his older brothers, who toiled in the fields and tended the flocks far from home, Benjamin remained steadfastly close to his father's tent. He learned the complex family histories in greater detail than any brother before him. Jacob shared stories of his own tumultuous youth, his bitter conflict with Esau, his enduring love for Rachel, and his enigmatic wrestling match with the divine. Through these captivating tales, Benjamin formed a unique and deeply personal understanding of their family's sacred covenant with God. But what Benjamin couldn't possibly know was how Joseph thought of him during those long, agonizing years in Egypt. In the quiet moments between interpreting dreams and managing Pharaoh's vast grain supplies, Joseph would often find his thoughts drifting back to his little brother. Had he grown tall? Did he inherit Rachel's infectious laugh? These unanswered questions kept the precious bond alive, stretching across vast distances and years of painful separation. In Jacob's mind, the brothers formed a sacred pair. Rachel's boys, the children born of his great and enduring love. Though tragically separated by circumstance, they remained eternally connected within the depths of the old man's heart. When he blessed his sons, he would instinctively place his hand on Benjamin's head, but speak words that seemed equally meant for both the absent Joseph and the ever-present Benjamin. The Benjamite's characteristic loyalty was undeniably born in these formative years. Watching his father maintain an unwavering devotion to Joseph's memory Despite all evidence pointing to his death, Benjamin learned that love transcends separation, that it can endure even the most insurmountable obstacles. This fierce fidelity would later define his tribe, sometimes leading them to stand by their allies even when wisdom and prudence dictated otherwise. When famine finally gripped the land and forced the family to seek sustenance in Egypt, Jacob's palpable terror at the prospect of potentially losing Benjamin revealed just how deeply the trauma of Joseph's disappearance had scarred him. The old man clung desperately to his youngest son, unable to face the agonizing prospect of losing both of Rachel's beloved children. What Jacob couldn't see, however, was that this protective love had, in some ways, left Benjamin unprepared for the challenges of the wider world. The youngest brother had undoubtedly developed keen observation skills, but he lacked the hardened experience and street smarts of his seasoned brothers. When he finally journeyed to Egypt, everything would be entirely new to his innocent eyes. The sprawling cities, the foreign customs, the intricate and subtle political currents, all would be a source of both wonder and potential danger. Benjamin carried with him an unseen inheritance: his mother's captivating beauty and his lost brother's undeniable charisma. When he finally stood before the imposing Egyptian official who controlled their fate, he couldn't possibly know that he was looking into eyes that mirrored his own, eyes that held a lifetime of both joy and profound suffering. Joseph, effectively disguised by the passage of time and the trappings of foreign dress, felt his carefully constructed emotional walls begin to crumble at the sight of his mother's familiar features reflected in his brother's face. The silver cup, deliberately planted in Benjamin's sack, would serve as the ultimate test of the bonds forged over decades of separation and hardship. Would the brothers, who had callously abandoned Joseph so many years ago, now sacrifice Benjamin to save themselves, or had the relentless passage of time and the weight of maturity finally transformed their hearts? This pivotal moment would ultimately reveal whether the family had truly healed from its deep wounds or merely covered them with a fragile layer of silence. When Joseph finally revealed his true identity, Benjamin was the first brother he embraced. The tears they shed together, a torrent of emotion, washed away years of agonizing separation, heartache, and longing. Two brothers, who had never truly known each other as adults, discovered that they were still inextricably connected by invisible threads of blood and shared memory. This powerful and deeply moving reunion profoundly shaped Benjamin's understanding of divine providence. What had once seemed like broken promises and senseless suffering had, in reality, been essential threads woven into a much larger tapestry of preservation, redemption, and reconciliation. His tribe would steadfastly hold to this perspective through their darkest and most challenging moments, trusting that even apparent destruction might ultimately be part of a larger, ultimately redemptive plan. In Egypt, the brothers forged a new and enduring relationship built not on fleeting childhood memories, but on a foundation of adult understanding and mutual appreciation. Joseph found in Benjamin a sincerity and unwavering honesty that was noticeably absent in his other, more calculating brothers. Benjamin, in turn, discovered in Joseph a profound wisdom, tempered by years of hardship and suffering. Together, they became the beating heart of Jacob's extended family in this foreign land, the foundation upon which their future would be built. The famine in Canaan, the test in Egypt. The skies above Canaan remained a relentless, unforgiving blue, devoid of even a single cloud, for months on end. The once fertile fields cracked under the merciless sun, as crops withered and died, and livestock grew increasingly thin and weak. In Jacob's once prosperous household, meal portions shrank daily, a stark reminder of their dwindling resources. The old man watched with growing dread as storerooms emptied and hope dimmed, replaced by a gnawing sense of despair. News, carried on the dry, relentless winds, offered a glimmer of hope. Egypt had grain in abundance. The same Egyptian foresight that had led to the construction of massive storehouses during years of plenty now drew desperate families from surrounding lands, all seeking to stave off starvation. Jacob turned to his sons, his voice heavy with reluctance. "Go down to Egypt and buy some food for us so that we may live and not die." All would go, he insisted, except Benjamin. Jacob's heart simply couldn't bear the thought of risking the loss of Rachel's last surviving son. The brothers departed, carrying precious silver and empty sacks, leaving Benjamin behind to comfort their aging and increasingly distraught father. They couldn't possibly know that they were unknowingly walking towards a divine appointment, an event 20 years in the making. In Egypt's grand palace, a disguised Joseph instantly recognized his brothers. They bowed low before him, unknowingly fulfilling the dreams he had harbored in his youth. With the cold, calculated voice of a stranger, he accused them of being spies. But behind this harsh facade, Joseph carefully crafted a series of tests, designed to reveal whether time and hardship had changed their hearts. Back in Canaan, Jacob listened with horror as his sons recounted their encounter with the imposing Egyptian ruler. "Benjamin must come with us on our next journey," they explained, their voices filled with dread. "The man solemnly warned us," they continued. "You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you." The old man's initial refusal was immediate and absolute, but hunger proved to be a persuasive force. As food supplies dwindled once again, even Jacob recognized the inevitable. With trembling hands, he finally released Benjamin into his brother's care, sending along choice gifts for the Egyptian ruler and double the silver required. His parting words revealed a heart prepared for the worst, a man who had resigned himself to whatever fate might bring. "If I am bereaved of my children," he said with a heavy sigh, "I am bereaved." On the road to Egypt, Benjamin couldn't help but notice his brother's unusual attentiveness. They instinctively positioned themselves protectively around him, showed him special consideration during meal times, and checked frequently to ensure that he was managing the arduous journey well. This wasn't merely concern for a younger brother. It was the vigilance of men determined not to fail in fulfilling a sacred trust. Upon their arrival, Joseph's steward surprised them with an unexpected invitation to dine at the ruler's house. Fear gripped the brothers. Surely this unusual honor masked some elaborate trap. Benjamin observed their anxiety with a mixture of curiosity and confusion, wondering what had transpired during their previous visit to cause such dread. The banquet that followed only bewildered them further. The Egyptian ruler seated them in perfect birth order, an impossible coincidence that sent shivers down their spines. He then proceeded to send Benjamin portions 5 times larger than what his brothers received, an act of apparent favoritism that only heightened their anxiety. Throughout the meal, Benjamin felt the ruler's intense gaze upon him, studying his face with an intensity that seemed almost unsettlingly personal. Morning brought the final, heart-wrenching test. With their sacks filled with grain and the silver secretly returned, the brothers set out for Canaan, their relief palpable. However, their newfound freedom was short-lived. The steward overtook them, accusing them of stealing the ruler's silver cup. A thorough search revealed the cup hidden in Benjamin's sack, deliberately planted there by Joseph's design. The moment of truth had finally arrived. Would the brothers abandon Benjamin to a life of slavery in Egypt, as they had so callously abandoned Joseph so many years ago, or would they stand by their youngest brother, whatever the cost? Judah, his character transformed by the trials they had faced, stepped forward with a newfound sense of purpose, offering himself as a slave in Benjamin's place. His impassioned plea revealed how deeply Jacob's potential grief haunted them all, a testament to the profound change that had taken place within their hearts. Joseph could maintain his carefully constructed disguise no longer. Ordering all attendants from the room, he revealed himself to his astonished brothers. "I am Joseph," he declared, his voice breaking with emotion. "Is my father still alive?" Benjamin stood frozen, unable to comprehend that this powerful Egyptian official was, in fact, the brother he had known only through stories and cherished family legends. The embrace that followed bridged decades of painful separation, washing away years of loss and longing. Joseph clung tightly to Benjamin, both men weeping without restraint. The brothers who shared Rachel's blood were finally united, their tears symbolizing a release from the burdens of the past. For Benjamin, it was like finding a missing piece of himself, a tangible connection to the mother he had never truly known. Joseph explained how God had orchestrated the events, transforming betrayal into salvation, sending him ahead to preserve the family during the devastating famine. Benjamin listened in awe as divine purpose revealed itself in what had seemed merely like human cruelty and selfishness. This newfound perspective would shape his tribe's understanding of providence for generations to come, fostering a deep-seated belief that even the darkest of times could ultimately serve a greater, divine purpose. With Pharaoh's blessing, Joseph sent his brothers home with wagons laden with provisions and an urgent invitation. "Bring Jacob and all your households to Egypt, where you will be provided for during the remaining years of the famine." Benjamin returned to Canaan carrying precious gifts and an even more precious truth. His lost brother was alive, and God's guiding hand had been present, orchestrating their family's destiny all along. Jacob's face, upon hearing the incredible news, transformed from a mask of grief-etched resignation to stunned disbelief to radiating joy. "Joseph, my son, is still alive," he kept repeating, as if unable to fully grasp the reality of the situation. "I will go and see him before I die." For Benjamin, watching his father's resurrection from despair was perhaps the greatest miracle of all. A new beginning. Benjamin in Egypt. The caravan stretched across the vast expanse of the desert, resembling a living river, teeming with life. Jacob's entire household, sons and daughters, grandchildren and servants, flocks and all their worldly belongings, flowed steadily towards a new life in Egypt. Benjamin rode near his father's wagon, his watchful gaze fixed on the old man's face, observing how it alternated between nervous anticipation and peaceful trust. Goshen welcomed them with its fertile fields and abundant water sources. Here, in this Egyptian province, Jacob's family would put down temporary roots, a settlement that would last for centuries. Benjamin helped establish their settlement, marveling at how quickly his brothers adapted to this foreign land, while simultaneously maintaining their distinct identity as Hebrews. Joseph's high position secured them royal favor. The family that had once teetered on the brink of starvation now lived in unprecedented prosperity, enjoying privileges and comforts they could scarcely have imagined back in Canaan. Benjamin's children played in lush Egyptian gardens while simultaneously learning the ancient stories of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, ensuring that the traditions of their ancestors were passed down through generations. They grew increasingly comfortable in this foreign land, perhaps too comfortable for a family destined to inherit Canaan, a land promised to them by God. Benjamin's household expanded rapidly in this land of plenty. His 10 sons, Bela, Becher, Ashbel, Gera, Naaman, Ahiram, Rosh, Muppim, Huppim, and Ard, established their own families, forming the core of the tribe's future identity. Each son brought different talents and unique temperaments to the growing clan, contributing to the rich and diverse tapestry of the tribe of Benjamin. Bela displayed natural leadership qualities, while Gera demonstrated a remarkable insight into people's motivations, able to discern their true intentions with uncanny accuracy. Becher revealed a keen skill with numbers and records, meticulously keeping track of the family's increasing wealth. When Jacob gathered his sons for his final blessing, Benjamin received a puzzling prophecy. "Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he devours the prey, and in the evening he divides the spoil." These words contrasted sharply with Benjamin's gentle and unassuming nature. The youngest son could not possibly have known that his descendants would somehow transform these seemingly harsh words into a fearsome reputation for battle prowess, becoming renowned warriors. After Jacob's elaborate burial in Canaan, a palpable tension rippled through the brothers. Would Joseph, now holding immense power, seek revenge for their past betrayal, finally settling the score for the wrongs they had committed against him so many years ago? Benjamin watched in admiration as Joseph reassured them with profound wisdom and unwavering forgiveness. "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good." This transformative perspective, finding divine purpose in the midst of human darkness, would become a defining characteristic of Benjamin's tribe through generations of hardship and adversity. As decades passed and Joseph's generation gradually faded away, Egypt's attitude towards the Hebrews slowly but steadily shifted. New pharaohs arose who knew nothing of Joseph and his contributions to Egypt, and the once honored guests slowly transformed into suspicious foreigners and, eventually, slaves, their freedoms and privileges gradually eroding. Benjamin did not live to witness the worst of this transition, but he witnessed its unsettling beginnings with growing concern. Before his death, Benjamin gathered his sons and grandsons around him. He shared once again the sacred stories of Abraham's calling, Isaac's near sacrifice, Jacob's dream at Bethel, and Joseph's redemptive journey, ensuring that these foundational narratives would continue to be passed down. "We are sojourners here," he reminded them, his voice filled with urgency. "Egypt is not our home. Never forget that God promised Canaan to our fathers." The tribe of Benjamin maintained certain distinctive traits through these long Egyptian years, preserving their unique cultural identity in the face of assimilation. They developed a reputation for ambidexterity, training both hands equally, a skill that would later make them exceptional warriors. They preserved the purity of their Hebrew language with unusual dedication, resisting the influence of Egyptian dialects. And they cultivated close bonds with the tribe of Judah, a strategic relationship that would prove crucial in distant centuries to come. Benjamin's sons honored their father with an Egyptian-style funeral that nonetheless incorporated ancient Hebrew traditions, blending the customs of their adopted land with the heritage of their ancestors. They wrapped his body according to Egyptian custom, but sang the ancient songs of Canaan, a powerful symbol of their dual identity and their enduring connection to the land of their forefathers. Blending reflected their reality, a Hebrew family navigating a foreign culture while tenaciously clinging to their unique identity and the divine promises made to their ancestors. This dual existence was not always harmonious, but it was undeniably theirs. The generations that followed would face increasing hardship as the Egyptian oppression intensified, the initial welcome given to Joseph's family souring into suspicion and then outright enslavement. Yet, something of Benjamin's quiet resilience, his innate ability to observe and adapt without losing himself, persisted in his descendants. They endured the backbreaking labor, the arbitrary cruelties, and the constant threat of violence. They adapted to the harsh realities of their captivity, learning the language, customs, and survival skills necessary to navigate the Egyptian world. But they never forgot who they were. Children of Israel, descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, heirs to a promised land. They held onto the stories whispered in the darkness, the songs sung under the watchful eyes of their captors, and the unwavering belief that one day, God would deliver them. When Moses eventually arose as their deliverer, a burning bush in the desert igniting the spark of rebellion, Benjamin's tribe stood ready, their faith tested but not broken. They had maintained their tribal records with remarkable precision through centuries of bondage, a testament to their commitment to their heritage. Despite the cultural pressures to assimilate, they meticulously preserved their genealogies, their laws, and their traditions. They knew exactly who they were, descendants of the son of the right hand, the beloved son of Rachel, who had been born in sorrow but raised in love. This clear sense of identity, forged in the crucible of suffering, would sustain them through the desert wanderings, the battles against hostile tribes, and the constant challenges of forging a new nation. The Benjamites carried with them their forefathers' legacy, a unique perspective shaped by being the youngest, the cherished child of his father's old age, by losing his mother at birth, an event that cast a long shadow over his early life, by being protected yet observant, a position that allowed him to witness the world with a keen eye, and by witnessing the dramatic reconciliation between Joseph and his brothers, a testament to the power of forgiveness and the enduring bonds of family. These experiences created a tribe with distinctive characteristics: loyal yet fierce, peaceful until provoked, thoughtful but capable of devastating action. They were slow to anger, but once roused, they were relentless in their pursuit of justice. They valued peace and harmony, but they would not hesitate to defend their families, their land, and their faith. As they departed Egypt in the Exodus, a ragtag band of slaves transformed into a nation on the move, Benjamin's tribe numbered 35,400 fighting men, a testament to their resilience and their commitment to survival. They had transformed from a single family into a significant force, a wolf pack ready to defend its own. The wolf of Jacob's prophecy had found its strength, and in the wilderness journey ahead, it would discover its purpose, its destiny, and its place in the unfolding story of Israel. The air in Jacob's tent hung heavy with significance, thick with the weight of unspoken emotions and the finality of impending death. His 12 sons gathered close, summoned to hear their father's final words, to receive his blessings, and to glimpse the future that awaited them. Benjamin, the youngest, knelt nearest to the old man's bedside, his youthful face etched with concern as he watched the labored rise and fall of his chest, each breath a precious gift. Outside, the Egyptian sun cast long shadows as it descended toward the horizon, painting the desert landscape in hues of orange and purple, a stark contrast to the somber atmosphere within the tent. Jacob's voice, though weakened by age and illness, strengthened as he began to speak, defying his failing body with a force of will that surprised even himself. To each son, he offered not merely a blessing, a simple wish for good fortune, but a prophecy, a glimpse into the character and destiny of the tribes that would bear their names, a roadmap for generations to come. The brothers listened with solemn attention, their hearts pounding in their chests as their futures unfolded through their father's inspired words, each pronouncement a weight on their shoulders, a challenge to their souls. Some received words of praise and promise, others warnings and admonitions, but all understood the gravity of the moment. When Jacob's gaze finally turned to Benjamin, his eyes softened with the special affection he had always shown Rachel's youngest son, a love born of loss and a deep sense of responsibility. Yet the words that followed carried an unexpected weight, a pronouncement that seemed to contradict the image of the gentle, innocent boy kneeling before him. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he devours the prey, and in the evening he divides the spoil. The gentlest of brothers described as a predator, a creature of instinct and aggression. Benjamin's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, but he accepted the pronouncement with characteristic quietness, his gaze unwavering. Unlike some of his brothers who received lengthy prophetic passages, filled with intricate details and complex symbolism, Benjamin's future was captured in this single vivid image, a wolf that both hunts successfully and shares its bounty, a paradox that would define his tribe for generations to come. This prophetic picture contained layers of meaning that would unfold across centuries, revealing the hidden depths of Benjamin's character and the destiny of his descendants. The wolf imagery suggested military prowess, a surprising destiny for the protected youngest son, hinting at a hidden strength and a capacity for fierce action. Morning and evening spoke of comprehensive success throughout the day of history, a promise of enduring influence and lasting impact. The sharing of spoils hinted at generosity alongside strength, a reminder that true power lies not in hoarding but in sharing, in caring for the vulnerable and the needy. The prophecy's dual nature mirrored Benjamin's own complex heritage. Born as son of sorrow, the product of his mother's dying breath, but renamed son of the right hand, a symbol of his father's love and his place of honor within the family. His identity contained both shadow and light, both vulnerability and strength, a duality that would be reflected in the character of his tribe. They would be capable of both remarkable loyalty and shocking violence, of both wisdom and reckless passion. Jacob's strength ebbed after delivering these final prophecies, the effort leaving him drained and exhausted. He drew Benjamin close for a personal blessing beyond what the others could hear, his voice a mere whisper, perhaps sharing memories of Rachel, the beloved wife they both mourned, or offering words of wisdom specifically for the son who had never known his mother. Whatever these private words contained, they seemed to bring peace to both father and son, a sense of closure and acceptance. As night fell over Egypt, casting the land in darkness, Jacob breathed his last, his spirit finally released from its earthly confines. Benjamin joined his brothers in grief, weeping openly for the loss of their father, their patriarch, their guide. Yet his sorrow carried a different quality, a deeper resonance. For him, losing Jacob meant losing his most direct connection to his mother, the woman he had never known, but whose memory had been kept alive through his father's loving stories. The stories, the memories, the sense of who Rachel had been. All these had lived primarily through Jacob's loving recollections, his tender descriptions, and his unwavering devotion. With Jacob gone, those memories felt more fragile, more distant, threatened by the passage of time. The embalming process took 40 days, a lengthy and elaborate procedure following Egyptian custom. a testament to Jacob's status and the respect he commanded. During this time, Benjamin often found himself standing apart, contemplating his father's final words, wrestling with their meaning, and trying to reconcile them with his own understanding of himself. Wolf, predator, hunter, these descriptions felt foreign to his nature, at odds with his gentle spirit and his peaceful disposition. Yet, something in them resonated with a deeper truth he couldn't fully articulate, a sense of potential, a hidden strength, a capacity for action that lay dormant within him. The journey to Canaan for Jacob's burial allowed Benjamin to see his ancestral homeland for the first time as an adult, to connect with the land that had been promised to his forefathers, to feel the weight of his heritage in a tangible way. As they laid their father to rest in the cave of Machpelah alongside Abraham, Sarah, Isaac, Rebekah, and Leah, the founders of their nation, Benjamin felt a profound sense of belonging, a connection to the past that transcended the present. This land, not Egypt, was their true home, promised by covenant to their descendants, a legacy they were bound to uphold. Returning to Egypt, Benjamin noticed subtle changes in his sons, a shift in their demeanor, a newfound confidence in their eyes. They stood straighter, watched more carefully, moved with greater purpose, their actions reflecting a newfound awareness of their identity and their potential. Had Jacob's prophecy awakened something in them, stirring a primal instinct that had long lain dormant? Or had the journey to Canaan kindled an awareness of their true heritage, reminding them of the promises made to their ancestors? Either way, the wolf was stirring, preparing to emerge from the shadows. In the years that followed, Benjamin noted how his tribe developed distinctive traits that fulfilled aspects of Jacob's prophecy, their characters shaped by the pronouncement of their patriarch. They cultivated ambidexterity, training both hands equally for warfare, a skill that gave them a distinct advantage in battle. They developed unusual skill with the sling, able to target with remarkable precision, their accuracy becoming legendary throughout the land. Their strategic thinking in conflicts revealed the wolf's cunning, a knack for anticipating their enemies' moves and exploiting their weaknesses. Yet, they also maintained the gentler qualities Benjamin had embodied, their compassion and empathy tempering their ferocity. They valued loyalty above almost all virtues, forging strong bonds of kinship and community. They showed special kindness to strangers and vulnerable community members, offering shelter and assistance to those in need. The evening division of spoils from Jacob's prophecy manifested in their reputation for generosity, their willingness to share their resources with those less fortunate. As Egypt's attitude toward the Hebrews deteriorated, the initial tolerance giving way to suspicion and then outright oppression, Benjamin's descendants drew strength from their prophetic identity, clinging to the words of their ancestor as a source of hope and resilience. When oppression intensified and hope dimmed, when the weight of their captivity threatened to crush their spirits, they reminded each other of Jacob's words, repeating them like a mantra. The wolf endures. The wolf survives. The wolf knows when to fight and when to wait. Benjamin did not live to see Moses arise or the Exodus begin, his life ending before the dawn of their liberation. But he planted seeds that would flower during those momentous events, instilling in his descendants the values and principles that would guide them through the challenges ahead. He taught his children to maintain their distinct identity while living in a foreign culture, to resist assimilation and to preserve their heritage. He instilled in them both the courage to face adversaries and the wisdom to choose their battles carefully, knowing when to stand their ground and when to retreat. Most importantly, he helped them understand the paradox at the heart of their tribal character. The same intensity that made them fearsome in battle could make them compassionate in peace. The same loyalty that bound them to allies could blind them to those allies' flaws. The same independence that gave them strength could isolate them from needed counsel. The wolf of Jacob's prophecy would indeed manifest through generations of Benjamites, sometimes in glory, their deeds celebrated in song and story, sometimes in tragedy, their mistakes serving as a cautionary tale. From Ehud, the left-handed judge who delivered Israel from Moabite oppression, to Saul, the troubled king who struggled to rule with justice and wisdom, from valiant warriors who defended their nation against its enemies to misguided defenders of wrong who succumbed to their own pride and ambition. The tribe would embody both the best and worst implications of their patriarch's final words, their story a complex tapestry of triumph and failure, of virtue and vice. Generations passed in Egyptian bondage. The descendants of Jacob's honored guests reduced to feared outsiders and finally enslaved laborers. Their lives marked by hardship, suffering, and the constant struggle for survival. Through these dark centuries, Benjamin's descendants preserved their tribal identity with remarkable tenacity, clinging to their heritage as a lifeline in a sea of despair. They passed down stories of their origins and divine promises through whispered bedtime tales, shared in hushed tones to avoid the ears of their captors, and songs sung while making bricks, their voices carrying the weight of their sorrow and the flicker of their hope. When Moses appeared with his demand to Pharaoh, "Let my people go," his words echoing through the halls of power and igniting the spark of rebellion in the hearts of the enslaved, the tribe of Benjamin stood ready, their faith tested but not broken, their spirit unbroken. They had grown numerous despite oppression, their numbers a testament to their resilience and their determination to survive. They counted 35,400 fighting men in their ranks, a formidable force ready to challenge the might of Egypt. The gentle youngest son's descendants had indeed become a formidable force, just as Jacob's wolf prophecy suggested, their hidden strength finally unleashed. During the terrifying, magnificent night of the first Passover, when the angel of death swept through Egypt, claiming the lives of the firstborn, Benjamite families huddled together in Goshen, their hearts pounding in their chests, their faith their only shield. They brushed lamb's blood on their doorposts, a symbol of their covenant with God, and listened to death pass over their homes, sparing them from the devastation that engulfed the land, while claiming Egypt's firstborn, a price paid for Pharaoh's stubborn refusal to heed God's command. By morning, they joined the great exodus, leaving the only home most had ever known, their hearts filled with a mixture of fear and hope, to follow an elderly shepherd toward an uncertain future, trusting in the promise of a land flowing with milk and honey. The wilderness journey tested every tribe, pushing them to their limits, revealing their strengths and weaknesses, and forcing them to confront their own fears and doubts. Food and water shortages, enemy attacks, and internal conflicts revealed both strengths and weaknesses in each family line, their characters shaped by the trials they faced. The Benjamites showed remarkable adaptability, their ability to adjust to changing circumstances proving crucial to their survival. Their Egyptian-born generations adjusted to desert life with determined flexibility, their resilience honed by years of hardship and their resourcefulness tested by the harsh realities of their new environment. They learned to find water in the driest of places, to build shelters from the scorching sun, and to defend themselves against wild animals and hostile tribes. Moses organized Israel's camp in specific order around the tabernacle, the portable sanctuary that served as the center of their worship and the symbol of God's presence among them. Benjamin's tribe received placement on the west side alongside Ephraim and Manasseh, the sons of Joseph, a position of honor and responsibility. This arrangement honored the special bond between Joseph and Benjamin, placing Rachel's descendants together as a family unit within the larger nation, a reminder of their shared heritage and their enduring connection. When the 12 spies explored Canaan, sent to assess the land and its inhabitants, Benjamin's representatives stood with the minority who trusted God's promise despite the land's challenges, their faith unwavering in the face of doubt and fear. This loyalty to divine covenant rather than human assessment revealed the tribe's spiritual character, their commitment to God's will above their own desires. They had learned from their patriarch to look beyond surface appearances to deeper purposes, to trust in God's plan even when it seemed impossible. The wilderness generation's gradual passing brought Benjamin's tribe to a crucial transition point, a moment of reckoning and renewal. Those born in Egyptian slavery had died, their bodies buried in the sands of the desert, their memories fading with the passage of time. Those born in desert freedom prepared to enter the promised land, their hearts filled with hope and anticipation, their spirits tempered by the trials they had endured. They carried forward Benjamin's legacy, not through personal memory, but through tribal identity, carefully preserved through centuries of waiting, their heritage a beacon guiding them toward their destiny. Under Joshua's leadership, the successor to Moses, the Benjamites revealed their warrior spirit, their ferocity tempered by discipline and their courage guided by faith. Swift, strategic, and surprisingly fierce for their relatively small numbers, They embodied the wolf imagery from Jacob's prophecy, their actions reflecting the hidden strength and the unwavering determination of their ancestors. Their fighters developed specialties, honing their skills to become masters of their chosen weapons. Many became expert slingers, able to target with deadly accuracy, their shots finding their mark with uncanny precision. Others mastered the use of both hands in combat, making them unpredictable opponents, their versatility giving them a distinct advantage in battle. The wilderness years had transformed Benjamin's descendants in significant ways, shaping their character and preparing them for the challenges that lay ahead. Egyptian oppression had hardened their resolve, instilling in them a deep-seated hatred of injustice and a fierce determination to protect their freedom. Desert wandering had honed their resourcefulness, teaching them to survive in the harshest of conditions and to rely on their own ingenuity. Divine provision had deepened their faith, reminding them that God was always with them, guiding them and providing for their needs. The gentle youngest son's tribe had become known for both fierce loyalty and formidable fighting ability, a paradox that defined their character and shaped their destiny. Protectors who could also become predators when threatened, their compassion tempered by their capacity for righteous anger. Throughout this formative period, the tribe maintained certain distinctive practices, preserving their identity and strengthening their bonds of community. They preserved their sacred songs with special care, passing them down from generation to generation, developing rich musical traditions that would later enrich Jerusalem's temple worship. They maintained close ties with Judah's tribe, the descendants of Jacob's son Judah, establishing patterns of alliance that would prove significant in coming centuries, their shared heritage and their common interests forging a strong bond between them. As Israel prepared to cross the Jordan River, the final barrier separating them from the Promised Land, Benjamin's tribe held a unique perspective, their experiences shaping their outlook and influencing their decisions. They had never forgotten their true homeland, their hearts set on claiming their inheritance. Despite being born in foreign territories, unlike some tribes who occasionally longed for Egypt's predictability or feared Canaan's challenges, the Benjamites remained steadfastly focused on claiming their inheritance, their determination fueled by their faith and their unwavering belief in God's promise. The long-awaited moment finally arrived, the culmination of centuries of waiting and generations of sacrifice. With the Jordan's waters miraculously parted, a testament to God's power and his unwavering commitment to his people, Benjamin's tribe crossed into the Promised Land, their feet touching the soil their forefather had never seen as an adult, their hearts filled with awe and gratitude. The promise made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob was beginning its fulfillment through their presence, their arrival marking a new chapter in the history of Israel. What awaited them was not immediate peace, but prolonged conflict, a struggle to dispossess the Canaanite inhabitants and to establish their own claim to the land. The conquest of Canaan would demand every bit of the wolf-like qualities Jacob had prophesied over Benjamin, testing their courage, their strength, and their resolve. The tribe would need to hunt in the morning, fighting with strategic precision, their slingers picking off enemy soldiers from a distance, their warriors engaging in close quarters combat with fierce determination. They would need to divide spoil in the evening, sharing resources wisely as they established their territory, ensuring that all members of the tribe had what they needed to survive and to thrive. The wilderness had prepared them for this moment, the hardships they had endured forging them into a resilient and resourceful people. Generations of hardship had distilled in them a resilience that would prove crucial in the challenges ahead, their spirit unbroken by the trials they had faced. Benjamin's descendants carried forward not just his name but his essential character, his values shaping their actions and their decisions. Observant, loyal, capable of both gentleness and fierceness as circumstances required, they embodied the paradox at the heart of their tribal identity. As the tribal territories were allocated, the land divided among the 12 tribes of Israel, Benjamin would receive a small but strategically vital region, a key piece of real estate in the heart of the Promised Land. Their position would place them at the crossroads of Israel's future history, a buffer zone between larger tribes, a connecting point between north and south, their destiny intertwined with the fate of the nation. This geographical reality would shape their destiny in ways none could yet foresee, their location both a blessing and a curse. Benjamin's tribe entered Canaan with Jacob's prophecy still echoing across generations. His words a constant reminder of their destiny. Wolf, hunter, divider of spoil. These images resonated within them, shaping their understanding of themselves and their place in the world. The wilderness years had begun transforming promise into reality, testing their faith and forging their character. The conquest would continue this process, revealing how thoroughly the youngest son's descendants had absorbed both their patriarch's gentle wisdom and their prophetic identity as warriors, their actions reflecting the duality of their nature. The walls of Jericho lay in ruins, the dust still settling after Israel's first major victory in the Promised Land, a testament to God's power and the courage of his people. As the dust settled, Joshua began the complex process of dividing Canaan among the 12 tribes, a task fraught with challenges and requiring both wisdom and fairness. When lots were cast for Benjamin's territory, the outcome seemed modest compared to larger tribes, their allocation seemingly insignificant in comparison. Yet, this small allocation would prove strategically significant beyond its size, its location giving them a disproportionate influence in the region. Benjamin received a compact region situated between Judah to the south and Ephraim to the north, two of the most powerful and influential tribes in Israel. Though limited in area, this territory occupied the geographical heart of the Promised Land, its location giving them a central role in the nation's affairs. Its hills formed a natural fortress, providing a defensible position against invaders, while its valleys provided rich agricultural possibilities, allowing them to sustain themselves and to prosper. Most importantly, it straddled the main north-south route through the Central Highlands, positioning Benjamin as Israel's crossroads, a hub of trade and communication. Within these borders lay sites of profound spiritual significance, locations that would become central to Israel's faith and history. Bethel, where Jacob had dreamed of a ladder reaching to heaven, a symbol of the connection between earth and heaven, marked Benjamin's northern boundary, a place of pilgrimage and worship. Jebus, later Jerusalem, sat at its southwestern edge shared with Judah, a seemingly unimportant Canaanite stronghold that would one day become the nation's capital, the city of David, the seat of the kingdom, and the site of the temple. Ramah and Mizpah dotted its central region, each destined for important roles in Israel's unfolding story, their names etched in the annals of the nation. The Benjamites approached their inheritance with characteristic thoroughness, their actions reflecting their practical nature and their commitment to their responsibilities. They surveyed boundary markers, establishing clear lines of demarcation, established settlements, building towns and villages that would become the heart of their tribal life, and developed defensive positions with methodical care, preparing for any potential threats. Their relatively small numbers, they remained one of Israel's less populous tribes, meant they had to be strategic about how they utilized their limited manpower, making the most of their resources and developing innovative tactics. This compact territory created both advantages and challenges, its small size making it both vulnerable and defensible. Benjamin's warriors could rapidly respond to threats throughout their region, maintaining tight control over their borders, their swiftness and agility compensating for their lack of numbers. Yet, their position between larger tribes meant they were constantly navigating complex relationships with more powerful neighbors, their diplomacy and tact crucial to maintaining peace. They became diplomats by necessity, developing skills in mediation and alliance building, learning to navigate the intricate web of tribal politics. Perhaps most consequential was Benjamin's role as a buffer zone between the northern and southern tribes, their position at the crossroads of the nation placing them in the center of the inevitable conflicts. This geographical reality would shape Israel's history for centuries to come, their actions influencing the course of the nation. When tribal tensions flared, Benjamin often found itself caught in the middle, forced to choose sides or attempt to broker peace from its central position, their decisions carrying significant weight and impacting the entire nation. The tribe's military capabilities developed in response to these circumstances, their fighters honing their skills to defend their territory and to protect their people. Bounded by larger neighbors and potential enemies, Benjamin's fighters specialized in defensive tactics suited to their hilly terrain, their knowledge of the land giving them a distinct advantage. They became expert in ambush techniques, using their intimate knowledge of the landscape to maximum advantage, their surprise attacks catching their enemies off guard. Their warriors continued developing ambidextrous combat skills, allowing them greater versatility in battle, their ability to fight with either hand making them unpredictable and deadly opponents. The Jebusites remained in Jerusalem, a thorn in Benjamin's southwestern border that neither they nor neighboring Judah could initially remove, their presence a constant reminder of the incomplete nature of Israel's conquest. This persistent Canaanite pocket symbolized the incomplete nature of Israel's conquest, a challenge to their faith and a test of their resolve. Divine promises partially but not fully realized, their inability to fully conquer the land a symbol of their own imperfections. The city would remain in foreign hands until David's time, centuries later, a constant source of tension and a reminder of the task that remained unfinished. Benjamin's territory included natural resources that shaped their tribal economy, influencing their trade, their industry, and their way of life. Their hills contained clay deposits ideal for pottery, leading to distinctive Benjamite ceramic traditions, their craftsmanship becoming renowned throughout the region. Valleys suitable for grain cultivation ensured relative food security, allowing them to sustain their population and to build a stable economy. Strategic trade routes crossing their land created opportunities for commerce and cultural exchange, bringing wealth and prosperity to the tribe, though also exposure to outside religious influences, their faith constantly tested by the temptations of the surrounding cultures. As the conquest phase gave way to settlement, Benjamin's position as Israel's geographical center heightened its importance in national life, their location making them a central player in the nation's affairs. Tribal assemblies often convened at Mizpah within their territory, their central location making it a convenient meeting place for the leaders of the tribes. Religious ceremonies took place at Bethel on their northern border, their proximity to the sacred site making them frequent participants in national religious events. Their centrality made them witnesses to and often participants in events affecting the entire nation, their actions shaping the course of Israel's history. The tribes surrounding Benjamin each influenced their development in different ways, their interactions shaping their culture and their character. From Judah, they absorbed strong traditions of Mosaic lawkeeping, their commitment to the law guiding their moral and spiritual lives. From Ephraim, they gained political awareness and administrative skills, their leadership learning to govern with wisdom and fairness. From eastern neighbors across the Jordan, they learned techniques for defending against desert raiders, their knowledge of military tactics protecting them from external threats. This cultural cross-pollination created a tribe both grounded in tradition and adaptable to changing circumstances, their ability to blend the old and the new giving them a unique advantage. Benjamin's warriors earned respect among the tribes despite their relatively small numbers, their skill and courage compensating for their lack of manpower. What they lacked in quantity, they compensated for in quality, developing elite fighting units known for discipline and tactical innovation, their soldiers renowned for their effectiveness. Their signature weapon became the sling, a simple yet deadly tool that they mastered with exceptional skill. Used with devastating accuracy, stories spread of Benjamite slingers who could target a hair's breadth without missing, their prowess becoming legendary throughout the land. These military capabilities would prove crucial during the unsettled period that followed Joshua's death, when Israel faced challenges from within and without. As Central Highlands dwellers, Benjamites faced different challenges than coastal or valley tribes, their location shaping their way of life and their military tactics. They developed fighting techniques suited specifically to their mountainous homeland, their knowledge of the terrain giving them a distinct advantage over their enemies. Quick strikes followed by tactical retreats into familiar terrain, their ability to disappear into the hills frustrating their pursuers. The conquest generation gave way to their children who knew neither Egyptian bondage nor wilderness wandering, their experiences shaping their perspectives and influencing their priorities. This new generation of Benjamites inherited territory rather than conquering it themselves, their lives marked by comfort and security. Their perspective shifted subtly but significantly from grateful recipients of divine promise to comfortable inhabitants taking their homeland for granted, their faith untested and their commitment to their heritage weakened. Seeds of future conflict were planted during this settlement period, their complacency creating vulnerabilities that would later be exploited. Benjamin's strategic location meant they witnessed the ebb and flow of Israel's spiritual fidelity, their position at the crossroads of the nation exposing them to both good and bad influences. When neighboring tribes drifted toward Canaanite practices, their faith waning and their commitment to the covenant weakening, these influences inevitably seeped across Benjamin's borders, their towns becoming centers of idolatry and their people succumbing to temptation. Their position as Israel's crossroads brought both blessing and temptation, the opportunities for prosperity and influence, accompanied by the risk of spiritual corruption. What no one could foresee was how Benjamin's modest territory would later place them at the epicenter of national events, their actions shaping the destiny of the nation. Their hills would witness both Israel's greatest triumphs and darkest tragedies, their location making them a key player in the drama that would unfold. Their towns would host prophets and kings, their voices echoing through the land, their decisions shaping the course of history. Their valleys would echo with both worship songs and war cries, their people experiencing both the joys of peace and the horrors of conflict. For now, they completed their settlement with characteristic thoroughness, their commitment to detail reflecting their practical nature. Establishing 26 towns and villages throughout their territory, each settlement reflecting Benjamin's practical nature, positioned near water sources, protected by natural features, connected to travel routes, their decisions guided by a desire for security and sustainability. They built not for grandeur, but for security and sustainability, their focus on practicality over ostentation. As the conquest period ended, Benjamin had successfully claimed their inheritance, their hard work and their determination paying off. They had transformed from a family line into a territorial entity, their identity forged in the crucible of conflict and their destiny intertwined with the fate of Israel. Jacob's prophecy continued unfolding through their development, their actions reflecting the duality of their nature. The wolf had found its den in Canaan's central hills, establishing its territory and preparing for the challenges ahead. What remained to be seen was whether they would maintain their balance between strength and wisdom in the challenging periods that lay ahead, their actions shaping the future of their tribe and the destiny of the nation. The era of judges dawned on Israel like a fitful fever dream, a time of chaos and uncertainty, of spiritual decline and moral decay. Without central leadership, the tribal confederacy lurched between faith and apostasy, victory and defeat, divine deliverance and chaotic violence, their fate hanging in the balance. For Benjamin, positioned at Israel's geographical crossroads, these national cycles played out with particular intensity in their territory, their location making them both vulnerable and influential. Early in this troubled period, Benjamin produced one of Israel's most unconventional deliverers, a figure whose actions defied expectations and whose methods challenged convention. Ehud, a left-handed warrior who turned perceived weakness into strategic advantage, his disability becoming his strength. When Moabite oppression had crushed Israel's spirit for 18 years, their land ravaged and their people enslaved, this Benjamite assassin engineered a daring liberation, his courage and cunning freeing his people from bondage. Ehud's left-handedness reflected a wider Benjamite trait, a cultural characteristic that set them apart from other tribes. The tribe cultivated ambidexterity, training warriors to fight effectively with either hand, their versatility giving them a distinct advantage in battle. This practice gave them tactical unpredictability in battle and became something of a tribal signature, a symbol of their ingenuity and their adaptability. Enemies facing Benjamite fighters could never be certain which side an attack might come from, their uncertainty creating a sense of fear and unease. Under Ehud's leadership, Benjamin briefly rose to national prominence. Their tribe hailed as heroes and their leader celebrated as a savior. Their territory enjoyed peace for 80 years, a remarkable stretch of stability in the chaotic judges period. Their prosperity and security a testament to their leadership. Their reputation for both clever strategy and fierce fighting grew throughout Israel, their warriors becoming renowned for their skill and their courage. For a time, it seemed Benjamin had found perfect balance between the wolf's cunning and the youngest son's wisdom, their actions reflecting both strength and compassion. But as generations passed, spiritual decay crept through Israel like a slow poison, corrupting their values and undermining their faith. Without consistent leadership or religious education, the people drifted toward Canaanite practices and values, their hearts turning away from God and toward the idols of their neighbors. Benjamin's central position exposed them to these corrupting influences from multiple directions, their towns becoming centers of idolatry, and their people succumbing to temptation. Their towns became stopping points for travelers carrying foreign ideas and customs, their influence spreading like a disease. The tribe that had once exemplified loyalty to covenant now demonstrated how quickly strength could become brutality when disconnected from divine guidance, their power turning to violence and their justice becoming corrupted. Their fierce protection of tribal honor, once channeled toward defending Israel, gradually twisted into something darker, their sense of duty turning into a justification for violence, a readiness to use violence to preserve their reputation at any cost, their pride and their ambition blinding them to the consequences of their actions. This transformation didn't happen overnight. It came through subtle compromises, through the gradual normalization of behaviors that earlier generations would have rejected outright, their moral compass slowly drifting off course. The shift was most evident in Gibeah, a Benjamite town whose name ironically meant hill, suggesting elevation and visibility when it had actually sunk into moral darkness, its people becoming known for their wickedness and their depravity. Throughout this period, Benjamin maintained its distinctive identity, their cultural traditions persisting even as their moral values declined. Their warriors continued training in specialized combat techniques, their skills honed by years of practice. Their pottery styles retained characteristic elements, their craftsmanship still admired throughout the region. Their dialect preserved unique phrases and expressions, their language a reminder of their heritage. But beneath these cultural continuities, something essential was changing in their tribal character, their moral core rotting from within. The lack of strong central authority during the Judges period meant that tribal justice systems operated with little oversight or standardization, leading to corruption and injustice. Benjamin developed particularly insular practices, handling matters internally with increasing resistance to outside input, their isolation fueling their moral decline. This isolation would prove catastrophic when confronted with a crime too heinous to be addressed through normal channels, their inability to seek outside help leading to a devastating conflict. As Israel's moral compass spun wildly, the biblical writer captured the essence of the time in a haunting refrain, a condemnation of their spiritual state. In those days, there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what was right in his own eyes, their lack of leadership leading to chaos and anarchy. For Benjamin, this individualistic philosophy would lead to tragedy, their self-reliance turning into self-destruction. That ethos would lead them to defend the indefensible, choosing tribal solidarity over justice in a moment that would nearly obliterate them from the face of the earth. They would circle the wagons around their own, even when those wagons were filled with the vilest offenders, prioritizing the bonds of kinship over the higher calling of righteousness. This blind allegiance would prove catastrophic, a self-inflicted wound that would bleed for generations. Not all Benjamites succumbed to this moral decay. Scattered throughout the tribal lands, like embers glowing in the gathering darkness, were pockets of faithful families. These quiet guardians of tradition clung to the covenant, meticulously preserving Torah teachings and passing down the sacred stories of divine deliverance to their children. They were the silent conscience of the tribe, a living testament to the values that Benjamin was so carelessly abandoning. These quiet resistors watched with growing alarm as their tribal leadership, seduced by power and self-interest, drifted further and further from the ancient values. Their voices, once respected, grew increasingly marginalized, drowned out by the rising tide of militarism and tribalism. Power concentrated in the hands of those willing to use force to maintain their authority, silencing dissent and rewarding blind obedience. The stage was being meticulously set for a tragedy of unimaginable proportions. Benjamin, the beloved youngest son, the protected one, the tribe known for both gentleness and fierce strength, had tragically allowed its warrior identity to overwhelm its inherent wisdom and moral compass. The wolf prophesied by Jacob, once known for its cunning and ability to divide the spoil justly in the evening, had forgotten everything except how to devour its prey in the morning. The scales had tipped, and the savage instinct for survival overshadowed all other considerations. Travelers began actively avoiding Benjamite towns whenever possible, spreading whispered warnings about the territory's rapidly growing reputation for lawlessness and unchecked brutality. Neighboring tribes, who had long relied on Benjamin's strength, watched with growing concern and a sense of impending doom as Benjamin's internal governance deteriorated and its moral fabric frayed. But in the fragmented and chaotic reality of the judges' era in Israel, no reliable mechanism existed for external intervention before a full-blown crisis erupted. The tribal elders, who should have been the moral compass and provided guidance, had themselves become compromised, entangled in the web of tribalism and self-preservation. When younger men engaged in increasingly aggressive and violent behavior, these leaders offered justification and excuses rather than correction and discipline. They actively rewrote tribal history, carefully emphasizing Benjamin's warrior legacy, while downplaying its cherished traditions of justice, compassion, and covenant fidelity. Even as these troubling and ominous developments unfolded, Benjamin stubbornly maintained its strategic importance within Israel's fractured tribal structure. Their territory still formed the crucial and indispensable bridge between the northern and southern tribes. Their seasoned warriors still valiantly defended vital passes and roadways that were essential to national security. Their geographical position ensured they remained undeniably essential to Israel's survival, even as their moral standing steadily deteriorated and their reputation crumbled. What happened next? A series of events set in motion by a single act of unspeakable violence would shake Israel to its very foundations. A single night of unimaginable horror in Gibeah would trigger a cascade of devastating consequences that would leave Benjamin decimated, their once proud cities reduced to smoldering ruins, and their few remaining survivors desperately hiding in the remote and unforgiving wilderness. The protected youngest son would become the target of national vengeance, the object of a unified rage that knew no bounds. The wolf would find itself hunted nearly to extinction, its howls of defiance silenced forever. It all started with the Levite's concubine, the trigger event. Night fell over Gibeah, a Benjamite town perched precariously among the central highlands, casting long and ominous shadows across the dusty streets. An elderly man, his face etched with worry, hurried through the darkening streets, glancing nervously at the shadows that seemed to deepen with each passing moment. He had spotted a small group of weary travelers sitting exposed in the town square, a Levite, his concubine, and their loyal servant. No one in the town had offered them the customary shelter and hospitality, a blatant violation of ancient and sacred traditions. The old man, himself a foreigner to Gibeah and thus acutely aware of the potential dangers, recognized the gravity of their situation and urgently urged them to seek refuge in his humble home instead. The evening meal had barely begun when a series of violent pounding fists shook the door with terrifying force. Outside stood a menacing mob of men from the city, their faces contorted with lust and malice, demanding that the Levite be handed over to them for their depraved sexual abuse. Their slurred voices and violent threats revealed just how far Gibeah had fallen from Israel's covenant standards, how deeply the rot had taken hold. This horrific scene eerily echoed the wickedness of Sodom from the days of Abraham, a testament to the depths of human depravity. But this was not happening among pagan Canaanites. It was unfolding within a town inhabited by Jacob's own descendants, a chilling betrayal of their sacred heritage. What followed defies any attempt at gentle telling, a descent into unspeakable barbarity. The Levite, driven by cowardice and self-preservation, thrust his concubine outside into the ravenous mob to save himself from their clutches. Night swallowed her desperate screams as the frenzied mob brutally and mercilessly violated and tortured her until the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness. At first light, the Levite, his heart surely filled with a mixture of guilt and dread, found her collapsed at the doorway, her body broken and lifeless, her hand reaching towards a salvation that had never arrived. His callous command, "Get up, let's go," met only with silence, a deafening testament to the horrors she had endured. Her suffering had finally ended in death, but the nightmare was far from over. Numb with a potent cocktail of rage and shame, the Levite wordlessly placed her broken body onto his donkey and began the long, agonizing journey back home. There, grief slowly transformed into a calculated and chilling fury. He took a sharp knife and methodically divided her ravaged body into 12 pieces, meticulously sending one piece to each tribal territory along with a chilling and accusatory message. This is what happens in Benjamin's Gibeah. Israel recoiled in horror at the ghastly sight and the message it conveyed. The pieces arrived like grotesque and unwelcome messengers, inducing shock, revulsion, and a profound sense of outrage. Few alive could recall a crime so brutal or a summons so visceral and terrifying. Ancient laws and sacred traditions demanded a swift and decisive response to such bloodshed, lest the land itself be irrevocably polluted and cursed. From Dan to Beersheba, tribal representatives prepared for an emergency assembly, their hearts heavy with a mixture of grief, anger, and a growing sense of unease. This gruesome incident served as a stark crystallization of the disturbing trends that had been steadily developing for generations. Gibeah's violence hadn't sprung from nowhere. It had grown from soil long prepared by moral compromise and a gradual erosion of values. The town represented Benjamin's darkest potential, the horrifying manifestation of the wolf prophecy unleashed without any ethical constraints or moral boundaries. What should have been protective strength had tragically corrupted into predatory brutality, a terrifying perversion of its intended purpose. The Levites' messaging, though undoubtedly manipulative and self-serving, proved undeniably effective. When questioned at the National Assembly, he presented a carefully simplified account of the events, emphasizing Gibeah's guilt while conveniently minimizing his own abject cowardice and moral failings. His testimony elicited exactly the response he sought, a unified and righteous outrage directed squarely against Benjamin. The council's horror at the genuine wickedness that had occurred was skillfully guided, fueled by incomplete information and a thirst for justice, toward a collective punishment that would far exceed the crime itself. Messengers rushed to Benjamin's towns, carrying a stark ultimatum: surrender the perpetrators of this heinous crime for justice, or face the dire consequences. This represented Israel's tribal covenant functioning as it was originally intended, an internal mechanism for addressing serious crimes that threatened the very foundations of communal values and social order. Benjamin faced a straightforward, albeit agonizing, choice: uphold justice by delivering the guilty to face their punishment, or defend wrongdoing by embracing tribal solidarity and protecting their own, regardless of their actions. Tragically, and perhaps predictably, Benjamin chose the latter path, sealing its own fate. Their elders gathered, solemnly considered the gravity of the demand, and ultimately issued their fateful and disastrous response. No, the tribe would not surrender its citizens, regardless of the severity of their crimes. This fateful decision irrevocably transformed what might have been a limited exercise of criminal justice into an existential tribal conflict, a devastating war that would pit brother against brother. Benjamin chose to define itself through the worst actions of its members rather than upholding its higher values and moral principles. This wasn't merely a pragmatic act of protecting its citizens. It represented a catastrophic moral failure, a profound betrayal of its covenant obligations. Benjamin's leadership had fully internalized the self-serving ethos of the Judges period. Everyone did what was right in his own eyes. They placed tribal autonomy above covenant responsibility, personal loyalty above divine justice, effectively putting themselves above the law and above God. In doing so, they irrevocably forced Israel's hand, compelling them towards more drastic and irreversible measures. The tribal assembly at Mizpah swiftly shifted from a judicial proceeding to a full-blown war council, the die having been cast. Representatives swore solemn oaths, binding themselves to unified action against Benjamin, a declaration of war in the eyes of God and man. The fractious confederation of tribes, which rarely achieved any sort of consensus on anything, found a common purpose in their righteous anger and shared sense of outrage. An army of 400,000 seasoned warriors assembled from 11 tribes, preparing to march against their brother tribe in a display of unified resolve. One final diplomatic mission was dispatched, carrying a final ultimatum to Benjamin: surrender the perpetrators of the Gibeah atrocity, or face the full and devastating consequences of their defiance. Benjamin's response came not in words, but in a swift and decisive mobilization. They called up their fighting men, preparing to defend Gibeah against the combined might of all of Israel. 26,000 Benjamite warriors, including 700 elite left-handed slingers renowned for their deadly accuracy, took up defensive positions, bracing themselves for the coming storm. The stage was irrevocably set for a tragedy of epic proportions. A terrible crime, an unjustifiable defense, a righteous cause that would curdle into excessive vengeance, all these volatile elements converging in the hills of Benjamin, ready to explode. Israel had faced countless enemies throughout the turbulent Judges period, but never before had they turned their swords against their own kin on such a massive and devastating scale. As battle preparations intensified on both sides, some elders surely remembered the chilling words of Jacob's deathbed prophecy. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. The wolf was now cornered, vastly outnumbered, yet stubbornly refusing to yield, its teeth bared in a defiant snarl. What followed would very nearly erase an entire tribe from Israel's future. A self-inflicted wound that would leave scars across generations. A constant reminder of the devastating consequences of unchecked tribalism and moral compromise. The first battle, Benjamin strikes back. Dawn broke over Israel's sprawling camp as warriors prepared for what many confidently assumed would be a swift and decisive act of justice. With an overwhelming numerical advantage of 400,000 against Benjamin's mere 26,000, the allied tribes anticipated a quick and relatively bloodless victory. Their confidence was clearly evident in their direct and conventional approach to Gibeah, lacking the caution and careful planning usually reserved for more uncertain and potentially dangerous conflicts. Benjamin's seasoned fighters waited in disciplined silence, their hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and grim determination. They had strategically positioned themselves around Gibeah, meticulously utilizing their intimate knowledge of the rugged terrain to their advantage. Among their ranks stood the elite 700 left-handed warriors, highly specialized and trained specialists skilled with the sling, capable of targeting with devastating accuracy and pinpoint precision. These weren't ordinary soldiers. They were carefully selected and rigorously trained fighters who could sling a stone at a hair's breadth and not miss, a testament to their skill and discipline. Israel advanced in standard formation, their massive numbers creating enormous dust clouds that were visible from miles away, a testament to their overwhelming size and power. They had dutifully consulted God about which tribe should lead the initial attack and received guidance that Judah should go first, a sign of divine favor. Yet, something crucial was missing from their preparation. True contrition and genuine spiritual readiness for the gravity and horror of fighting against their own brothers. A spiritual blind spot that would prove costly. The battle erupted with shocking and unexpected violence, shattering the illusion of an easy victory. Benjamin's forces, rather than passively waiting behind their defensive positions, launched a coordinated and ferocious counterattack, catching the invading army completely off guard. They emerged from hidden ravines and brush-covered hillsides, striking Israel's front lines from multiple directions simultaneously, creating chaos and confusion. Their elite slingers released deadly volleys of stones, each one finding its intended target with terrible precision, sowing death and destruction among the advancing ranks. Confusion and panic spread rapidly through Israel's ranks as their orderly advance collapsed into utter chaos, their carefully laid plans falling apart. Benjamin's highly skilled fighters pressed their initial advantage, moving with the swift ferocity that their wolf emblem represented, relentlessly driving back the stunned invaders. By day's end, an astonishing 22,000 Israelite warriors lay dead on the battlefield, a devastating toll that sent shockwaves of disbelief and horror through the Allied camp. The expected easy victory had morphed into a humiliating and demoralizing defeat, a nightmare scenario that no one had anticipated. Israel retreated in disarray, struggling to comprehend what had happened. How could Benjamin, outnumbered more than 15-1, inflict such a devastating and decisive defeat? The allied tribes gathered in stunned silence at Bethel, where the Ark of the Covenant was temporarily housed, seeking answers and solace. They wept before God until evening, grappling with this unexpected and catastrophic reversal, their confidence shattered. This time, their inquiry to God carried a very different and far more uncertain tone. Shall we again draw near to battle against our brothers, the sons of Benjamin? The question reflected a new and unsettling uncertainty. Victory no longer seemed assured, despite their overwhelming numerical advantage. God's answer came simply and directly: go up against them. Morning brought a renewed sense of determination, albeit tempered by the previous day's crushing defeat. Israel's forces reorganized, carefully adjusted their tactics, and prepared for a second assault, determined to avenge their fallen comrades. They had underestimated Benjamin once. They would not make that same mistake again. Yet, their approach still reflected more careful military calculation than genuine spiritual discernment about the true nature of this devastating and fratricidal conflict. For Benjamin, the first day's unlikely victory carried dangerous and ultimately self-destructive consequences. The unexpected success reinforced their tragic and misguided choice to defend wrongdoing, blinding them to the true horror of their situation. It fueled a growing and ultimately delusional conviction that they could actually prevail against all odds, that their superior fighting prowess might somehow exempt them from moral accountability and the consequences of their actions. This dangerous delusion would lead them even deeper into disaster, sealing their fate. As the allied tribes returned to their battle positions, Benjamin's leaders surveyed the field with a dangerous and unwarranted confidence, blinded by their previous success. Their carefully crafted strategy had worked perfectly once. Why change it? They prepared to repeat their tactics, counting on Israel's superior numbers to once again work against them in the narrow approaches to Gibeah, confident in their ability to repeat their victory. What neither side fully grasped was how fundamentally this conflict differed from their usual battles against external enemies. This was brother fighting brother, a brutal and devastating civil war with profound spiritual dimensions that went far beyond mere tactical considerations. The wounds being inflicted on both sides would not heal with normal treaties or political settlements. They were far too deep and too personal. Something far more fundamental and sacred was being torn apart with each agonizing death, a tearing of the very fabric of their shared identity and heritage. The aftermath of this first battle rippled far beyond the immediate battlefield, touching every corner of Israel and leaving an indelible mark on the national psyche. Throughout Israel, communities received the devastating news of fallen sons, brothers, and fathers, their hopes and dreams extinguished forever. Grief spread like wildfire across the tribal territories, casting a pall over the entire nation. Some began questioning whether the campaign's ultimate cost now outweighed the original crime's initial severity, wondering if they had gone too far in their pursuit of justice. Others, however, hardened in their resolve, seeing the high casualties as demanding even fuller vengeance, a commitment to seeing the conflict through to its bitter end, no matter the cost. In Benjamin's towns, the initial celebration of the unlikely victory quickly gave way to more complex and troubling emotions. Families welcomed returning warriors with relief and joy, while simultaneously preparing themselves for the inevitable and far more dangerous second assault, their hearts filled with dread and foreboding. Some quietly questioned their tribe's decision to protect the guilty men of Gibeah at such a terrible cost, their doubts growing with each passing day. Others committed themselves even more deeply to tribal defense, seeing no viable path forward except continued resistance, believing that they were fighting for their very survival. Neither side could yet fully grasp the full magnitude of the tragedy that was relentlessly unfolding before them, drawing them ever closer to the abyss. This wasn't merely a military conflict. It was a catastrophic rupture in Israel's covenant identity, a tearing of the very fabric of their nationhood. The nation founded on divine promise and sacred law had tragically turned its weapons inward, against itself, a self-inflicted wound that threatened to destroy everything they had built. Benjamin stood its ground behind crumbling moral walls, stubbornly clinging to its defiance, while Israel relentlessly pursued justice with increasingly vengeful hearts, threatening to descend into a cycle of violence and retribution. Night fell over both camps, casting long and ominous shadows across the blood-soaked landscape. Wounded men groaned in agony as field healers worked tirelessly by torchlight, struggling to mend broken bodies and shattered spirits. Commanders meticulously planned the next day's movements, their faces grim and determined. Elders offered desperate prayers, both sincere and misguided, seeking divine guidance and intervention. And somewhere, far from the battlefield and the halls of power, the memory of a brutalized concubine, whose body had been used first by violent men and then as a call to war, faded further from focus, gradually lost in the ever greater bloodshed that her horrific death had tragically unleashed. The second battle, Blood in the valley. Morning mist clung to the valleys around Gibeah as Israel's forces painstakingly assembled for their second attempt to break Benjamin's defiant hold. Yesterday's stunning and unexpected defeat had profoundly transformed their attitude, replacing the casual confidence of the previous day with a grim determination mixed with a palpable sense of uncertainty and apprehension. They had carefully adjusted their approach, developing more sophisticated and nuanced tactics designed to overcome Benjamin's fierce and determined defenders. Before advancing, Israel's warriors engaged in a series of solemn ritual preparations, seeking divine favor and guidance. They wept bitterly before the Lord, fasted until evening, and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings, seeking atonement for their sins and a restoration of their broken relationship with God. These deeply spiritual disciplines reflected a growing recognition that this devastating conflict transcended ordinary warfare. It was a battle for the very soul of their nation. When they inquired of God once more, the response came as before, offering both encouragement and a warning. "Go up, for tomorrow I will give them into your hand." Benjamin observed these preparations from their defensive positions, drawing very different and far more cynical conclusions. They interpreted Israel's day of prayer and fasting not as a genuine sign of spiritual renewal, but as evidence of wavering resolve, a sign that their enemy was weakening and losing heart. Yesterday's unexpected victory had fostered a dangerous and ultimately disastrous overconfidence among Benjamin's fighters, a reckless belief that their martial prowess could somehow overcome any odds, that they were invincible. The battle began with Israel appearing to implement the same direct approach as before, a seemingly suicidal tactic. Benjamin's forces surged out to meet them, anticipating another easy rout, eager to repeat their earlier success. Initial skirmishes seemed to confirm their expectations, as Israel's front lines appeared to break and retreat in apparent disarray. Benjamin pursued eagerly and aggressively, their fighters streaming away from their fortified positions around Gibeah, drawn into the trap like moths to a flame. What Benjamin failed to realize, blinded by their arrogance, was that Israel had learned a hard lesson from their first devastating defeat. This apparent retreat was actually a carefully coordinated feint, designed to draw Benjamin's warriors away from their strongholds, making them vulnerable. As the pursuit extended further and further, Benjamin's forces became increasingly stretched and disorganized, their tactical advantage slowly diminishing with each step they took. Despite Israel's improved strategy, Benjamin's warriors inflicted significant casualties during this initial phase, fighting with the ferocity of cornered wolves. About 30 Israelites fell in the early fighting, their blood soaking the parched earth. These losses only strengthened Benjamin's conviction that they were winning again, further fueling their overconfidence and pulling them deeper and deeper into the carefully laid trap. Their initial success became the very mechanism of their undoing, leading them towards their ultimate destruction. The fighting spread across multiple fronts, with Benjamin's smaller force increasingly dispersed and vulnerable. When Israel's retreat suddenly transformed into a series of coordinated and devastating counterattacks, Benjamin found themselves overextended and isolated, their lines broken and their flanks exposed. The tide turned with stunning speed as Israel's superior numbers finally began to show their decisive advantage, overwhelming the smaller Benjamite force. By day's end, a staggering 18,000 Benjamite warriors lay dead on the battlefield, their bodies scattered across the valley, elite fighters who represented the very martial heart of the tribe, their lives tragically wasted. The survivors retreated in utter disarray, some desperately fleeing back toward Gibeah, others scattering into the surrounding countryside, seeking any means of escape. This devastating loss destroyed nearly two-thirds of Benjamin's fighting force in a single day, a crushing blow from which they could never truly recover. For Benjamin's leadership, this shocking reversal prompted the first real and honest questioning of their original decision to defend Gibeah's criminals, their confidence finally shaken. Had defending Gibeah's criminals been worth this horrific price? Some cautiously counseled surrender, arguing that continued resistance now meant certain tribal suicide, a complete and utter annihilation. Others stubbornly insisted that retreat was impossible, that they had gone too far to turn back now. Israel's battle fury suggested that they now sought Benjamin's total destruction rather than merely justice for a single crime, leaving them no choice but to fight to the bitter end. In Israel's camp, victory brought mixed emotions, a complex and contradictory tapestry of feelings. Relief at reversing their earlier defeat mingled with a sobering awareness of the terrible costs on both sides, a dawning realization of the true horror of their actions. Some warriors took grim satisfaction in avenging their fallen comrades from the first battle, their hearts filled with righteous anger. Others grew increasingly troubled by the sheer scope of the bloodshed against their own kindred, their consciences pricked by the escalating violence. The original crime in Gibeah, horrific as it was, seemed increasingly distant and almost irrelevant compared to the mounting death toll and the irreversible damage being inflicted on both sides, a tragedy spiraling out of control. Night fell over a transformed battlefield, casting a pall of gloom over the wounded and the dying. Benjamin's remaining fighters consolidated their defenses around Gibeah, preparing for what many recognized might be their final stand, their faces etched with despair. Their previous confidence had completely evaporated, replaced by a desperate and unwavering determination to sell their lives dearly, to fight to the very last man. Some performed ancient tribal rituals passed down from their ancestors, clinging to the traditions of the past, sensing that they might be the last generation to ever practice them, a desperate attempt to preserve their heritage. Israel's forces rested and regrouped, knowing that tomorrow would bring the conflict's inevitable climax, the final reckoning. Their superior numbers had finally proven decisive, but complete victory remained elusive, a bloody and costly prize that had come at a terrible price. Commanders developed detailed plans for a final assault that would eliminate Benjamin's remaining resistance and bring the tribe to terms, either through surrender or utter extinction, a chilling ultimatum. Throughout both camps, the wounded suffered through the long and agonizing night, their cries of pain echoing across the desolate landscape. Field healers worked tirelessly by torchlight, binding grievous injuries and comforting the dying, offering what little solace they could. Brothers who might have shared meals at joyous festivals now lay bleeding from each other's weapons, their blood mingling on the battlefield, a stark and tragic symbol of their fractured nation. The landscape that had once witnessed solemn covenant ceremonies and joyful tribal gatherings now absorbed the blood of civil war, a land defiled by violence and hatred. As sunrise approached, Benjamin's remaining warriors, perhaps 7,000 men, prepared for their last desperate defense of Gibeah, knowing that they faced certain death. They positioned themselves on familiar ground, ready to sell their lives dearly, determined to make the invaders pay for every inch of territory. None could have possibly imagined that by sunset, only a tiny remnant would remain of what had once been one of Israel's proudest and most respected tribes, their numbers decimated and their future uncertain. The third battle, the Benjamite slaughter. The third day dawned with a heavy sense of foreboding hanging over the hills surrounding Gibeah, the air thick with tension and the stench of death. Israel's forces had implemented a complex and meticulously planned battle strategy, positioning men in hidden ambush points around the city while their main army prepared for a frontal assault, a coordinated trap designed to crush Benjamin's remaining defenders. Unlike previous engagements, this final attack would leave Benjamin no escape routes, ensuring their complete and utter destruction. Benjamin's remaining warriors, exhausted, depleted, and heavily outnumbered, but still defiant and unbowed, took up their defensive positions around Gibeah, bracing themselves for the inevitable onslaught. Their numbers had been catastrophically reduced over the previous 2 days of relentless fighting, their ranks decimated. What remained was the hardcore of their fighting force, battle-hardened veterans who knew that they faced overwhelming odds but stubbornly refused to abandon their tribal identity, choosing to fight to the very end. The battle began with familiar patterns, a carefully orchestrated deception. Israel's main force advanced menacingly toward the city, then appeared to falter and retreat, as in the previous day's engagement, luring Benjamin's warriors out of their fortifications. Benjamin, despite having witnessed this strategy before, found themselves responding in a remarkably similar way, unable to resist the temptation. The instinct to pursue a seemingly defeated enemy proved too strong to overcome, overriding their caution and better judgment. As Benjamin's fighters eagerly pursued the retreating Israelites, a plume of smoke began rising ominously behind them, a harbinger of the horror to come. The hidden ambush forces had entered Gibeah unopposed, quickly setting the city ablaze, reducing their homes to ashes. When Benjamin's warriors turned to see their hometown burning, their carefully planned retreat transformed into genuine and utter panic, their lines collapsing. Their last stronghold was falling while they had been carelessly drawn away from its defense, lured into a deadly trap. Israel's forces now closed in like a vice, sealing their doom. The main army halted its feigned retreat and launched a fierce counterattack while fresh troops emerged from their hiding places to cut off all escape routes, completing the encirclement. Benjamin found themselves completely surrounded, fighting desperately against attackers from multiple directions, their backs against the wall. The disciplined and coordinated defense that had served them so well in earlier battles completely collapsed into a chaotic scramble for individual survival, a desperate and futile attempt to escape the inescapable. The ensuing slaughter proved devastating beyond anything anyone could have imagined, a massacre of horrifying proportions. When the fighting finally ended, after hours of brutal and relentless combat, an additional 18,000 Benjamites lay dead on the blood-soaked ground, described as men of valor, the tribe's finest and most courageous warriors, their lives tragically cut short. Cities throughout Benjamin's territory stood empty or in flames, reduced to smoldering ruins. The systematic destruction extended far beyond mere military targets to encompass civilian infrastructure, a deliberate attempt to erase Benjamin from the face of the earth. Wells were filled in, rendering them unusable. Orchards were deliberately cut down, destroying their means of sustenance. Homes were systematically reduced to rubble, leaving nothing but desolation and despair. Only 600 men of Benjamin survived this final, devastating onslaught, escaping the carnage by the skin of their teeth. Fleeing eastward toward the desolate wilderness, they desperately sought refuge. They found a temporary haven at the Rock of Rimmon, a remote and easily defensible rock formation where they could hide from their relentless pursuers. These few desperate survivors represented all that remained of a tribe that had numbered more than 26,000 seasoned fighting men just days earlier, a testament to the utter devastation that had befallen them. For 4 long and agonizing months, these broken survivors clung to their precarious and rocky shelter, living on the edge of survival. Food came from whatever they could forage or hunt in the sparse and unforgiving wilderness, their bodies constantly weakened by hunger and thirst. They lived as hunted fugitives in their own homeland, constantly afraid to approach their ruined settlements where Israelite forces might still patrol, ready to deliver the final blow. Their future appeared as barren and desolate as the bleak landscape surrounding them, offering no hope of recovery or restoration. In the broader tribal territories, the initial triumph over Benjamin gradually gave way to a more sobering and reflective mood, a growing sense of unease and regret. As funeral pyres burned across Israel, filling the air with the acrid smell of death, and families mourned their own devastating losses, difficult questions began to emerge about the campaign's proportionality, a growing realization that they had perhaps gone too far. Had justice for one heinous crime truly required the virtual elimination of an entire tribe, the destruction of their heritage? Had righteous anger evolved into something far darker and more sinister, a thirst for vengeance that had blinded them to the consequences of their actions? These troubling questions intensified when tribal representatives gathered at Mizpah to assess the devastating aftermath of the conflict, to pick up the pieces of their shattered nation. The assembled elders confronted a deeply troubling and unavoidable reality. Through their own deliberate actions, one of Jacob's 12 tribes now faced imminent extinction, a catastrophic blow to the very foundation of their nation. Beyond the immediate and devastating bloodshed lay a far deeper and more profound theological problem, a challenge to their core beliefs. God's covenant with Abraham and his descendants specifically called for 12 distinct tribes, each with its own unique identity and purpose. What did it mean for Israel's very identity if Benjamin disappeared forever, leaving a gaping hole in their divinely ordained structure? The biblical text poignantly captures their growing horror and dawning realization. O Lord, the God of Israel, why has this happened in Israel that today there should be one tribe, a great tribe, lacking in Israel? Their anguished question reflected a dawning recognition that their relentless pursuit of vengeance had carried them far beyond the boundaries of justice, leading them into potentially catastrophic territory that threatened the very survival of their nation. In their single-minded pursuit of righteous punishment, they had nearly destroyed a vital part of themselves, severing a limb from their own body. Israel's spiritual leaders struggled to reconcile conflicting and seemingly irreconcilable imperatives, torn between their solemn oath not to give their daughters as wives to any Benjamites, a vow made in the heat of their anger, and the covenant necessity of maintaining the divinely ordained structure of 12 tribes, a fundamental principle of their faith. The solution they eventually devised, born out of desperation and compromise, would prove almost as problematic and morally questionable as the original conflict, starkly revealing just how incredibly difficult it is to extricate oneself from the destructive cycles of violence and retribution once they have been set in motion. For the surviving Benjamites huddled at the rock of Rimmon, their bodies weakened by hunger and their spirits crushed by despair, these theological discussions and political machinations remained distant and largely irrelevant concerns. Their immediate reality was a desperate struggle for stark survival, a constant fight against the odds. Finding enough food and water to sustain themselves, maintaining constant watchfulness against potential attackers, and wrestling with the crushing knowledge that their women, children, and elderly relatives had likely perished in the systematic and brutal destruction of their towns, their memories haunting them. The third battle had irrevocably transformed Benjamin from a proud and independent tribe into a broken and shattered remnant, clinging desperately to life. Their territory, once bustling with thriving towns, prosperous farms, and a constant flow of travelers, now lay silent and desolate, a haunting reminder of what had been lost. Fields that had once been carefully tended and cultivated returned to the unforgiving wilderness, reclaimed by nature. The wolf of Jacob's prophecy had been hunted nearly to extinction, its howls silenced forever, with just 600 desperate men remaining to somehow preserve their shattered tribal identity and keep the flame of their heritage alive. Israel had won a Pyrrhic victory, a triumph that felt suspiciously like defeat, a hollow victory that left them with a profound sense of emptiness and a deep wound that would fester for generations to come. Increasingly, the victory felt hollow. Justice for the Levite's concubine had been exacted, yes, but through methods that now sparked uncomfortable questions about proportionality and the very nature of collective punishment. The initial satisfaction of righteous anger began to give way to troubling introspection. The nation wrestled with the agonizing challenge. How could they possibly restore what their own vengeful fury had nearly annihilated? The aftermath was stark. Benjamin lay in ruins. Silence, heavy and suffocating, draped itself over Benjamin's territory like a burial shroud. Villages that had once pulsed with the vibrant energy of children's laughter and the boisterous haggling of the marketplace now stood deserted, their charred remains slowly, inexorably, being swallowed back into the embrace of nature. Fields, once meticulously cultivated, lay untended and overgrown. Olive groves, unpruned and wild, mirrored the desolation of the human spirit. The absence of human activity allowed wildlife to cautiously reclaim its former domain. Foxes, sleek and silent, denayed in the crumbling ruins of abandoned storerooms. Birds built nests in the exposed rafters of roofless homes, their songs a poignant counterpoint to the prevailing silence. At the stark, unforgiving rock of Rimmon, a mere 600 Benjamite men clung to a grim semblance of community. These survivors, the last embers of a dying flame, organized hunting parties to sustain themselves, established lookout rotations to guard against unforeseen threats, and desperately tried to maintain a minimal tribal structure, a skeletal framework upon which to rebuild their shattered lives. Their conversations, however, carefully skirted certain topics, avoided by unspoken agreement, particularly the agonizing fate of their women and children. Some things remained too painful to articulate, too raw to even whisper. Time itself seemed to pass differently for these men than for the rest of Israel. Each sunrise and sunset represented not a return to normal life, but merely another day of exile in their own land, another day of scraping by on the edge of oblivion. They developed the thousand small, almost imperceptible adaptations of those living on survival's edge, knowing which wild plants could supplement their meager diet, how to move silently and unseen through terrain now rendered potentially hostile, when to risk lighting fires, knowing the smoke might be spotted from a distance, drawing unwanted attention. But the psychological toll proved to be as devastating, if not more so, than the physical hardship. These warriors, once proud and capable, now carried the crushing weight of failure, the knowledge that they had failed in their most fundamental purpose, protecting their families and their homes. The absence of proper funeral rites for their fallen comrades and loved ones left their grief unresolved, a festering wound that refused to heal. Night after night, their dreams were haunted by vivid images of burning towns and separated families, causing men to wake in the darkness, gasping for breath, their bodies slick with cold sweat. In the wider land of Israel, the initial satisfaction of victory began to dissipate, replaced by a rising tide of more complex and unsettling emotions. As warriors returned to their homes and attempted to resume their normal lives, a multitude of troubling questions multiplied like weeds in an untended field. Numerous families mourned the loss of sons in the brutal campaign against Benjamin. These deeply personal losses prompted a sobering reflection on whether such extensive bloodshed had truly been necessary, whether the price of justice had been far too steep. Religious leaders faced particularly difficult and searching questions. Had Israel's response to the crime at Gibeah truly reflected divine justice, or had it been driven by human vengeance, a thirst for retribution that had spiraled out of control? What did the sacred scriptures teach about proportionality in punishment? Where was the line between righteous anger and destructive fury? Most troublingly, what would happen to God's covenant with the 12 tribes if Benjamin simply disappeared, vanished from the face of the earth? Would the covenant still hold? Would 11 tribes still constitute Israel in the fullest sense? These theological dilemmas had no easy answers, no simple solutions. The physical landscape itself stood as a stark and silent witness to the conflict's devastating severity. Travelers passing through Benjamin's territory reported an eerie emptiness, a haunting void where bustling communities had once thrived. Abandoned agricultural terraces crumbled and eroded without maintenance. Roads, once well-maintained and easily navigable, grew increasingly difficult to traverse as nature relentlessly reclaimed them. The destruction extended beyond mere buildings. It encompassed the careful environmental management that had made the land productive, the delicate balance between humanity and nature now shattered and disrupted. For neighboring tribes, Benjamin's absence created practical problems that extended far beyond theological concerns. The buffer zone between the north and south now stood vacant and undefended, potentially allowing foreign incursions along routes that had previously been protected. Trade patterns were disrupted, defensive arrangements compromised. Israel had inadvertently weakened itself through Benjamin's near destruction, leaving itself vulnerable to external threats. But most concerning of all was the chilling precedent established by this intertribal conflict. Israel had turned its military might against its own people with devastating thoroughness. The social contract that bound the tribes together had revealed both its strength in unified action and its terrifying potential for catastrophic internal violence. This troubling lesson would echo through later tribal disputes, a dark shadow cast across the future. As the months passed, Israel's elders gathered repeatedly to discuss Benjamin's fate, their deliberations reflecting a growing sense of remorse over the campaign's excessive extent. Scripture records their lament, a poignant expression of collective guilt and dawning realization. There must be an inheritance for the survivors of Benjamin, so that a tribe will not be blotted out from Israel. This shift, from punitive fury to preservationist concern, marked an important moral evolution, a hesitant step toward reconciliation and healing. Meanwhile, at the Rock of Rimmon, the 600 survivors developed a heightened awareness of their unique and precarious position. Each man now carried the immense responsibility, not merely for his own survival, but for the survival of his entire tribal lineage. Should they die without descendants, Benjamin would disappear from Israel completely, erased from history, a devastating prospect that weighed heavily upon their hearts. This awareness added an unbearable existential weight to their already difficult circumstances. Benjamin's plight revealed the complex and often contradictory interplay of justice and mercy within the covenant community. Israel had rightly condemned the crime at Gibeah, but had pursued punishment beyond all reasonable limits, driven by a collective rage that had blinded them to the consequences. The nation now faced the agonizing challenge of restoring what their own righteous anger had nearly destroyed. Could justice truly be satisfied while still preserving tribal continuity? Could Benjamin be both punished and restored, both held accountable and given a chance to rebuild? The answer would emerge through painful compromises and morally ambiguous solutions, a long and arduous journey fraught with peril. Israel's path forward would reveal that healing from civil conflict required far more than simply ending hostilities. It demanded creative approaches to rebuilding what violence had shattered, a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths and to make difficult choices. For Benjamin's survivors, watching from their wilderness refuge, these deliberations represented their only hope for tribal continuation, the fragile thread upon which their future hung. As smoke from distant tribal assemblies reached the Rock of Rimmon, carried on the wind, Benjamin's remnant wondered what their future might hold, what fate awaited them. Would they remain forever outcasts, forever hiding at the margins of Israel's life, a forgotten footnote in the nation's history? Or might some path emerge for them to rejoin the covenant community, scarred and wounded, but still a vital part of the national story? Their fate, their very existence, now rested in the hands of the very tribes that had nearly destroyed them, a bitter irony that was not lost on them. The oath and the dilemma, the survivors. Israel gathered at Mizpah, the same location where they had earlier sworn to punish Benjamin with merciless severity. Now, however, their mood had undergone a profound transformation, shifting from righteous anger to troubled reflection, from vengeful fury to uneasy introspection. During the heat of conflict, fueled by righteous indignation, they had made a solemn and unbreakable oath. None of us shall give his daughter to Benjamin as a wife. This vow, intended to isolate the wrongdoers and prevent further corruption, now threatened to complete Benjamin's destruction in a different, equally devastating way. Only 600 men remained alive, the last sons of Benjamin, the last hope for their lineage. Without wives, they represented a genetic dead end, a tribe with no future, a people destined to fade into oblivion. The oath that had seemed so righteous in the moment of judgment now appeared potentially catastrophic in its long-term implications, a cruel twist of fate that threatened to undo everything they had fought for. Israel now faced a profound and agonizing dilemma. How could they honor their sworn word, their solemn vow before God, while simultaneously preventing a tribe's extinction, allowing a vital part of their national identity to vanish forever? The gravity of this situation extended far beyond mere humanitarian concern for Benjamin's survivors. Israel's entire national identity was structured around the 12-tribe system established through Jacob's sons, a divinely ordained framework that had shaped their history and their destiny. Divine promises and prophetic visions referenced this 12-part unity, this carefully balanced whole. What would it mean for God's covenant if one tribe disappeared, leaving a gaping hole in the fabric of their nationhood? Would 11 tribes still constitute Israel in the fullest sense? Would the covenant remain intact, or would it be irrevocably broken? Religious leaders pored over sacred texts, searching for any precedent, any guiding principle that might offer them a way out of this seemingly impossible situation. They found themselves navigating unfamiliar and treacherous moral territory, charting a course with no clear landmarks. Their oath against Benjamin stood valid, a testament to their commitment to justice and righteousness. Yet, allowing Benjamin's eradication seemed contrary to the very essence of covenant promises, a betrayal of the sacred bond that tied them to God and to each other. The tension between these conflicting imperatives defied simple resolution, creating a moral Gordian knot that seemed impossible to untangle. At the Rock of Rimmon, Benjamin's survivors maintained their precarious existence, their lives hanging by a thread, unaware of these agonizing deliberations that would determine their fate. Their daily focus remained on basic survival, on finding food, keeping watch, and preserving what little tribal knowledge and tradition they could through oral retelling, passing down their history and their heritage to future generations. The future beyond their immediate needs seemed too uncertain, too terrifying to contemplate, a dark and impenetrable void. The assembly at Mizpah eventually identified a troubling but potentially crucial question. Had all of Israel participated in the oath against Benjamin? Was the oath truly binding on every single member of the Israelite community? A careful accounting revealed that Jabesh-Gilead had sent no representatives to the original assembly and had thus taken no part in the punitive campaign, remaining aloof from the conflict. This technical loophole, this apparent oversight, offered a potential solution, albeit one with deeply disturbing moral implications. Israel's leaders made a fateful and controversial decision, a decision that would forever stain their legacy. Jabesh-Gilead would be punished for their non-participation, for their failure to uphold the collective will of Israel. And this punishment, in a cruel twist of fate, would simultaneously address Benjamin's desperate need for wives. A force of 12,000 warriors marched against the unsuspecting town, their orders chillingly precise. Kill all the men and any non-virgin women, but preserve 400 young virgins. These young women, innocent of their city's perceived transgression, taken against their will, would become the unwilling saviors of a condemned tribe, the instruments of their continued existence. This solution starkly revealed how morally compromised Israel had become during the tumultuous period of the Judges, how far they had strayed from the path of righteousness. To solve one problem of violence, they created another, perpetuating a cycle of brutality and injustice. To preserve their oath against Benjamin while preventing tribal extinction, they engaged in actions against Jabesh-Gilead that mirrored, in many disturbing aspects, the very crimes that they had punished Benjamin for protecting, descending into the same moral abyss they had condemned. Representatives approached Benjamin's survivors with this horrific proposal. Return from exile, they said, and receive wives from Jabesh-Gilead, allowing your tribe to continue to have a future. The offer came without apology for the brutal campaign that had decimated their numbers, without any acknowledgement of the disproportionate destruction of their territory. It presented mere biological continuation as sufficiently restorative, as if the trauma and suffering they had endured could be erased by the simple act of procreation. Benjamin's 600 faced their own agonizing moral quandary. The women of Jabesh-Gilead were essentially captives, taken in violence and offered as breeding stock rather than as partners, as individuals with their own agency and their own desires. Accepting them meant participating in this deeply troubling arrangement, condoning an act of unspeakable brutality. Yet refusing meant tribal extinction, the end of their lineage, the obliteration of their history, and the loss of their place in Israel's covenant story. With few real alternatives, with their backs against the wall, Benjamin reluctantly accepted the offer, driven by the primal instinct to survive, to ensure that their name would not be forgotten. 400 men received wives from Jabesh-Gilead, leaving 200 still without partners, still facing the bleak prospect of a lonely and childless future. They began the slow and arduous process of returning to their ruined territory, establishing rudimentary settlements amidst the destruction, and attempting to rebuild something resembling normal life, clinging to hope in the face of overwhelming despair. For the young women involved, the entire arrangement represented a profound and irreparable trauma. Their families had been killed, their homes destroyed, and they were now forced into marriage with men from a tribe known for defending sexual violence, a tribe that had become synonymous with brutality and lawlessness. Scripture maintains a disturbing silence about their experiences, focusing instead on the mechanical solution to tribal continuation, as if their pain and suffering were irrelevant. This silence itself speaks volumes about the moral bankruptcy of the period, a damning indictment of a society that had lost its way. The remaining 200 Benjamite men still needed wives, and Israel's leaders, seemingly incapable of learning from their past mistakes, developed yet another morally questionable plan to avoid technically breaking their oath while addressing this pressing need. Their solution would involve the manipulation of religious festival traditions and effectively sanctioned abduction, revealing just how far Israel had drifted from covenant ethics during this chaotic and morally compromised period. Throughout these developments, no voice in leadership appears to have questioned the fundamental premise that the biological continuation of tribal lineage justified any and all extreme measures, no matter how unethical or inhumane. The focus remained narrowly and obsessively on preserving the 12-tribe structure, without adequate concern for the human costs or the ethical compromises involved, a tragic example of prioritizing abstract principles over the well-being of individuals. What happened at Mizpah and afterward revealed the profound moral confusion that plagued Israel's darkest period, a time when the lines between right and wrong became blurred, when justice was often perverted into vengeance, and when the pursuit of order led to chaos. When sacred oaths conflict with covenant continuity, when justice requires mercy to remain truly just, and when solutions to one wrong create new wrongs, these complexities expose the inadequacy of human wisdom without divine guidance, the inherent limitations of a society that has lost its moral compass. The partial restoration of Benjamin would proceed through morally compromised means, leaving wounds that would remain unhealed for generations, scars that would continue to ache long after the physical battles had ended. The tribe would eventually rebuild, but the psychological and spiritual damage inflicted during this period would shape their development in ways both obvious and subtle for centuries to come, a constant reminder of their troubled past and their precarious place within the larger Israelite community. The abduction at Shiloh, the dark solution. The elders of Israel faced a deeply troubling dilemma, a seemingly insurmountable obstacle to their desire to restore Benjamin to its rightful place within the nation. Only 600 Benjamite men remained alive, huddled together in fear and desperation at the Rock of Rimmon, their numbers dwindling, their hope fading with each passing day. Their homes lay in ashes, their families were gone, and their future hung precariously by a thread, threatening to snap at any moment. The other tribes had sworn a solemn oath at Mizpah, a vow that now haunted their consciences. None of us shall give his daughter to Benjamin as a wife. This oath, made in the heat of righteous anger, now threatened to erase an entire tribe from Israel's family tree, to condemn them to oblivion. Under the shade of ancient oaks, the leaders gathered at Bethel, their faces etched with worry and regret, their hearts heavy with the weight of their decision. Tears flowed freely as they questioned their harsh judgment, as they wrestled with the devastating consequences of their actions. How can one tribe be missing from Israel today? They lamented, their voices filled with anguish. Their hard-won victory over Benjamin had turned bitterly sour, leaving a lingering taste of ash in their mouths. The 12 tribes, meant to stand together as brothers, now faced the prospect of becoming 11, a fractured and incomplete nation. The survivors at Rimmon couldn't take wives from other Israelite tribes because of the binding oath, a vow that seemed to grow more monstrous with each passing day. Foreign marriages stood forbidden by ancient custom and divine law, closing off yet another avenue for their survival. Without wives, the tribe would vanish within a generation, their bloodline extinguished, their lands left empty, and their name forgotten, consigned to the dustbin of history. The elders searched desperately for a solution that would preserve Benjamin without breaking their vow, a seemingly impossible task that tested the limits of their ingenuity and their morality. Someone recalled another oath made during the assembly, a secondary vow that had been largely overlooked in the heat of the moment. Anyone who failed to join the fight against Benjamin would face death, a harsh penalty for failing to uphold the collective will of Israel. Account revealed that the people of Jabesh-Gilead had sent no warriors to the battle, choosing to remain neutral in the bloody conflict. This absence, this act of non-participation, now presented a terrible and morally reprehensible opportunity, a chance to circumvent their primary oath at the expense of another innocent community. A force of 12,000 soldiers marched against the unsuspecting town of Jabesh-Gilead, their mission shrouded in secrecy and their purpose deeply disturbing. The attack came swift and merciless, a brutal and unprovoked assault on a peaceful community. Every man and every married woman fell to the sword, their lives brutally cut short, while 400 young virgins were spared and taken captive, their fates hanging in the balance. These girls, innocent of their city's choice not to fight against Benjamin, would become the unwilling saviors of a condemned tribe, pawns in a desperate game of survival. The elders sent messengers to the men at Rimmon, offering them peace and a return to their ancestral lands. The Benjaminites emerged from their rocky fortress, gaunt and weary after months of hiding, their bodies weakened and their spirits broken. They received the young women of Jabesh-Gilead as wives, a gift born of blood and violence, a symbol of their desperate situation. Yet 400 wives could not suffice for 600 men, leaving 200 Benjaminites remaining without partners, their line still threatened with extinction. The elders, their consciences seemingly untouched by the horrific events they had orchestrated, devised another disturbing plan, one that skirted the edges of their oath without technically breaking it, a twisted logic that allowed them to justify their actions. The annual festival at Shiloh approached, a joyous celebration where young women danced in the vineyards, their laughter echoing through the hills. The remaining Benjaminite men received unusual and unsettling instructions. Hide among the vines, they were told, and watch for the dancers. When the moment seemed right, each man should rush out, seize a young woman, and carry her back to Benjamin's territory. When the festival day arrived, the fields around Shiloh bloomed with color and sound, a vibrant tapestry of life and celebration. Young women twirled in joyous celebration, unaware of the eyes watching them from shadowed places, unaware of the danger that lurked just beneath the surface. At a prearranged signal, the hiding men burst forth from their hiding places, their faces grim and determined. Cries of alarm split the air as 200 daughters of Shiloh found themselves seized and carried away to a strange land, their dreams and their futures violently stolen from them. Fathers and brothers from Shiloh stormed to the elders, demanding justice for this outrageous act, demanding that the perpetrators be held accountable. The leaders offered cold comfort, their words hollow and unconvincing. "Be kind to Benjamin," they said, "for we did not get wives for each of them in the war, and you are not guilty, since you did not give your daughters to them. They were taken." Their words were a cynical attempt to absolve themselves of responsibility, a way to deflect blame for the horrific events they had set in motion. With these abductions, Benjamin's survival found purchase in soil soaked with tears and stained with blood, a foundation built upon injustice and suffering. The tribe would live on, but at what cost? Marriages built on violence, communities seated in trauma, and families born of desperation were the legacy of this dark chapter in Israel's history. The dancers of Shiloh became reluctant mothers to a tribe reborn from ashes, their lives forever altered by the violence and the trauma they had endured. The Benjaminites returned to their ruined inheritance with their new wives, their hearts filled with a mixture of relief and guilt. They rebuilt their cities from scorched stones, planted their fields in soil mixed with the blood of their ancestors, and raised their children in the shadow of their fathers' sins, carrying the weight of their troubled past. A tribe nearly erased now clung to existence through methods mirroring the very crimes that had nearly destroyed them, a chilling paradox that haunted their every step. The other tribes watched this rebirth with mixed emotions, their consciences troubled by the means that had been employed. Relief that Israel remained whole was tempered by a deep discomfort at the methods used to achieve that unity, a nagging sense that justice had not been served. The story of Benjamin's survival became a whispered warning passed down through generations, a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked power and the corrupting influence of desperation. Justice without mercy leads to new injustice, the story warned, and desperate men will break any moral boundary to survive, even at the expense of the innocent. As the years passed, the wounds slowly began to heal, though the scars would remain, a permanent reminder of the past. Children grew who knew nothing of the war, the Rimmon refuge, or the abductions, their lives untouched by the horrors that had shaped their parents' generation. These innocent ones, half Benjaminite and half captive, carried forward a troubled legacy while building something new, their blood uniting former enemies, creating bonds that were sometimes stronger than oaths or anger. Israel had nearly sacrificed one of its own tribes on the altar of justice, driven by a thirst for vengeance that had nearly consumed them all. Benjamin had nearly perished for refusing to sacrifice its own, clinging to its identity even in the face of annihilation. Now, through means that neither side could proudly claim, the family of Jacob remained complete, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of the covenant. 12 tribes would continue, their destinies intertwined, their futures inextricably linked. Despite the blood that flowed between them, the dark solution at Shiloh closed one chapter of Benjamin's story, but the echoes would reverberate through generations to come, shaping the tribe's identity and its place within Israel. A people who had faced extinction would never again take their existence for granted, nor would they ever forget how close they had come to oblivion, a constant reminder of the fragility of life and the importance of unity. Benjamin reborn. The rebuilding years. Morning mist hung heavy over the valleys of Benjamin's territory, a gentle shroud that softened the harsh edges of the war-torn landscape. Where smoke once billowed from burning cities, now cooking fires sent gentle plumes skyward, a sign of renewed life and hope. The land, scarred by war only a generation before, slowly healed under the caring hands of those who had returned, their determination unwavering. Benjamin was reborn, different but alive, changed by the trauma they had endured, but not broken. The 600 survivors and their wives became the foundation for a new beginning, the seeds of a future that they could barely imagine. Their first task was shelter, a basic necessity to protect them from the elements. Temporary camps gradually gave way to permanent dwellings as families claimed their ancestral lands, returning to the places where their ancestors had lived and worked for generations. Stone by stone, they rebuilt what fire had consumed, painstakingly recreating their homes and their communities. Cities rose from the ruins, testament to their resilience and their unwavering spirit. Gibeah, Ramah, Mizpah, names once associated with shame and violence, now became symbols of hope and renewal. Children's laughter, absent for so many seasons, returned to Benjamin's hills, filling the air with the sound of new life. The first generation born after the war grew up hearing whispered stories of past glories and recent horrors, learning about the sacrifices their parents had made and the challenges they had overcome. These children carried a mixed heritage, a unique blend of Benjaminite and Jabesh Gilead or Shiloh blood. Their blood united former enemies, creating something new from tragedy, forging bonds that were stronger than the hatred and the violence that had come before. Farmland left untended during the conflict required enormous effort to reclaim, a backbreaking task that tested their endurance and their determination. Weeds and wildlife had reclaimed fields where grain had once grown, transforming the cultivated landscape into a wild and untamed wilderness. The reduced population meant fewer hands for the labor, so the Benjaminites adapted, learning to work smarter and more efficiently. They worked longer days, developed more efficient methods, and focused on crops that yielded the most from limited resources, maximizing their output. Neighboring tribes watched Benjamin's rebirth with caution, their attitudes a mixture of suspicion and admiration. The oath of Mizpah had been technically fulfilled, but the memory of the war remained fresh in their minds. Interactions slowly resumed, cautiously at first, as they tested the waters and sought to rebuild trust. Trade relations reopened along ancient routes, bringing economic benefits to both sides. Border disputes, once settled with bloodshed, now found resolution through negotiation, a sign that a new era of peace and cooperation might be possible. A fragile trust took root where hatred had flourished, a slow and painstaking process that required patience and understanding. Benjamin's warriors, once feared for their precision with sling and sword, diminished in number but not in spirit. The trauma of defeat tempered their famous aggression, instilling in them a newfound sense of humility and caution. They formed defensive units to protect rebuilding efforts rather than raiding parties, shifting their focus from conquest to protection. Their reputation shifted from ferocious fighters to vigilant guardians, earning the respect of their neighbors. Religious life centered around local altars until pilgrimages to Shiloh cautiously resumed, a symbolic act of reconciliation. For many Benjaminite men, returning to Shiloh stirred complicated emotions, a mixture of guilt, shame, and longing. The site where they had seized their wives now hosted their worship, a constant reminder of the violence that had brought them together. Some women never overcame their trauma, refusing to participate in festivals, their wounds too deep to heal. Others found healing through community and faith, finding solace in the shared experience of loss and the collective hope for a better future. The tribe developed a distinct identity shaped by near extinction, a unique sense of perspective that set them apart from the other tribes. Stories passed down emphasized survival against overwhelming odds, celebrating their resilience and their determination. Children learned of Jacob's prophecy, Benjamin as a ravenous wolf, with new understanding, interpreting it as a symbol of strength rather than savagery. The wolf had been hunted to the edge of extinction, but it had endured, its spirit unbroken. This narrative of resilience became central to Benjaminite self-perception, a source of pride and inspiration. Family structures evolved differently in Benjamin than in other tribes, adapting to the unique circumstances they faced. With populations so precious, elders discouraged dangerous occupations, emphasizing safety and security above all else. Children received special protection, their lives considered sacred, their future the key to the tribe's survival. Large families became the highest aspiration, ensuring the tribe's continued existence and solidifying their place within Israel. Multiple generations lived together, preserving oral history and tradition, passing down their stories and their values to future generations. Skilled craftsmanship flourished during the rebuilding, as necessity spurred innovation and creativity. Benjaminite stonemasons gained renown for their ability to repurpose damaged materials, transforming the ruins of the past into the foundations of the future. Pottery styles developed distinctive patterns, often incorporating wolf imagery, a reclaiming of Jacob's prophecy as a symbol of strength rather than savagery, a way to honor their heritage while embracing a new identity. Political power gradually shifted within the tribe, as new leaders emerged to guide them through the rebuilding process. The families who could trace an unbroken lineage to before the war claimed special status, holding onto the traditions of the past. Yet leadership fell mainly to those who guided successful rebuilding efforts, those who demonstrated their ability to lead and to inspire. Merit increasingly outweighed birth in a community where every person's contribution meant survival, where every individual had a role to play in shaping their future. Benjamin's position between Judah and Ephraim, the territory straddling north and south, gained new importance as tribal divisions deepened across Israel. Their lands formed a natural bridge between the regions, facilitating communication and trade, growing culturally distinct. Benjaminites served as translators, diplomats, and traders across these emerging boundaries, bridging the gap between the tribes and fostering understanding. As decades passed, the population recovered, slowly but surely. Villages expanded into towns, and towns grew into bustling cities. Markets bustled where once only wild animals roamed through abandoned streets, a testament to the transformative power of human resilience. New generations arose who knew the war as history rather than as memory, learning about the past but not defined by it. Yet the lessons remained embedded in customs, reflected in cautious diplomacy with other tribes, visible in the fierce protection of their identity. The story of Benjamin transformed from one of shame and tragedy to one of endurance and hope, a testament to the power of the human spirit to overcome even the most devastating circumstances. A tribe that had stood alone against all Israel, fallen to just 600 men, then rebuilt from ashes, this narrative inspired respect even from former enemies, earning them a place of honor within the nation. The wolf had returned to prowl its territory, not with the same ferocity as before, but with watchful wisdom earned through suffering, a new understanding of the value of peace and the importance of unity. From this reborn tribe would come unexpected greatness, a future that no one could have predicted. The seeds of future power took root in humble rebuilding, nurtured by the hard work and the unwavering determination of the Benjaminite people. As Benjamin's cities flourished once more, few could imagine that from this smallest, most wounded tribe would arise Israel's first king, a tall, impressive figure who would transform the scattered tribes into a united kingdom, forever changing the course of their history. Saul, the first king of Israel. On the rolling hills of Benjamin's territory stood a simple farmhouse belonging to Kish, a man of wealth and respect, a pillar of his community. His son Saul towered above others, a man of impressive stature, handsome, strong, and modest, a true embodiment of Benjaminite values. No one, least of all Saul himself, imagined that this young Benjaminite would become Israel's first king, the leader who would unite them all. A tribe once nearly erased from existence would soon provide the leader who would unite all 12 tribes under one crown, ushering in a new era of peace and prosperity. The times demanded change, a strong leader to guide them through the challenges they faced. Philistine armies pressed from the coastal regions, threatening their very existence. Raiders struck from the east and south, pillaging their villages and stealing their livestock. The system of occasional judges, once sufficient to protect them, no longer offered the security they needed. Tribal elders journeyed to the aging prophet Samuel, their hearts filled with anxiety and their voices filled with urgency, demanding, "Give us a king to judge us like other nations," yearning for a strong leader to unite them and protect them from their enemies. Though reluctant, concerned about the implications of their request, Samuel received divine permission to grant their wish, setting in motion a series of events that would forever alter the destiny of Israel. Saul's path to kingship began with missing donkeys, a seemingly insignificant event that would change the course of his life and the fate of his nation. Searching for his father's lost animals, he sought guidance from Samuel, hoping the prophet could lead him to their lost livestock. Instead of directions to straying animals, he received sacred oil poured upon his head, a symbolic act of anointment that designated him as God's chosen leader. The humble Benjaminite protested, overwhelmed by the responsibility that had been thrust upon him. "Am I not from the smallest?" The tribe of Israel, a collection of distinct families each with its own history and customs, wasn't initially unified. However, under God's instruction, Samuel, the prophet, sought a king to unite them. His search led him to a humble farmer named Saul, who was tending his family's livestock. Instead of directions to straying animals, he received sacred oil poured upon his head, a symbolic act of anointment that designated him as God's chosen leader. The humble Benjaminite protested, overwhelmed by the responsibility that had been thrust upon him. "Am I not from the smallest?" Yet destiny had chosen him. News spread through Israel's territories like wildfire. A king, selected from the ranks of the little-regarded Benjamin, had been chosen. The announcement was met with a mix of celebration and skepticism. Many welcomed the news with joyous celebration, envisioning a future of unity and prosperity. Others, however, questioned how a tribe so recently disgraced, referencing the near extinction of Benjamin due to the Gibeah incident, could possibly provide credible leadership. Some, particularly those from the larger, wealthier tribes, refused to bring the customary gifts to the new king, muttering amongst themselves, "How can this man save us?" Saul, however, was determined to prove them wrong, an opportunity that arose at Jabesh-Gilead. Ironically, this was the very same city whose daughters had once saved Benjamin from complete extinction by agreeing to marry the surviving men of the tribe after the devastating civil war. When Ammonite forces, led by the ruthless King Nahash, threatened to gouge out the right eye of every man in the city, effectively rendering them unable to fight, Saul took decisive action. He butchered a yoke of oxen, sending the pieces throughout Israel with a stark warning. Join the fight or face similar treatment. The tribes, initially divided in their opinion of Saul, united under his command, and the Israelite army marched with swift purpose toward Jabesh-Gilead. They crushed the Ammonite threat in a decisive victory, their combined strength overwhelming the invaders. This victory transformed Saul from a questioned leader into a celebrated warrior king almost overnight. Samuel conducted a public coronation at Gilgal, a sacred site with deep historical roots, where the people erupted in shouts of support and allegiance. The Benjaminite shepherd, once an unlikely candidate, became Israel's shield. He established his capital at Gaba, the very city whose sin, the horrific incident involving the abuse and death of a Levite woman, had nearly destroyed his tribe. From the ruins of disgrace rose a royal compound, a potent symbol of Benjamin's astonishing reversal of fortune. Saul assembled Israel's first standing army, a professional fighting force that would no longer rely solely on conscripted farmers and shepherds, with his son Jonathan, a gifted warrior in his own right, as a commander. Military success followed against Moabites and Philistines. The king's early reign brought a level of security unknown for generations. Trade routes opened, connecting Israel to neighboring lands and bringing prosperity to its merchants. Markets flourished, overflowing with goods and buzzing with activity. For a brief, golden period, the experiment of monarchy seemed divinely blessed, a testament to God's favor and Saul's leadership. Yet, shadows gathered in Saul's mind. The weight of responsibility, the constant pressure to lead and protect his people, weighed heavily upon him. Samuel's continuing spiritual authority, a constant reminder that Saul was still accountable to a higher power, created tension. Prophet and king frequently disagreed about governance, their differing perspectives clashing over matters of strategy and religious observance. Most significantly, Saul struggled with obedience to divine commands, repeatedly following his own judgment instead of prophetic instruction. He began to trust his own instincts and rationalizations more than the clear directives from God's messenger. The breaking point came during a campaign against the Amalekites, a fierce desert tribe with a long history of hostility towards Israel. Samuel delivered clear orders to utterly destroy everything, leaving nothing alive, as a form of divine retribution for their ancestors' attacks on Israel during their exodus from Egypt. Saul, however, seeing value in the captured livestock and wanting to make a grand sacrifice to God as a display of his piety, preserved the best animals and spared the Amalekite king, Agag. When confronted by Samuel, he offered excuses rather than repentance, rationalizing his disobedience as a gesture of religious devotion. "I have performed the commandment of the Lord," Saul insisted, blind to his own transgression. The prophet's response cut deep, resonating with divine condemnation. "The Lord has rejected you from being king." Though Saul remained on the throne, the favor of God had shifted, subtly at first, then with increasing clarity, to an unlikely successor. A shepherd boy from Judah named David, brought to court to soothe the king's increasing melancholy with his skill on the harp. David soon displayed a military prowess that both impressed and threatened Saul. His victories against the Philistines, particularly his legendary defeat of Goliath, resonated with the people and solidified his image as a divinely favored hero. The king's mind darkened with suspicion, jealousy, and eventually violent rage. He saw David not as a loyal servant, but as a rival, a threat to his throne and his dynasty. Benjaminites rallied around their troubled king. They remembered their near extinction, the shame and devastation that had befallen their tribe, and saw in Saul their tribe's redemption, a symbol of their restored honor and standing. His success validated their survival, proving that even the smallest and most disgraced tribe could achieve greatness. Many viewed David as a threat not just to Saul, but to Benjamin's restored position among the tribes, a return to the margins from which they had so recently emerged. Court officials, mostly fellow tribesmen eager to protect their own interests and influence, fed the king's paranoia with whispers and rumors about David's supposed ambitions, painting him as a cunning and ambitious schemer plotting to seize the throne. Saul's mental decline accelerated. Episodes of murderous fury, fueled by paranoia and jealousy, alternated with periods of deep regret and remorse, a cycle of violence and despair that consumed him. He hurled spears at David during music performances, acts of impulsive rage that demonstrated the king's increasing instability. He ordered the massacre of priests at Nob, slaughtering 85 religious leaders suspected of helping his perceived rival, an act of sacrilege that shocked the nation. The generous, humble man who had reluctantly accepted kingship had transformed into a tormented tyrant, obsessed with maintaining power at any cost. Military focus shifted from external enemies to hunting David, an obsession that consumed Saul and diverted critical resources. Resources that should have defended Israel against its enemies instead pursued an innocent man through the wilderness regions, creating instability and leaving the nation vulnerable. Meanwhile, Philistine forces regained strength, exploiting Israel's internal divisions and preparing for new campaigns against a weakened and fractured kingdom. The unity Saul had initially created crumbled under his increasingly erratic leadership, replaced by suspicion, fear, and resentment. Loyal Benjaminites stood by their king despite his decline, bound by tribal loyalty and a shared history of suffering and redemption. They remembered when their tribe faced extinction and how far they had risen under Saul's rule. To abandon him now meant potentially losing everything they had rebuilt, a return to obscurity and disgrace. A small contingent of Benjaminites, however, swayed by David's character and the righteousness of his cause, did join David's band of outcasts, creating bitter divisions within families and communities, pitting father against son and brother against brother. Saul's tragic reign ended on Mount Gilboa, in a final, desperate battle against the Philistines. Surrounded by enemy forces, his sons fallen in battle around him. The wounded king fell on his own sword rather than face capture and humiliation. News of his death spread grief throughout Benjamin, a devastating blow to a tribe that had invested so much in their king and his success. Their rise to power had ended as suddenly as it began, leaving them shattered and vulnerable. The crown would pass to David, not of their tribe, and Benjamin's brief moment of supremacy would close, replaced by uncertainty and the fear of retribution. Yet Saul's legacy endured, a complex and contradictory mixture of achievement and failure. He had created the foundation of Israelite monarchy, transforming a loose confederation of tribes into a unified kingdom. He had established governmental structures and a standing army that David would later expand and refine. Most importantly for Benjamin, he had restored his tribe's honor, lifting them from the depths of disgrace and giving them a sense of pride and belonging. From near extinction to producing Israel's first king, the transformation was remarkable, a testament to the resilience and determination of the Benjaminite people. Though Saul's personal story ended in tragedy, his reign marked Benjamin's complete rehabilitation among the tribes of Israel, a legacy that would continue to shape their identity and their relationship with the rest of the nation for generations to come. David versus Saul. Tribal divisions. Dawn broke over the wilderness of Judah, painting the rugged landscape in hues of gold and crimson. A band of outlaws huddled around small fires, their faces etched with weariness and determination, alert for approaching danger. Among them stood David, poet, warrior, and anointed future king. Driven from Saul's court by the king's increasingly irrational paranoia and murderous rage, he and his followers were now hunted, forced to seek refuge in caves and remote wilderness regions. This conflict between David and Saul ran deeper than personal rivalry. It exposed tribal divisions that had simmered beneath the surface of Israelite society for generations, ancient rivalries and resentments that threatened to tear the kingdom apart. Benjamin stood firmly behind their king. The smallest tribe had tasted power and influence under Saul's reign, and they were determined to hold onto it. Royal appointments filled their ranks, giving them positions of authority and influence they had never enjoyed before. Their territory hosted the capital, bringing economic benefits and prestige to their towns and villages. After generations of rebuilding from near extinction, Benjaminites saw in Saul their tribal vindication, proof that they had overcome their past and earned their place among the tribes. To them, David represented a threat not just to their king, but to their hard-won position among the tribes, a challenge to their identity and their future. From Saul's perspective, David embodied multiple threats, each one fueling his paranoia and deepening his obsession. Here was a charismatic Judahite, a rival from a traditionally dominant tribe, winning popular acclaim through his military victories and captivating the hearts of the people. Samuel had already hinted at divine rejection in favor of a better man, casting a shadow of doubt over Saul's legitimacy and fueling his insecurity. When crowds chanted, "Saul has slain his thousands, and David his 10,000s," the king's paranoia found justification, confirming his deepest fears that David was a rising star destined to eclipse his own. What began as admiration for the young warrior curdled into deadly jealousy, poisoning his mind and driving him to increasingly desperate measures. The royal court divided into factions, torn between loyalty to the king and admiration for the young hero. Jonathan, Saul's son and heir, formed an unlikely friendship with David, a bond of mutual respect and admiration that transcended tribal loyalty and challenged the expectations of his position. Michal, the king's daughter, became David's wife, solidifying his position within the royal family, then helped him escape her father's murderous rage, defying her father's orders to protect the man she loved. Most court officials, predominantly Benjaminites, fueled Saul's suspicions with reports and rumors about David's growing popularity, exaggerating his ambitions and painting him as a manipulative schemer seeking to undermine the king's authority. David's flight from court transformed political tension into open division. Men from various tribes, mostly dissatisfied with Saul's increasingly erratic rule, gathered around the charismatic fugitive, drawn to his courage, his piety, and his promise of just leadership. Most came from Judah, his home tribe, their loyalty naturally gravitating towards their own kinsmen. But others joined from Benjamin, Gad, and Manasseh, their defections a testament to David's growing influence and Saul's declining authority. Each defection from Benjamin particularly enraged Saul, who viewed it as personal betrayal, a rejection of his leadership and a challenge to his tribe's restored honor. The town of Nob suffered horrific consequences for these divisions. When priests there unknowingly assisted the fleeing David, providing him with food and weapons, Saul ordered a massacre, unleashing his fury on the innocent. 85 religious leaders died by the sword, their blood staining the ground of their sanctuary. Only Adhar escaped to join David's band, carrying with him the sacred ephod, a symbol of divine authority. This atrocity shocked Israel, confirming the worst fears about Saul's descent into tyranny. Their anointed king had slaughtered priests over political suspicion, violating the sanctity of religious life and demonstrating a callous disregard for human life. For many, it confirmed the divine rejection Samuel had pronounced, solidifying their belief that Saul was no longer fit to rule. Ordinary Benjaminites faced impossible choices, torn between conflicting loyalties and haunted by fear. Supporting Saul meant loyalty to their tribe and their chosen king, a defense of their restored honor and a rejection of those who sought to undermine their position. Yet, his declining mental state and cruel actions troubled even his most devoted followers, causing them to question their allegiance and fear for the future of their tribe. Those with connections to David's supporters lived in fear of royal vengeance, fearing that their association with the fugitive would bring down the king's wrath upon them and their families. Family bonds strained as relatives took opposing sides, creating deep divisions within communities and tearing apart long-standing relationships. Some secretly aided David while publicly professing loyalty to Saul, navigating a treacherous path of deceit and compromise to protect themselves and their loved ones. David's approach to this conflict revealed his political wisdom and his commitment to a higher moral code. Twice he spared Saul's life when opportunity arose, refusing to strike down the Lord's anointed, even when presented with the perfect chance to seize the throne. Once in a cave at Engedi, where Saul had entered to relieve himself, David crept up and cut off a corner of the king's robe, a symbolic gesture that demonstrated his power to harm Saul, but his restraint in doing so. Later, while the king slept among his troops, surrounded by his guards, David infiltrated the camp with only Abishai, his loyal companion, and took Saul's spear and water jug, proving his ability to strike at the heart of the king's power without bloodshed. Each time David publicly proclaimed his restraint, undermining accusations that he sought the throne through violence and reinforcing his image as a man of honor and integrity. He demonstrated respect for the Lord's anointed, even in his fallen state, while building his reputation as an honorable alternative to the increasingly unstable king. The conflict's geographic dimension highlighted tribal boundaries and underscored the deep-seated divisions within the kingdom. Saul controlled the central hill country, including Benjamin's territory and much of Ephraim, maintaining his power base in the regions most loyal to his rule. David found refuge mainly in the southern wilderness regions of Judah, near his hometown of Bethlehem, relying on the support of his home tribe and the rugged terrain to evade Saul's pursuit. This north-south division foreshadowed the eventual split of the kingdom after Solomon's death, a rupture that would permanently divide the nation and forever alter its destiny. Philistine leaders watched Israel's internal strife with strategic interest, seeing an opportunity to exploit the kingdom's divisions and reassert their dominance. They exploited the internal divisions by raiding unprotected towns while Saul's forces pursued David, taking advantage of the kingdom's weakness to plunder and pillage. Eventually, David and his followers sought refuge in Philistine territory, seeking protection from Saul's relentless pursuit and hoping to find a temporary respite from the constant threat of violence. This controversial move further complicated tribal loyalties, blurring the lines between friend and foe and raising questions about David's allegiance. To some Israelites, this apparent alliance with enemies confirmed David as a traitor, a turncoat willing to consort with the enemy to achieve his own ambitions. Others recognized it as necessary survival, a desperate measure taken to escape Saul's tyranny and preserve his own life and the lives of his followers. Economic impacts spread throughout the tribes, disrupting trade and causing widespread hardship. Trade declined as traveling merchants faced dangers from both royal forces and various outlaws claiming political motivation, fearing being caught in the crossfire of the conflict. Agricultural production suffered when farmers were conscripted into Saul's pursuit forces, pulled away from their fields to join the king's obsessive hunt for David, leaving their crops to wither and their families to starve. Resources that should have improved the kingdom, funding infrastructure projects and supporting the needy, instead funded an increasingly personal vendetta, a wasteful and destructive obsession that drained the kingdom's resources and undermined its stability. Religious leadership split along similar lines, reflecting the deep divisions within the nation. Most priests, after the Nob massacre, feared Saul and quietly supported David, recognizing him as the divinely appointed successor and hoping for a return to peace and stability. The sacred ephod, the priestly garment used to discern God's will, traveled with Abiur in David's camp rather than remaining with the king, symbolizing the transfer of divine authority and suggesting heaven's abandonment of Saul. This religious dimension added divine legitimacy to David's cause while suggesting heaven's abandonment of Saul, influencing the perceptions of ordinary Israelites caught between loyalties. The conflict reached its tragic conclusion on Mount Gilboa, a defining moment that would shape the future of Israel. Philistine forces, strengthened during Israel's internal fighting, launched a major offensive, seeking to crush the divided kingdom and reassert their dominance over the region. Saul and 3 sons, including the noble Jonathan, fell in battle, their deaths marking the end of an era and ushering in a new chapter in Israel's history. David's public lamentation for his friend and even for his persecutor, "How the mighty have fallen," showed genuine grief rather than political calculation, demonstrating his capacity for compassion and his respect for the office of king, even when held by his enemy. With Saul's death, most expected immediate unity under David, a swift and seamless transition of power that would bring peace and stability to the war-torn kingdom. Instead, tribal divisions deepened, fueled by resentment, suspicion, and the lingering loyalty to Saul's memory. Abner, Saul's military commander, a cunning and ambitious strategist, installed Ishbosheth, Saul's surviving son, as king over northern tribes, including Benjamin, seeking to preserve the legacy of Saul's dynasty and maintain his own power and influence. David ruled only Judah from Hebron, his authority limited to his home tribe and his ability to unite the kingdom challenged by the continued resistance in the north. For 7 years, Israel existed as 2 kingdoms, a situation that would repeat centuries later with far more permanence, dividing the nation along tribal lines and sowing the seeds of future conflict. The struggle between David and Saul transcended personal conflict. It represented competing visions for Israel's future, tribal rivalries with ancient roots, and fundamental questions about divine selection of leadership. Benjamin, having tasted both near extinction and royal power within 1 generation, would never view the other tribes with simple trust again, forever marked by their unique and tumultuous history. These divisions, temporarily healed under David's eventual united monarchy, would resurface repeatedly throughout Israel's turbulent history, a constant reminder of the fragility of unity and the enduring power of tribal identity. The loyal prince. In the shadow of King Saul's growing madness, a light shone bright in the royal court. His son Jonathan, a man whose heart proved greater than his birthright. Born into the tribe of Benjamin, Jonathan emerged as a warrior whose courage matched his kindness, a figure of honor and integrity in a court increasingly consumed by paranoia and suspicion. His first battle, fought against a Philistine outpost, revealed both his bravery and his unwavering trust in God's power rather than military might, demonstrating his faith and his commitment to serving his people. Yet, Jonathan's story finds its true heart not in war, but in friendship. When a young shepherd named David entered the royal court, few could have imagined the bond that would form between the king's son and this newcomer, a connection that would defy expectations and challenge the very foundations of the kingdom. Their souls connected in a way that transcended position and power, a spiritual kinship that defied tribal loyalties and political ambitions. Jonathan, heir to the throne, embraced the very man prophesied to replace his family's dynasty, recognizing David's divine calling and setting aside his own ambitions for the good of the kingdom. Their friendship bloomed against impossible odds, a testament to their shared values and their unwavering commitment to each other. As Saul's jealousy of David grew into murderous rage, Jonathan stood at a crossroads no son should face, torn between loyalty to his father and his unwavering belief in David's righteousness. His father demanded loyalty, an unquestioning obedience to his commands. Yet his heart recognized David's divine calling, compelling him to act in defense of his friend, even at the risk of his own life. When Saul hurled his spear at David during a palace feast, an act of impulsive violence that exposed the depth of his paranoia, it was Jonathan who warned his friend to flee into the night, saving him from certain death and setting in motion the events that would shape the future of Israel. In a quiet grove outside the city, far from the prying eyes of the court, Jonathan and David sealed their friendship with a covenant, a sacred promise to protect each other's families regardless of who might rule Israel. With tears staining their faces, they embraced one last time, knowing their paths must separate, each facing a difficult and uncertain future. Jonathan to honor his father, fulfilling his obligations to his family and his tribe. David to survive in exile, pursued by a king consumed by hatred and jealousy. Word reached the palace of David's growing band of followers in the wilderness, his ranks swelling with those dissatisfied with Saul's rule and drawn to David's charisma and promise of just leadership. Each day Saul's mood darkened, consumed by paranoia and suspicion, while Jonathan carried the weight of divided loyalties, torn between his love for his father and his unwavering friendship with David. At meals, he defended his absent friend, facing his father's wrath with quiet dignity, challenging his accusations and pleading for David's life. "Why should David die?" he asked Saul, his voice filled with a quiet defiance. "What has he done?" In response, the king hurled his spear not at an absent enemy, but at his own son, an act of unprovoked violence that revealed the depth of his madness and the tragic consequences of his paranoia. Jonathan's last gift to David came through a simple warning, a subtle message conveyed through a prearranged signal. Arrows shot beyond a waiting boy, a secret signal that danger remained too great for return, indicating that Saul's anger had not abated and that David was still in grave danger. Their final moments together held the sorrow of what could never be, a king and his loyal friend ruling side by side in harmony and justice. "Go in peace," Jonathan told David, his voice filled with sadness but also with unwavering conviction. "The Lord is witness of the bond between us and our children forever." As the Philistine armies gathered at Mount Gilboa, poised to strike a final blow against Israel, Jonathan stood beside his troubled father one final time, fulfilling his duty as a son and a soldier. Though knowing Israel's doom approached, his courage never wavered, his commitment to his people unwavering. The battle swirled in chaos around them, a maelstrom of violence and despair, until arrows found their mark in Jonathan's body, piercing his armor and silencing his voice. He fell not far from his father, loyal to the end, a tragic figure caught in the crossfire of a kingdom divided. When news reached David of Jonathan's death, he tore his clothes in grief, composing a lament that echoed across the hills, a poignant tribute to his fallen friend. "How the mighty have fallen in battle," David cried, his voice filled with sorrow. "Jonathan lies slain on your heights. I grieve for you, Jonathan, my brother. You were very dear to me. Your love for me was wonderful, more wonderful than that of women." In Jonathan, the tribe of Benjamin offered Israel its noblest son, a prince who valued truth above power and friendship above ambition, a beacon of light in a time of darkness. His legacy lives not in conquered lands or gathered wealth, but in showing how loyalty, when rooted in God's purposes, transcends the boundaries of family and tribal identity, a testament to the power of love and friendship to overcome even the most formidable obstacles. The end of Saul, a tribe in turmoil. Dark clouds gathered over King Saul's final days, both literally and figuratively. The once promising ruler now wandered his palace halls in fear, tormented by an evil spirit and the knowledge that God's favor had passed to another. The prophet Samuel, who had anointed him king, was dead, removing the one voice that could still speak with divine authority and leaving Saul feeling isolated and vulnerable. The Philistines pressed ever closer to the heart of Israel's territory, threatening to overrun the kingdom and plunge the nation into chaos. In his desperation, Saul crossed a boundary he once defended, violating his own laws in a desperate attempt to regain control of his destiny. Though he had banned all mediums and spiritists from the land, seeking to purify Israel from what he considered pagan practices, The king now disguised himself and sought the Witch of Endor, hoping to communicate with the dead and gain some insight into the future. "Bring up Samuel," he begged the woman, his voice filled with a desperate plea. When Samuel's spirit appeared, summoned from the afterlife by the witch's dark arts, his message brought no comfort, offering only a bleak and terrifying prediction. "Tomorrow you and your sons will be with me," Samuel declared, his voice echoing with the chill of the grave. "The Lord will hand over both Israel and you to the Philistines." Morning broke over Mount Gilboa with the clash of armies, the thunder of hooves and the screams of men filling the air. Philistine chariots charged across the valley floor while Israelite warriors formed their lines upon the slopes, preparing for a desperate defense. The men of Benjamin fought fiercely around their king, their loyalty unwavering despite the kingdom's decline and Saul's increasingly erratic behavior. But the tide of battle turned against them, the Philistine forces overwhelming their defenses and pushing them back towards the summit of the mountain. One by one, Saul watched his sons fall, each death a blow to his heart and a symbol of the kingdom's impending doom. Abinadab, Melishua, and finally Jonathan, the best of them all, his loyal and courageous heir. As enemy archers closed in, their arrows found the king, piercing his armor and inflicting mortal wounds. Wounded and fearing capture, knowing that he would be subjected to humiliation and torture at the hands of the Philistines, Saul turned to his armor-bearer, a young Benjaminite sworn to protect him with his life. "Draw your sword and run me through," he commanded, his voice filled with pain and desperation. When the young Benjaminite refused, unable to bring himself to kill the Lord's anointed, Saul fell upon his own sword, choosing death over humiliation at Philistine hands, a final act of defiance against his enemies. The armor-bearer, seeing his master dead, followed him into death, taking his own life as well, a final act of loyalty and sacrifice. News spread rapidly across the land, carried by fleeing soldiers and terrified civilians. Saul and his sons were dead. Their bodies hung in disgrace upon the walls of Bethshan, a grim warning to those who dared to resist Philistine rule. The northern towns emptied as people fled the advancing Philistines, abandoning their homes and their possessions in a desperate attempt to escape the enemy's wrath. Yet from Jabesh Gilead came a band of brave men, remembering how Saul had once saved their city from the Ammonites, and determined to repay their debt of gratitude. Under cover of darkness, they traveled to Bethshan, risking their lives to recover the royal bodies and give them proper burial beneath a tamarisk tree, honoring their fallen king and defying the Philistine oppressors. For the tribe of Benjamin, Saul's death opened wounds deeper than grief, wounds that threatened to shatter their identity and plunge them back into the darkness of their past. Their first king lay dead, their warriors scattered, their lands vulnerable to enemy raids. More troubling still was the knowledge that David, the anointed successor, came from Judah, their historic rival, a tribe that had long held the dominant position in Israel. Would Benjamin's brief moment of glory fade into memory as power shifted south, their dreams of greatness dashed and their hopes for a secure future extinguished? Survivors gathered in hushed circles, whispering their fears and their hopes, remembering how their tribe had once before faced extinction after the war at Geba, their numbers decimated and their reputation tarnished. Some wondered if divine judgment had found them again, punishing them for their arrogance and their association with a king who had ultimately failed. Others clung to hope in Ishbosheth, Saul's surviving son, hoping that he might yet preserve their place in Israel's story and prevent their tribe from being swallowed up by the rising tide of David's power. As Benjamin mourned, a deeper tension spread across Israel, a sense of unease and uncertainty that threatened to tear the nation apart. The nation stood divided, the southern tribes looking to David, seeing in him a righteous and capable leader. The northern regions, including Benjamin, remaining loyal to Saul's house, clinging to the memory of their fallen king and resisting the prospect of being ruled by a Judahite. The seeds of civil war, planted during Saul's paranoid pursuit of David, now sprouted in blood-soaked soil, threatening to engulf the kingdom in a new era of violence and division. In village gatherings, old men reminded younger Benjaminites of Jacob's ancient prophecy, a blessing and a curse that had shaped their tribe's identity for generations. "Benjamin is a ravenous wolf," they recited, their voices filled with a mixture of pride and apprehension. In the morning, he devours the prey, and in the evening, he divides the plunder. Their tribe had indeed risen to power under Saul, seizing opportunities and asserting their dominance. But now evening shadows fell across their future, casting doubt on their ability to maintain their position and casting a pall over their hopes for the future. Would they fade into history, their brief moment in the sun extinguished, or would they find a way to preserve their identity in a changing Israel, adapting to the new realities and forging a new path forward? Saul's tragic end marked more than a king's death. It symbolized a crossroads for his entire tribe, a moment of profound uncertainty and potential transformation. Having tasted leadership only to see it slip away, Benjamin faced the painful task of reimagining its place in a nation rapidly moving beyond its influence, redefining its identity and finding a new purpose in a world that had been forever altered by the events of the past few decades. Their response would shape Israel's future for generations to come, determining whether they would remain a force to be reckoned with or fade into obscurity, a forgotten footnote in the history of the kingdom. David's ascendancy, Benjamin in the shadows. David received news of Saul's death while sheltering in Ziklag among the Philistines, a complicated and morally ambiguous situation that highlighted the complexities of his position and the challenges he faced. Rather than rejoice at his enemy's fall, David tore his clothes in genuine grief, composing a lament that expressed his sorrow for the loss of Saul and Jonathan, even though they had been his persecutors. The messenger who brought Saul's crown, expecting reward for delivering such significant news, instead met justice at David's command for claiming to have killed the Lord's anointed, demonstrating David's unwavering respect for the sanctity of the kingship and his refusal to profit from violence and treachery. Following God's guidance, seeking divine direction in this moment of transition, David moved his family and followers to Hebron in Judah, the heartland of his tribe and the natural base of his power. There, the elders of his home tribe anointed him king, but only over Judah, their loyalty and support limited to their own kinsmen. The northern territories, including Benjamin, remained hesitant to accept a ruler from outside their regions, clinging to their independence and resisting the prospect of being ruled by a Judahite. Meanwhile, in the north, Abner, Saul's powerful general, acted decisively to preserve the royal legacy, determined to maintain the kingdom's independence and prevent it from falling under David's control. He took Ishbosheth, Saul's surviving son, a weak and ineffectual ruler, across the Jordan to Mahanaim, a fortified city that served as a safe haven, and declared him king over the remaining tribes, providing a rallying point for those loyal to Saul's memory, especially among his fellow Benjaminites. For the people of Benjamin, this divided kingdom mirrored their internal conflict, reflecting the deep divisions within their own tribe. Their lands sat at the border between David's southern realm and Ishbosheth's northern territories, placing them at the center of the conflict and forcing them to choose sides. Some families found themselves torn, divided by loyalty and ambition, their allegiances split between the two kings. Brothers serving different kings, cousins becoming political enemies, their relationships strained by the competing demands of tribal loyalty and personal conviction. Their tribe's identity, so recently elevated through Saul's kingship, now hung in uncertain balance, their future precarious and their position threatened by the shifting sands of power. In Benjaminite villages, mothers warned their sons against traveling too far south, fearing the influence of David and his followers, while fathers spoke in hushed tones about which king truly held God's favor, debating the merits of each ruler and the best course of action for their tribe. The tribal elders found themselves caught between loyalty to Saul's bloodline, honoring the memory of their fallen king, and the growing recognition that David's star continued to rise, acknowledging his growing power and the inevitability of his eventual triumph. Abner, though serving Ishbosheth, remained the true power behind the northern throne, a shrewd and ruthless strategist who wielded considerable influence over the young and inexperienced king. This battle-hardened Benjaminite commander understood political reality better than his young king, recognizing the strength of David's forces and the growing discontent within the northern tribes. For 2 years, an uneasy peace held between the rival kingdoms, punctuated by minor skirmishes along their borders, a period of tense coexistence that masked the underlying tensions and rivalries. Among these border clashes, a fateful encounter unfolded at the Pool of Gibeon in Benjamin's territory, a site of ancient significance that became the stage for a tragic act of violence. Abner's men met Joab's troops, David's commander and nephew, in what began as a controlled contest between champions, a symbolic battle to avoid a full-scale war, but exploded into bloody battle, fueled by long-standing rivalries and pent-up aggression. When the dust settled, Asahel, Joab's brother, lay dead by Abner's hand, a personal tragedy that would have far-reaching consequences and further inflame the tensions between the two sides. As power gradually shifted toward David, Benjamin found itself increasingly isolated. Its position weakened and its influence diminished. The tribe watched nervously as other northern regions began questioning Ishbosheth's leadership, their loyalty wavering as they recognized David's growing strength and the instability of the northern kingdom. When Abner himself quarreled with the king over a concubine, an act of personal transgression that exposed the weakness of Ishbosheth's rule, and opened secret negotiations with David, many Benjaminites sensed their position weakening further, realizing that the foundations of their power were crumbling. Abner's assassination by Joab, an act of personal vengeance disguised as loyalty to David, removed the last strong supporter of Saul's house, leaving Ishbosheth vulnerable and further weakening the northern kingdom. Soon after, Ishbosheth met his end at the hands of two Benjaminite captains who mistakenly thought David would reward their treachery, hoping to gain favor with the rising king by eliminating his rival. Instead, he executed them for killing God's anointed ruler, demonstrating his respect for the office of king and his condemnation of violence and treachery. With Ishbosheth's death, Benjamin lost its royal connection and faced an uncomfortable reality: accepting leadership from Judah or standing alone against growing consensus, clinging to its independence and resisting the inevitable. Practical minds among them recognized the inevitable, acknowledging the futility of resisting David's ascendance and the need to adapt to the changing political landscape. When representatives from all tribes gathered at Hebron to offer David the unified crown, signaling their acceptance of his rule and their desire for a return to peace and stability, Benjamin stood among them, not leading as before, but following where circumstances led, accepting David as their king and joining the unified kingdom of Israel. Civil War. David versus Ishbosheth. The land of Israel lay divided, a kingdom torn in two by loyalty and ambition, brother fighting against brother and tribe pitted against tribe. In the south, David ruled from Hebron over his home tribe of Judah, consolidating his power and building his army. In the north, Ishbosheth, Saul's surviving son, claimed the throne over the remaining tribes, including Benjamin, clinging to the memory of his father's reign and resisting David's ascendance. This fragile arrangement could not last in a land meant to be united under God's chosen king, a nation destined for greatness but fractured by internal strife. The first sparks of conflict ignited at Gibeon, a Benjaminite town where the waters reflected a cloudless sky, a peaceful setting that would soon be stained with blood. Abner, commander of Ishbosheth's forces, a shrewd and experienced general, suggested a contest between 12 champions from each side, a symbolic battle intended to avert a full-scale war and settle the dispute through honorable combat. What began as controlled combat quickly descended into chaos, fueled by ancient rivalries and pent dash. By day's end, 20 of David's men were dead, while Ishbosheth's forces mourned the loss of 360. This bloody encounter was more than just a skirmish. It was the opening salvo in what would become a long and bitter war between the house of Saul and the house of David, a conflict destined to reshape the destiny of Israel. Across the rolling hills of Benjamin, families found themselves tragically divided. Ancient loyalties to the fallen King Saul clashed with the rising star of David, creating a schism that tore communities apart. Village elders, weathered by time and experience, counseled caution, urging their people to avoid rash decisions. But the young warriors, eager for glory and swayed by passionate ideals, chose sides, their youthful zeal often blinding them to the consequences. In some households, brother turned against brother, their familial bonds strained to the breaking point by the weight of political and tribal allegiances. For the tribe of Benjamin, this war cut deeper than for any other. Their land became the primary battlefield, the stage upon which most of the clashes were enacted. Their crops were trampled under the feet of marching armies, their fields scarred by the ravages of war. Their wells, once sources of life and sustenance, were drained dry by the relentless thirst of passing soldiers. But more painful than the physical destruction was the bitter knowledge that each victory for David diminished Benjamin's recently acquired prominence under Saul, eroding their sense of identity and purpose. As the months turned into seasons, a subtle but undeniable shift occurred in the balance of power. David grew stronger and more influential, his support base expanding with each passing day. Conversely, the house of Saul grew weaker and more fractured, its authority waning as its grip on the people loosened. Abner, the true power behind Ishbosheth's faltering throne, found himself increasingly isolated, a man adrift in a sea of shifting loyalties. More and more families, witnessing David's ascendance, switched their allegiance, seeking security and stability in his growing kingdom. When Ishbosheth, in a moment of paranoia or perhaps fueled by political maneuvering, accused Abner of sleeping with Saul's concubine, a claim that carried implications of a challenge to the throne, the general's legendary patience finally snapped. "Am I a dog's head belonging to Judah?" Abner thundered, his voice echoing through the royal court. "Today I show kindness to the house of Saul, protecting you and your kingdom, yet you accuse me concerning this woman?" His words were laced with fury and betrayal, the culmination of years of loyal service met with suspicion and ingratitude. Secretly, Abner initiated negotiations with David, driven by a mixture of resentment and a pragmatic assessment of the changing political landscape. He offered to bring all of Israel under David's rule, promising to unite the divided kingdom in exchange for protection and a position of honor. Word of Abner's planned defection, a seismic shift in the power dynamics, spread quietly among Benjaminite leaders, igniting a firestorm of debate and speculation. Some viewed it as an act of ultimate betrayal, a betrayal of Saul's memory and the tribe's hard-won independence. Others, however, recognized the political necessity, acknowledging that aligning with David was the only way to ensure Benjamin's survival in the long run. Before this pivotal transition could occur, however, tragedy struck a blow that reverberated throughout the land. Joab, the commander of David's army, still burning with an unquenchable thirst for vengeance for his brother Asahel's death at the hands of Abner, seized an opportunity for retribution. He lured Abner aside at Hebron's gate, under the guise of friendly parley, and with a swift and brutal motion, stabbed him in the stomach, mimicking the fatal wound that had claimed his brother's life. David, horrified by Joab's treacherous act, publicly mourned Abner's death, walking behind his bier in a display of genuine grief and respect. He fasted until sunset, demonstrating his sorrow and distancing himself from Joab's actions. This gesture, carefully calculated and deeply felt, impressed many northerners, including the doubtful Benjaminites who had feared harsh treatment under Judah's rule. It showed them a leader capable of mercy and justice, a king who valued peace and reconciliation above all else. Yet, without Abner's steady hand to guide it, Ishbosheth's already crumbling kingdom quickly unraveled. His leadership faltered, his support dwindled, and his kingdom teetered on the brink of collapse. The final, decisive blow came from an unexpected quarter, delivered by the very people Ishbosheth should have been able to trust the most. Two Benjaminite captains, Baanah and Rechab, driven by ambition and a desperate desire to curry favor with the ascendant King David, infiltrated Ishbosheth's house while he napped in the midday heat, seeking respite from the scorching sun. They murdered him in his bed, severing his head from his body, and then embarked on a gruesome journey through the night, determined to present this grisly trophy to David at Hebron, hoping for reward and recognition. "As surely as the Lord lives," David declared, his voice filled with righteous anger and revulsion. "When someone told me Saul was dead, thinking he brought good news, I seized him and put him to death at Ziklag. How much more should I deal with wicked men who kill an innocent person in his own house and on his own bed?" The assassins met swift justice, their hands and feet cut off as punishment for their treachery. Their bodies hung beside Hebron's pool as a warning to all. With Ishbosheth's death, the civil war finally ended, not with a decisive battle or a triumphant victory, but with a quiet surrender born of a lack of alternatives. For Benjamin, this closure brought a complex mix of emotions. There was relief that the bloodshed had ceased, a sense of weary exhaustion after years of conflict and uncertainty. But there was also deep sorrow, a profound sense of loss at the passing of their brief moment of national leadership, the fleeting taste of power they had experienced under Saul. Now, they would need to find their place in David's united kingdom, a daunting task that required humility and a willingness to adapt. The reign of David began, bringing with it the promise of peace and the challenge of Benjamin's survival. Beneath the shade of an ancient oak tree at Hebron, elders from all 12 tribes gathered around David, their faces etched with hope and apprehension. "We are your bone and flesh," they declared, placing their hands upon the horn of oil as he was anointed king over all of Israel, uniting the fractured nation under his rule. Among them stood Benjaminite leaders, men who had once served Saul with unwavering loyalty, but who now pledged their allegiance to the shepherd king from Judah, a testament to his growing influence and the shifting tides of power. For Benjamin, this transition demanded the swallowing of bitter pride. Their tribe had briefly known the sweetness of power under Saul, only to watch it slip away like water through cupped hands. Now, they faced a difficult choice: resist the inevitable and face certain destruction, clinging to a lost cause, or adapt to the changing times and find a new purpose and identity within David's burgeoning kingdom. Wisely, David understood their struggle, recognizing the delicate balance between asserting his authority and winning the hearts and minds of his former rivals. His first acts as the unified king included deliberate gestures of reconciliation towards Saul's family, designed to soothe old wounds and build bridges across the tribal divide. He restored land to Mephibosheth, Jonathan's crippled son, ensuring his financial security and bringing him to dine regularly at the royal table, a sign of honor and acceptance. This act of kindness, honoring his covenant with Jonathan, sent a clear message to all Benjaminites that vengeance would not be his policy, that they had nothing to fear from his rule. Jerusalem, a Jebusite stronghold strategically located on the border between Judah and Benjamin, became David's brilliant choice for a new capital. Neither fully in Judah nor Benjamin, this neutral city could unite the north and south without favoring either tribe, offering a symbol of unity and shared destiny. When David's warriors, led by the valiant Joab, captured its seemingly impregnable fortress, he renamed it the City of David, while respecting its position as partially within Benjamin's territory, further solidifying his commitment to fairness and inclusion. From this central location, David organized his government with surprising inclusiveness, recognizing the value of diverse perspectives and skills. Though his close advisors included many from his days as a fugitive, loyal companions who had stood by him through thick and thin, he also appointed men from northern tribes, including Benjamin, to positions of influence, ensuring that all regions of the kingdom were represented in his administration. Shemaiah the Benjaminite, for instance, joined his council, lending his wisdom and expertise to the king's decision-making process. Others found places in the expanding bureaucracy needed to govern a growing kingdom, contributing their talents to the administration and ensuring that Benjamin's voice was heard in the halls of power. Military success further cemented national unity, forging a common identity through shared victories on the battlefield. As the Philistines launched fresh attacks, testing the strength of the newly unified kingdom, David met them not as a tribal leader, but as the king of Israel, rallying all the tribes to his banner. Benjaminite archers and slingers fought alongside Judahite spearmen, their shared sacrifices and triumphs healing old wounds and forging a bond of camaraderie that transcended tribal allegiances. When David brought the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem with dancing and celebration, a moment of profound religious significance, Benjaminites joined the procession, recognizing God's hand in these events and embracing their place in the United Kingdom. Not all, however, accepted this new reality, and the embers of resentment still flickered beneath the surface. When David fled Jerusalem during Absalom's rebellion, a dark chapter in his reign, Shimei, a relative of Saul from the clan of Benjamin, cursed him openly, throwing stones and dust while calling him a man of blood, his words laced with bitterness and contempt. This outburst revealed the lingering resentment among some who still viewed David as a usurper of Benjamin's rightful place, a reminder that the wounds of the past had not fully healed. Yet, even this bitter moment ultimately demonstrated David's wisdom in handling tribal tensions. Though his warriors, loyal and eager to defend their king's honor, wanted to execute Shimei on the spot. David stayed their hands, recognizing that such an act of vengeance would only inflame tensions and undermine his efforts to build a lasting peace. Later, upon returning to Jerusalem victorious, he forgave the Benjaminites' offense, understanding that showing mercy would do more to secure peace than harsh punishment, setting an example of forgiveness and reconciliation for his entire kingdom. As David's reign progressed, Benjamin found unexpected opportunities to thrive, proving their resilience and adaptability. Their strategic location near the capital brought economic benefits through trade and royal building projects, transforming their once isolated villages into bustling centers of commerce. Their warriors gained a reputation for skill and bravery in the king's armies, particularly the elite forces, earning respect and recognition throughout the kingdom. Gradually, many Benjaminites shifted from reluctant subjects to proud citizens of a united Israel, embracing their new identity and contributing their unique talents to the nation's success. When another Benjaminite, a restless agitator named Sheba, attempted rebellion, blowing his trumpet and calling out, "We have no share in David, no part in Jesse's son," he found little support among his tribesmen, a sign of how far Benjamin had come in accepting their role in the United Kingdom. Most recognized that their future lay not in clinging to past glory, but in contributing their unique strengths to Israel's shared destiny. David's 40-year reign transformed Benjamin from a defeated rival to a central partner in building the nation, a remarkable testament to his leadership and their adaptability. Though they no longer held the throne, their territory, traditions, and talents remained vital to Israel's identity, contributing to the richness and diversity of the kingdom. In learning to thrive from the second position rather than demanding first place, Benjamin discovered a resilience that would serve them well through the coming centuries of challenge, proving that true strength lies not in power, but in the ability to adapt and contribute to the greater good. Solomon's Temple, a tribe's enduring legacy. The morning sun, a painter of gold, spilled over Jerusalem's eastern ridge, illuminating a scene of unprecedented significance. Thousands had gathered, their anticipation palpable. Solomon, regal and commanding, stood before the colossal temple, its limestone walls and cedar beams catching the first rays of dawn, shimmering with divine promise. 7 long years of tireless labor had culminated in this moment. The house of God, a structure of unparalleled magnificence, stood complete, a testament to Israel's devotion and a wonder surpassing anything the nation had ever witnessed. For the tribe of Benjamin, this dedication held a profound, almost sacred significance. The temple, a symbol of national unity and divine favor, rose upon land that had once been partly theirs. Mount Moriah. It was here that David, in a moment of profound humility and repentance, had built an altar to halt the devastating plague that had swept through the land. Now, this very site, steeped in history and sacrifice, would become the permanent sanctuary for the Ark of the Covenant, the physical embodiment of God's presence, and the nation's spiritual epicenter. Though Solomon, a descendant of David, rightfully held the throne, the temple itself, rising from Benjaminite soil, represented the tribe's enduring foothold in Israel's future. It was a tangible link to their past and a beacon illuminating their path forward. The construction of the temple had irrevocably transformed Jerusalem and the surrounding Benjaminite lands. The air thrummed with activity. Forests of fragrant cedar, felled in distant Lebanon, were floated down the coast and hauled inland. Stone, meticulously quarried from the northern reaches of the kingdom, journeyed along dusty roads, each block a testament to human ingenuity and divine inspiration. Bronze, cast in the clay molds of the Jordan Valley, made its way to the holy city, destined to become pillars and basins, symbols of strength and purification. Skilled craftsmen from Tyre, renowned for their artistry, labored alongside Israelite workers, including many Benjaminites, whose proximity to the building site made them natural participants in this grand endeavor. They poured their hearts and souls into the project, their sweat and skill woven into the very fabric of the temple. The details of this magnificent structure were overwhelming, each element designed to inspire awe and reverence. 2 massive bronze pillars, symbols of permanence and divine authority, named Jachin and Boaz, flanked the entrance, their surfaces gleaming in the sunlight. Inside, cedar panels, intricately carved with images of flowers and palm trees, covered the stone walls, their fragrance filling the air. Pure gold, shimmering and radiant, overlaid the inner sanctuary, the Holy of Holies, where the Ark of the Covenant would reside, a testament to God's glory and the nation's unwavering faith. A massive bronze basin, known as the Sea, rested upon the backs of 12 bronze bulls, each facing a different direction, symbolizing the strength and stability of the nation. 10 smaller basins, mounted on wheels for easy movement, stood ready for the washing of sacrifices, a ritual of purification and atonement. As the dedication ceremony commenced, a procession of priests, clad in white linen robes, their faces filled with reverence, carried the Ark of the Covenant from its temporary dwelling in the city of David, up to the Temple Mount. Levites, many hailing from Benjaminite families, their voices raised in harmonious praise, sang with cymbals, harps, and lyres, creating a symphony of devotion that echoed through the city. When the Ark reached the Holy of Holies, something extraordinary occurred, a manifestation of divine power that would be etched in the memories of all who witnessed it. The cloud of God's glory, thick and luminous, filled the temple so completely that the priests could not continue their service. A hush fell over the crowd, a collective intake of breath as they stood in awe of the Almighty. Solomon, his heart overflowing with gratitude and humility, spread his hands toward heaven and prayed, his words echoing across the silent crowd, reaching the furthest corners of the city. But will God really dwell on earth? The heavens, even the highest heaven, cannot contain you. How much less this temple I have built? He asked not that God would be confined to this physical structure, but that divine attention would be focused here, a beacon of hope and solace, whenever people prayed toward it, whether in times of blessing or distress. For 7 days, the dedication continued, a celebration of faith and unity. Feasting and sacrifices, offered in numbers beyond counting, filled the temple courts. The aroma of incense and roasted meat mingled in the air, a fragrant offering to the heavens. People from every tribe, with the Benjaminites prominently among them, crowded the streets of Jerusalem, sharing meals, recounting stories, and gazing in wonder at the temple that would define their national identity for generations to come. It was a time of joyous reunion and renewed commitment to their shared heritage. After the celebrations concluded and the visitors returned home, Benjaminite villages buzzed with accounts from those who had witnessed the dedication. Elders, their faces etched with wisdom and experience, gathered the young people to explain how this magnificent structure connected to their tribal history. From Jacob's prophetic blessing of Benjamin, to Saul's kingship, a moment of both glory and tragedy, to David's purchase of the threshing floor that became the Temple Mount, the temple permeated every aspect of daily life throughout Benjamin's territory. 3 times yearly, families embarked on pilgrimages to Jerusalem for major festivals, transforming sleepy Benjaminite roads into bustling pilgrim routes. The rhythm of life shifted, dictated by the seasons of worship and celebration. Local economies adapted to support these travelers, providing food, lodging, and sacrificial animals. Villages, once focused solely on farming, became way stations for the faithful, their prosperity tied to the spiritual heart of the nation. For Benjaminite Levites, the temple offered unprecedented opportunities for service, a chance to dedicate their lives to the divine. Solomon, in his wisdom, organized 24 divisions of priests and musicians to maintain continuous worship, ensuring that the temple never fell silent. Many from Benjamin's clans found their life's purpose singing in temple choirs, their voices blending in harmonious praise, guarding sacred spaces, protecting the sanctity of the temple, or assisting with sacrifices, participating in the ancient rituals that connected them to their ancestors. Their connection to this holy place, a source of immense pride and spiritual fulfillment, helped heal old wounds left by the tribe's fall from political power. It provided a new sense of identity, rooted in faith and service. Not everyone welcomed these changes with open arms. Some traditional Benjaminites, clinging to the ways of the past, worried that centralizing worship in Jerusalem diminished the importance of local sacred sites where they had encountered God for generations. Others questioned the enormous wealth invested in gold and precious materials when ordinary families struggled with Solomon's heavy taxes, a burden that weighed heavily on the land. Yet, despite these reservations, most recognized something profound in this new arrangement. The temple offered all Israel, regardless of tribal origin, equal access to God's presence. A shepherd from Benjamin could stand alongside a merchant from Judah or a farmer from Ephraim, all facing the same bronze altar, all watching the same sacred smoke rise toward heaven, united in their devotion and humility. Perhaps most significant for Benjamin was how the temple altered their relationship with the monarchy. Though David's line held the throne, the temple stood partly on Benjaminite soil, a permanent reminder of their essential place in Israel's story. It was a testament to their enduring significance, a symbol of their contribution to the nation's destiny. Political power might shift and fade, empires might rise and fall, but this sacred space, built on Benjaminite land, anchored their identity to something transcending tribal politics. As years passed, the glory of Solomon's temple became Benjamin's shared inheritance. Not as a conquered people who had lost their way, but as guardians of holy ground, where heaven touched earth, their role eternally etched in the annals of Israel's history. Their warriors, who once fought for Saul's kingdom, now protected pilgrim roads, ensuring the safety of those who sought solace and spiritual nourishment. Their craftsmen, who might have adorned a Benjaminite palace, now maintained sacred vessels, their skills dedicated to the service of God. Their singers, who could have celebrated tribal victories, now offered psalms of praise, transcending all divisions, uniting the nation in harmonious worship. In this transformation lay Benjamin's greatest strength, the ability to find new purpose when old dreams faded, to adapt and thrive in the face of adversity. The tribe that nearly vanished after Gibeah and lost its royal house with Saul now anchored its identity in something more enduring than political power. As Solomon's golden reign reached its zenith, the temple stood as Benjamin's living legacy, their unique contribution to Israel's unfolding story. Some families took these omens to heart, choosing survival over perceived security. They sold their ancestral lands, the fields their fathers had tilled for generations, and sought refuge in the remote, rugged hills, hoping to disappear into the landscape. Others, driven by desperation, even made the agonizing decision to leave their homeland altogether, seeking uncertain sanctuary in Egypt, a land that once represented bondage but now offered a glimmer of hope. Still others, unable to abandon their heritage, doubled down on defense. They reinforced the crumbling walls of their villages, stone upon stone, and stockpiled provisions, anticipating a long and brutal siege. They filled granaries and cellars, praying that their stores would last through the coming storm. Most, however, simply continued with the mundane routines of daily life, their faces masks of normalcy concealing a gnawing anxiety. They planted their fields, knowing they might never reap the harvest, and raised their children, their hearts aching with uncertainty about the future those children would inherit. The unseen weight of dread settled over the land like a shroud. In the opulent capital, King Jehoiakim, blinded by pride and political ambition, stubbornly rejected the prophet Jeremiah's counsel. He chose instead to brazenly rebel against the Babylonian Empire, foolishly aligning himself with a weakened Egypt. This act of defiance ignited a dangerous schism within Benjamin. Political factions emerged, their loyalties divided between the king's reckless defiance and the prophet's somber warnings of submission to Babylon. Jeremiah's name became a curse and a blessing, dividing families and turning neighbor against neighbor. Villages that had once stood united against the constant threat from the northern tribes now found themselves fractured from within, torn apart by suspicion and fear. Through these tense and volatile years, a handful of Benjaminite scribes, recognizing the profound historical significance of Jeremiah's prophecies, meticulously preserved his words on fragile scrolls. They recorded not only the prophet's stark warnings of impending doom but also the faint, shimmering promises of hope that lay hidden within them, promises that sparkled like distant stars in a dark and unforgiving sky. These were words about restoration and return, about a future time when God would gather the scattered remnants of Jacob's tents and lead them back to their homeland. Hidden deep within Jeremiah's dire pronouncements were the nascent seeds of hope, whispers of a divine plan. "For I know the plans I have for you," the scrolls declared, "plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." These words, carried on the wind and whispered from mouth to ear throughout Benjamin's scattered settlements, became a fragile lifeline, sustaining weary spirits as the storm clouds of war gathered on the horizon. As the years passed and Jeremiah's prophecies began to manifest in increasingly frightening ways, the very character of the tribe of Benjamin underwent another profound transformation. The fierce warriors who had once defended the borders with unwavering courage now became seekers of deeper wisdom, desperately trying to discern the divine patterns hidden within the unfolding events. Their famous pragmatism, once their defining trait, now mixed with an unexpected mystical streak. They became collectors of prophecies, watchers of signs, and preparers for exile, their lives consumed by the looming darkness. And all the while, the shadow from the north grew longer and more menacing, stretching inexorably toward their vulnerable hills, as the armies of Babylon drew ever closer to fulfilling the prophet's dire and chilling predictions. The rise of Babylon. Doomsday approaches. The first rumors of Babylon's ascendance reached Benjamin like distant thunder, barely audible at first but growing steadily louder and more ominous. These were stories of a new king in Babylon, a ruthless and ambitious ruler whose desires stretched across the known world. Nebuchadnezzar, son of Nabopolassar, had decisively crushed the Egyptian forces at Carchemish, dramatically shifting the balance of power throughout the region. For the common folk tending their fields and orchards in the gentle rolling hills of Benjamin, such distant battles initially seemed to hold little consequence. They were preoccupied with the daily struggles of survival, with planting and harvesting, with raising their families and tending to their flocks. But soon enough that would tragically change. One cool autumn morning, an unusual sight appeared on the northern horizon. Vast, ominous dust clouds, churning and swirling like a malevolent storm. By nightfall, terrified refugees from devastated towns poured into Benjamin's villages, bringing harrowing tales of unspeakable horrors. Babylonian scouts, they cried, had crossed into Judah's territory. What the prophets had warned about for years was now unfolding before their very eyes with terrifying speed. King Jehoiakim of Judah, having foolishly rebelled against Babylonian authority, learned too late the catastrophic cost of his defiance. Nebuchadnezzar's response was swift and calculated, a brutal lesson in imperial power. Rather than immediately besieging Jerusalem, the heart of the rebellion, his forces systematically targeted the outlying regions first, crushing resistance and sowing terror. And Benjamin, with its strategic location and history of defiance, bore the brunt of this devastating strategy. Anathoth, the birthplace of Jeremiah, the very source of the unwelcome prophecies, fell within days. Its sturdy stone houses, some standing for centuries as silent witnesses to Benjamin's history, crumbled under the relentless assault of Babylonian siege engines. Families who managed to escape the carnage brought harrowing tales to neighboring villages, their voices choked with grief and terror. They spoke of Babylonian soldiers rounding up skilled craftsmen and young nobles, binding them in chains for the long and agonizing march to Babylon, a fate worse than death. Among those taken in this first brutal wave of deportation was a young priest named Ezekiel, barely 20 years old but possessing a keen and insightful mind and a deep, unwavering religious training. His intellect and potential made him a valuable prize to the conquerors, who sought to integrate select captives into Babylonian society, exploiting their talents for the benefit of the empire. Families watched helplessly as their brightest and most promising youth disappeared over the northern hills, swallowed by the insatiable maw of the Babylonian Empire, unlikely to ever return to their homes or their loved ones. Bethel, once a revered center of worship since the time of the patriarch Jacob, the place where heaven and earth had reportedly met, became a desecrated Babylonian outpost. Soldiers camped among its sacred stones, their foreign languages and alien gods a bitter irony in this place that had once symbolized the divine presence. From this strategically important position, they launched further raids deeper into Benjamin's territory, plundering supplies and systematically breaking the people's will to resist. In Jerusalem, King Jehoiakim, finally realizing the utter futility of his rebellion, reluctantly submitted to Babylon's overwhelming might. Nebuchadnezzar, ever the pragmatist, demanded a heavy tribute, including vast quantities of silver and gold, precious temple treasures, and a selection of royal hostages to ensure the king's future compliance. Among these first captives were members of Benjamin's leading families, young men of noble birth selected for their intelligence, their bearing, and their potential to serve the empire. Daniel and his friends, whose unwavering faith would later become legendary, began their harrowing journey into exile during these dark and uncertain days. For those who remained in Benjamin's ravaged towns, life changed dramatically, their world shrinking to the confines of their fear. Heavy taxation stripped their storehouses bare, leaving them with barely enough to survive. Babylonian officials conducted regular censuses, meticulously noting every able-bodied worker and potential soldier, turning them into mere numbers in the empire's vast accounting. Fields lay fallow as farmers were conscripted for grueling building projects or forced to provide military support to their occupiers. The crushing weight of foreign occupation pressed down upon them like an invisible yoke, suffocating their spirits and crushing their hopes. Yet, even in these darkest of times, human resilience flickered like a stubborn flame. Hidden from the watchful eyes of the Babylonian overlords, village elders preserved sacred texts, burying precious scrolls in clay jars or concealing them within the intricate network of cave systems that honeycombed Benjamin's limestone hills. Children learned Torah passages by moonlight, their whispered recitations barely audible beyond the protective circle of their families. Women passed down traditional songs and customs through the mundane routines of daily life, ensuring that the fragile threads of their cultural heritage remained unbroken, a defiant act of hope in the face of overwhelming despair. When King Jehoiakim, driven by foolish pride and false promises, foolishly rebelled again, Nebuchadnezzar's already strained patience finally snapped. The second wave of Babylonian forces struck with calculated fury, their objective now clear: Jerusalem itself. To reach it, however, they would first need to secure Benjamin's strategic passes and fortified towns, eliminating any potential resistance along the way. Gibeon fell after a brutal 3-day siege, its famous pool running red with the blood of its valiant defenders. Ramah surrendered without a fight, its inhabitants choosing the uncertain promise of survival over certain and utter destruction. Mizpah, with its commanding view of the surrounding territories, became a Babylonian military headquarters, a strategic prize seized from its defenders. The bitter irony of this occupation was not lost on the remaining inhabitants, for this was the very place where Israel had once gathered to plan war against Benjamin generations earlier, a haunting echo of past conflicts. By the time the Babylonian forces finally encircled Jerusalem, Benjamin's territory lay in ruins, a landscape of devastation and despair. Smoke rose from burned villages, a constant reminder of the empire's wrath. Ancient olive groves, some dating back centuries and representing a vital source of sustenance, had been mercilessly cut down for siege equipment and fuel, leaving the land barren and scarred. Terrace fields, cultivated by generations of farmers, lay trampled and abandoned, their rich soil now useless. Inside the besieged capital, young King Jehoiakim quickly realized the futility of further resistance. After barely 3 months on the throne, he made the agonizing decision to surrender to Nebuchadnezzar, hoping to spare the city from complete annihilation. The Babylonian king's terms, however, proved to be merciless. Another massive deportation of nobles, craftsmen, priests, and warriors was ordered. Nearly 10,000 of Judah's most valuable citizens, including more Benjaminite families, began the long and arduous journey east, leaving behind their homes, their lands, and their way of life. Zedekiah, installed as a puppet king by Babylon, watched helplessly as his kingdom shrank to little more than Jerusalem and its immediate surroundings, his power a mere illusion. Benjamin's territory now effectively served as a Babylonian military zone, its remaining villages subjected to the arbitrary whims of foreign commanders, their lives dictated by the empire's relentless demands. For those Benjaminites already in exile, scattered throughout the vast Babylonian empire, a strange and unexpected transformation began to take place. Settled in communities along Babylon's intricate network of irrigation canals, they clung fiercely to their identity, refusing to be assimilated into the foreign culture. Their famous adaptability, the very trait that had helped them survive as a buffer tribe for generations, now served them well in this strange and unfamiliar land. They learned new languages and acquired new skills while meticulously maintaining their private devotion to their God, preserving their traditions in the face of immense pressure to conform. Back in their devastated homeland, the remnant who had somehow avoided deportation lived in a strange and disorienting limbo. With their leaders gone, their sacred places desecrated, and their way of life shattered, they moved like shadows through a landscape they barely recognized. Old tribal boundaries meant little under the brutal reality of Babylonian rule. Benjaminites and Judahites, once fierce rivals, now shared the same tragic fate, their ancient animosities fading against the backdrop of shared suffering and overwhelming despair. As Zedekiah's reign progressed under the watchful eyes of his Babylonian overseers, a flicker of hope briefly ignited when Egypt, sensing an opportunity to weaken its rival, showed renewed interest in challenging Babylonian dominance. False prophets, preying on the people's desperation, circulated throughout Benjamin's broken villages, promising imminent liberation and urging rebellion, directly contradicting Jeremiah's explicit warnings. Zedekiah, swayed by these seductive whispers of freedom and blinded by a desperate desire to regain his lost power, eventually succumbed to their deceptive allure and rebelled against Babylon. The response from Babylon would bring the final, devastating chapter of destruction, a cataclysmic event that would scar the land and the collective memory of its people for generations to come. The fall of Jerusalem, Benjamin in ruins. Dawn broke over Jerusalem's towering walls, casting a pale light on the faces of the exhausted defenders, their hopes dwindling with each passing day. For 18 long and agonizing months, Nebuchadnezzar's relentless forces had choked the city like a slowly tightening noose, cutting off supplies and slowly starving its inhabitants. Now, in the scorching summer heat of 586 BCE, the end seemed inevitable. Among these desperate fighters stood the last of Benjamin's warriors, their homes already reduced to ash and rubble beyond the city's northern gates, their families scattered or slain. In Benjamin's once thriving villages, only the elderly, the infirm, and the very young remained, too weak or insignificant to be of any use to the Babylonian conquerors. From hidden caves and remote hilltops, they watched in horror as Babylonian siege engines moved into their final, devastating positions, preparing for the final assault. The great forests that had once covered their tribal lands had been stripped bare, the timber used to construct the massive Babylonian war machines that now threatened to obliterate their city. Fields that should have ripened with barley and wheat lay trampled and barren, the crops destroyed by the relentless siege. Inside Jerusalem's walls, famine had accomplished what Babylonian weapons could not. It had broken the spirit of the people and driven them to the brink of despair. People collapsed in the streets, too weak to bury their dead. Water, strictly rationed, tasted of desperation and despair. Mothers with hollow eyes cradled silent infants, unable to produce milk, their bodies drained by starvation. The horrors that Jeremiah had predicted with such unwavering conviction had now come to pass, exceeding even his direst warnings. In the darkest corners of the besieged city, unspeakable acts occurred as hunger drove some to unimaginable measures, turning neighbor against neighbor in a desperate fight for survival. On a moonless night in early summer, King Zedekiah, driven by desperation and a sliver of remaining hope, made his desperate and ultimately futile move. With a small band of fighters, many of them from the tribe of Benjamin, known for their stealth and night-fighting skills, he slipped through a small gate near the king's garden, hoping to reach the relative safety of the Jordan Valley and escape to the east. For a brief and fleeting moment, freedom seemed tantalizingly possible. But Babylonian scouts, ever vigilant, spotted them on the plains near Jericho, their hopes dashed in an instant. The king who had stubbornly ignored the prophetic warnings now faced their devastating fulfillment. Brought before Nebuchadnezzar at Riblah, Zedekiah was forced to witness the horrific execution of his sons, their lifeless bodies the last sight he would ever see. Blinded and chained, he began the long and agonizing journey to Babylon, a living symbol of divine judgment and the consequences of disobedience. Back in Jerusalem, Nebuzaradan, commander of Nebuchadnezzar's imperial guard, implemented his king's final and brutal solution. The temple, which had stood for over 4 centuries as the spiritual heart of Israel, burned for 3 long and agonizing days, its destruction signaling the end of an era. Its sacred vessels, those not already plundered in earlier raids, disappeared into Babylon's vast treasury, symbols of conquered gods and subjugated peoples. The golden cherubim that had witnessed generations of prayers and sacrifices now rode in the conqueror's wagons, heading east to a foreign land. From their hidden places throughout Benjamin's hills, survivors watched the destruction of Jerusalem with silent horror, their hearts filled with grief and despair. The smoke column rising from the Temple Mount could be seen for miles, a funeral pyre for their way of life, a visual testament to their utter and complete defeat. When the flames finally died, leaving behind a smoldering ruin, Babylonian soldiers methodically dismantled the city walls, ensuring that Jerusalem could never again serve as a fortress of rebellion, solidifying their control over the conquered territory. But the psychological impact of the destruction ran far deeper than any physical damage. Since the time of Solomon, Benjamin had defined itself, in part, through its proximity to the temple, its very identity intertwined with the sacred rituals performed within its walls. Their territory contained sacred sites where heaven and earth met, places of pilgrimage and devotion for generations. Now, with those holy places desecrated and the sacred rituals impossible to perform, a profound existential question emerged. Could they remain God's people without the visible symbols of His presence? Could their faith survive in the absence of the temple? Across Benjamin's ravaged landscape, the destruction was not random or haphazard but calculated and systematic. Anything with potential military value, walls, towers, fortified buildings, was systematically demolished, reduced to rubble. Fruit trees, which required decades to mature and represented a vital source of sustenance, were mercilessly cut down, ensuring that the land could not easily support any future rebellion. Wells were filled with debris, rendering them unusable. Cisterns were shattered, depriving the people of precious water. This was not mere conquest. It was a deliberate attempt at cultural erasure, a systematic dismantling of a people's identity and way of life. Yet, even in this bleakest of moments, seeds of resilience took root, nurtured by the unwavering faith of a few. As Babylonian deportation officers rounded up the last valuable captives, skilled craftspeople, scribes, and remaining nobles, they overlooked the rural poor, the farmers, the shepherds, and the laborers. These forgotten ones, deemed worthless by the cold and calculating standards of the empire, would ironically become the surprising caretakers of the land, preserving its memory and its potential for future restoration. Mizpah, once a Benjaminite stronghold, became the administrative center for what remained of Judah under Gedaliah, a governor appointed by Babylon, chosen for his pragmatism and his willingness to collaborate with the occupying forces. Some Benjaminites, cautiously emerging from their hiding places, were drawn to his reasonable policies and to Jeremiah's endorsement of cooperation with Babylon as the only path to survival. For a brief and fleeting moment, hope flickered in the darkness. Farmers began clearing fields, planting crops, and tending to their livestock. Markets reopened with meager goods, a sign of returning normalcy. Children played again in the shadows of ruined towns, their laughter a fragile counterpoint to the surrounding devastation. Gedaliah's pragmatic leadership offered a glimmer of hope, a vision of life continuing, albeit under foreign rule. But this fragile peace was shattered when Jewish nationalists, fueled by a fervent desire for complete independence, assassinated Gedaliah, triggering harsh Babylonian reprisals and a final, devastating wave of deportations. Fearing collective punishment for the assassination, many remaining Benjaminites, defying Jeremiah's warnings, fled to Egypt, seeking refuge from Babylonian retribution and taking the elderly prophet with them against his will, their actions driven by fear rather than faith. The land fell eerily silent, a vast and desolate wasteland. Villages that had bustled with life for centuries stood abandoned, their stones gradually reclaimed by creeping vines and persistent roots, slowly disappearing beneath the relentless march of nature. Wild animals roamed freely through former streets and marketplaces, their cries echoing through the empty ruins. Jackals howled from the ruins of the temple, fulfilling the prophetic warnings with chilling precision. Yet, despite the widespread devastation and the mass deportations, not all departed. In remote valleys and hidden caves, some Benjaminites remained, clinging to their ancestral lands, becoming virtually invisible to maintain their tenuous existence, their lives reduced to a desperate struggle for survival. These overlooked survivors, too poor to deport or too insignificant to account for, preserved ancestral connections to the land through years of darkness and despair, their unwavering faith a testament to the enduring spirit of their people. Meanwhile, in Babylon, the deported Benjaminites faced their own unique set of challenges. Initially settled along the vast network of irrigation canals south of the great city, they confronted fundamental questions about their faith and their identity. Could they worship without a temple? Was God still with them in this foreign land? Did their covenant with God still stand after such complete and devastating defeat? From this crisis of meaning emerged new and innovative forms of religious practice, born from necessity and forged in the crucible of exile. Without access to temple sacrifices, prayer and scripture study gained newfound prominence. Synagogue gatherings began, centered around Torah readings and acts of communal remembrance, providing a sense of unity and purpose in a foreign land. The defining elements of later Judaism took shape in these exile communities, growing from a desperate need for connection and meaning into a rich and enduring tradition. Some Benjaminites found unexpected opportunities in Babylon, their skills proving valuable to the empire. Their tribe had always included gifted administrators, skilled craftspeople, and shrewd strategists, qualities that were highly sought after in the bustling metropolis. These skills proved invaluable in the empire's vast bureaucracy and its thriving workshops. Gradually, certain families established themselves in Babylonian society, achieving a degree of prosperity while meticulously maintaining their distinct religious and cultural identity, a delicate balance that would characterize Jewish diaspora communities for centuries to come. As decades passed, the first generation born in exile grew up with only stories of Jerusalem, their knowledge of their ancestral homeland limited to the tales told by their grandparents on festival evenings. For them, Benjamin's hills existed only in whispered memories, in the songs and prayers that connected them to a distant past. They spoke Aramaic more fluently than Hebrew, and they knew the bustling streets of Babylon better than the ancient paths of their ancestors. Yet, something persistent remained within them, a deep and unshakable longing for return, a profound sense of belonging elsewhere, despite never having seen that promised land. Throughout these dark and uncertain years, prophetic voices offered unexpected comfort, their words echoing through the exile communities and offering a glimmer of hope in the face of despair. Ezekiel's strange and visionary prophecies spoke of a divine presence that moved with the exiles rather than remaining fixed to the geography of the temple, assuring them that God had not abandoned them. Isaiah's soaring poetry promised restoration and return, painting vivid pictures of a glorious future for the scattered remnants of Israel. These words, carefully copied and shared among the exile communities, kept hope alive when all physical evidence suggested only defeat and despair. In the ashes of destruction, seeds of something new and resilient took root, a faith that could survive without land, without a temple, and without a king. Benjamin's people, scattered but unbroken, carried these precious seeds through their darkest night, preserving their identity and their hope for a brighter future. Exile and despair. The Benjaminite remnant. 50 years passed like a slow-moving river, carrying the exiles further and further away from their homeland. Along Babylon's bustling canals, Benjaminite exiles built lives they never wanted but gradually came to accept, their days filled with labor and their nights with memories. Their mud-brick houses, clustered in neighborhoods that mimicked the layouts of their hometowns, stood as humble monuments to memory and hope, testaments to their enduring connection to their past. Children born under Mesopotamian stars grew into adults who had never seen Jerusalem's hills, their knowledge of their ancestral home limited to stories and songs. For the first generation of exiles, adjustment to their new reality proved brutal. their hearts aching with the loss of their homes and their traditions. Taunted by their captors, who mocked their faith and their suffering, they were often commanded, "Sing us one of the songs of Zion." But the exiles, their spirits broken, hung their harps on the willow branches that lined the canals and refused to perform sacred music for the entertainment of their oppressors. Their silence a powerful act of resistance. Some older captives simply withered and died, their spirits crushed by the painful memories of the temple and the devastating loss of their homeland, unable to find solace in this foreign land. Others clutched tightly to ritual observances, finding in the Sabbath and dietary laws a portable identity that needed no homeland, a way to maintain their connection to their past in the face of overwhelming pressure to assimilate. Young Daniel, taken captive in the first deportation, rose improbably through Babylon's civil service, his intelligence and integrity earning him the respect of his superiors. His Benjaminite background, coming from a tribe skilled at navigating between larger powers, served him well in the complex world of court politics. When his famous wisdom saved the Judean community from destruction during Nebuchadnezzar's madness, he became a living symbol that God had not abandoned his people, even in exile, his story a beacon of hope in a dark and uncertain time. Back in the devastated homeland, life continued for those who remained, a constant struggle for survival amidst the ruins. In Benjamin's territory, small clusters of families slowly reclaimed the ruins of their former homes, planting crops between fallen stones and sleeping in caves near their ancestral fields. Their lives a testament to resilience and perseverance. Their poverty became their protection. Having nothing worth taking, they faced less harassment from passing armies and officials, allowing them to quietly rebuild their lives amidst the ruins. Over decades, tiny settlements grew around water sources, their inhabitants officially invisible in the imperial records, their existence a secret whispered among the hills. Within both communities, the exiled and the remnant, leaders emerged who helped forge new understandings of their ancient faith, adapting their traditions to their new circumstances. Without access to the temple and its sacrificial rituals, prayer gained new importance as a means of connecting with God. Fathers became household priests, passing down traditions to their children through nightly teachings, ensuring that the flame of faith continued to burn. Women preserved domestic rituals and food customs, maintaining cultural boundaries in foreign settings and preserving their heritage in the face of assimilation. The exile forced profound theological wrestling, forcing them to confront difficult and unsettling questions. How could they understand their devastating national defeat? Why had God allowed such a catastrophe to befall his chosen people? Some concluded that their suffering came as divine punishment for covenant unfaithfulness, a consequence of their ancestors' sins. Others suggested more complex interpretations, arguing that perhaps God worked through foreign empires to achieve purposes they could not yet see, a way to test and refine their faith. These conversations, often heated and passionate, occurred in homes and gathering places throughout the Babylonian diaspora, shaping the future of their faith. Among the second generation born in exile, different challenges emerged. Young people born in Babylon lacked first-hand memories of Jerusalem, but they absorbed their parents' longing for their homeland, inheriting their sense of displacement. Some embraced this inherited homesickness, committing themselves to an eventual return they could scarcely imagine. Others drifted toward Babylonian ways, finding opportunities in trade, crafts, and administration that their parents had initially resisted, drawn to the opportunities and comforts of their new home. Tension between assimilation and preservation defined community boundaries, shaping the choices they made and the lives they lived. Simple questions carried enormous weight, their answers determining the future of their community. Should they learn Akkadian writing, the language of the empire? Could they work in shops that sold food to idol temples, compromising their religious principles? Might their children play with Babylonian neighbors, risking assimilation? Each family navigated these complex waters differently, creating diverse expressions of Benjaminite identity, their choices shaping the future of their tribe. The tribe's famous adaptability proved crucial during these years, allowing them to survive and thrive in a foreign land. Long accustomed to living between competing powers, Benjaminites adjusted more readily than some to their in-between status as resident aliens, neither fully assimilated nor fully separate. Their traditional skills, metalwork, textile production, and military strategy, found ready markets in the empire's hungry economy, allowing them to support themselves and their families. Some families achieved modest prosperity while maintaining private devotion to their ancestral faith, their success a testament to their skill and their resilience. When Persia rose against Babylon, ripples of change reached Jewish communities throughout Mesopotamia, altering the political landscape and offering new possibilities. Daniel, now elderly but still influential, interpreted the shifting political winds as divine intervention, seeing God's hand at work in the rise of the Persian Empire. His writings from this period, blending apocalyptic imagery with historical analysis, circulated among exile communities, offering cryptic hope that liberation approached, stirring their hearts with the possibility of return. Meanwhile, a young woman named Esther, descended from Benjaminite exiles according to some traditions, found herself improbably elevated to Persia's royal court, her fate intertwined with the destiny of her people. Her courage in revealing her heritage to save her people from genocide became legendary, celebrated annually in the festival of Purim, a testament to her bravery and her unwavering faith. For exiles questioning whether God still watched over them, her story provided powerful evidence of divine providence, reassuring them that they had not been forgotten. Throughout these decades, scattered Benjaminites maintained connections through messengers and traders who traveled between Babylon and the homeland, their journeys fraught with danger but essential for maintaining unity. Letters wrapped in oilcloth carried family news, rabbinical decisions, and snippets of developing scripture between communities, strengthening the bonds of kinship and faith. These fragile paper bridges ensured that the tribe, though physically divided, remained spiritually connected, their shared heritage a source of strength and resilience. In the homeland remnant, life centered increasingly around figures like the prophet Haggai, who tended the embers of faith through the dark years, keeping the flame of hope alive. Living among Jerusalem's ruins, these teachers developed a vision of restoration that went beyond mere rebuilding, envisioning a future temple more glorious than Solomon's, a renewed covenant that would transform hearts more than structures. As Persian power consolidated under Cyrus the Great, whispers spread through exile communities, carried on the wind and in the hearts of those who yearned for home. The new emperor followed a different policy toward conquered peoples than his Babylonian predecessors, a policy of tolerance and respect. Rather than forced assimilation, he permitted, and even encouraged, cultural and religious autonomy, allowing conquered peoples to maintain their traditions and rebuild their sacred places. For the first time in generations, return from exile seemed more than a distant fantasy, a real and tangible possibility. When news came that Cyrus had issued a decree specifically allowing Jews to return to their homeland and rebuild their temple, debate erupted throughout Benjaminite communities, dividing families and testing their loyalties. Some viewed this as the fulfillment of prophetic promises, a divine summons home that could not be ignored. Others, having established lives in Mesopotamia, felt torn between ancestral loyalty and present stability, weighing the risks and rewards of returning to a land they barely knew. The aging Daniel, having survived multiple imperial transitions and witnessed the rise and fall of empires, offered wisdom to those wrestling with this difficult choice. Our people have lived through darker nights than this. Whether you go or stay, remember who you are and whose you are. God's purposes unfold across generations, not just our brief lives. As preparations began for the first return journey, Benjaminites faced their most significant choice since the kingdom divided centuries earlier, a decision that would shape the future of their tribe. Would they risk everything to reclaim ancestral lands now grown strange and wild? Or would they maintain exile communities, preserving their faith and their traditions far from their promised home? The answer, like the tribe itself, would prove complex and adaptable. Not either or, but both and. Some would go as pioneers, venturing into the unknown to rebuild their shattered homeland, while others would remain in Babylon to maintain networks of support and connection, ensuring that the returning exiles would not be forgotten. Neither choice represented perfect faithfulness or failure, but rather different expressions of the same enduring identity, a testament to their unwavering faith and their enduring connection to their heritage. And so, As the Persian dawn broke over Babylon's towering ziggurats, caravans formed on the eastern roads, loaded with carefully packed scrolls, sacred vessels, and fragile hopes, their wheels turning towards a new beginning. The first returnees set their faces toward Jerusalem, toward home, their hearts filled with a mixture of trepidation and excitement. The return under Cyrus, a second chance. The caravan stretched like a living ribbon across the vast desert, following ancient trade routes westward from Babylon. Its progress slow but steady. Nearly 50,000 exiles had answered the call to return, their hearts filled with a mixture of hope and trepidation. And with Benjaminites prominently represented among their numbers, Cyrus the Persian, called God's anointed by Isaiah, had opened a door that none thought possible, offering them the chance to go home, to rebuild their lives, and to restore their faith. Leading this remarkable exodus was Sheshbazzar, a Judean prince appointed governor by Cyrus. Persian authorities. Walking beside him, Benjaminite elders carried sacred treasure. Temple vessels that had survived Nebuchadnezzar's looting, now returning to their rightful place. These gold and silver objects wrapped carefully in linen symbolized continuity between past and future, between what was lost and what might yet be restored. The journey proved arduous. For months of travel across hostile terrain tested resolve and faith. Children born in Babylon encountered landscapes utterly foreign to them. Harsh deserts, mountain passes, unfamiliar stars. Elderly travelers who had been carried into exile as children now returned with grandchildren in tow, completing a circle begun in tears. Not all chose to return. Many Benjaminites established in Babylonian professions and communities elected to remain behind. These staying ones sent resources with those returning, gifts of gold, supplies, scrolls, and letters. Thus began the complex relationship between homeland and diaspora that would characterize Jewish life for centuries to follow. When the travelers finally crested the hill overlooking Jerusalem, many fell to their knees. What greeted them was not the glorious city described in grandparents' bedtime stories, but a desolate ruin. Walls toppled, houses collapsed, the Temple Mount a scarred shadow of its former grandeur. The gap between memory and reality struck like a physical blow. Benjaminite families headed north to ancestral territories, finding overgrown ruins where villages once thrived. Wild vines strangled ancient olive trees. Cisterns had cracked and filled with debris. Wolves denayed in collapsed houses. The work ahead would require more than nostalgia. It demanded bone-breaking labor and stubborn hope. The returnees' first priority was building basic shelter before winter arrived. Simple stone houses rose among ancient ruins, often incorporating materials from destroyed structures. Next came agricultural revival, clearing fields, repairing terraces, pruning long-neglected fruit trees. The rhythm of seasons, unchanged despite political upheavals, provided structure to their renewed life. By the following spring, enough stability existed to address the central task, rebuilding the temple. In a solemn ceremony on the ruins of Solomon's sanctuary, priests in ritual garments laid the foundation stone. Trumpets sounded, choirs sang ancient hymns, and the crowd responded with mingled sounds. Younger voices raised in celebration, older ones in tears, remembering what once stood there. This emotional foundation laying marked only the beginning of a troubled process. Local populations who had moved into vacant lands during the exile now viewed returnees with suspicion and hostility. These people of the land, some distantly related to northern Israelite tribes, practiced a religion that mixed Yahweh worship with other traditions. They initially offered to help with temple construction, but their assistance was firmly rejected by purist returnees. The resulting tension escalated into active opposition. Led by Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah the Ammonite, local groups sent complaints to Persian authorities claiming the rebuilding represented preparation for rebellion. Construction halted, leaving only the foundation complete. For nearly 2 decades, the temple site stood as a painful reminder of dreams deferred. Benjaminite families settled once more in ancestral lands, focused on rebuilding their own communities. During this delay, their practical nature served them well. Rather than fixating solely on temple restoration, they strengthened local governance, re-established traditional crafts, and secured their borders against hostile neighbors. The prophets Haggai and Zechariah emerged during this discouraging period, their messages cutting through resignation and fear. Is it time for you to dwell in paneled houses while God's house lies in ruins? Haggai asked pointedly. His words stirred renewed determination, especially among younger Benjaminites who had grown comfortable with the status quo. When Darius first confirmed Cyrus's original decree, temple construction resumed under Zerubbabel's leadership. Benjaminite craftsmen featured prominently in this effort, their metalworking skills particularly valued for creating decorative elements and ritual implements. Though smaller and less ornate than Solomon's original, this second temple represented profound theological significance, visible proof that covenant relationship continued despite exile and return. Upon its completion in 516 B.C., nearly 70 years after the first temple's destruction, celebration spread throughout the province. For Benjaminites, whose territory surrounded Jerusalem's northern approach, the temple's restoration meant more than religious revival. It signaled economic renewal as pilgrims once again traveled through their towns, buying provisions and lodging on festival journeys. Yet challenges remained. The Persian-appointed governors maintained tight control. Tax burdens felt heavy on communities still rebuilding basic infrastructure. Most painfully, the Holy of Holies stood empty. The Ark of the Covenant lost during Babylon's conquest left a void at Israel's spiritual center that no rebuilding could fill. In this complex environment, a scribe named Ezra arrived from Babylon with imperial authorization to implement Torah law as the community's governing code. His reforms touched Benjamin deeply as intermarriage had become common during Reconstruction years. Families were torn apart as Ezra demanded separation from foreign wives and children, a trauma that left lasting scars on community cohesion. When Nehemiah followed years later with authority to rebuild Jerusalem's walls, Benjaminites joined enthusiastically in the effort. Their towns formed the first line of defense north of the capital, making secure walls a matter of practical security rather than just symbolic importance. Working with tools in one hand and weapons in the other, they completed the seemingly impossible task in just 52 days. This collaborative project healed some divisions between returnees and those who had remained during exile. Shoulder to shoulder, they passed stones and mixed mortar, finding common purpose after years of suspicion. The wall's completion marked a turning point from surviving to thriving, from looking backward to building forward. Through these years of return and reconstruction, Benjamin's identity evolved once more. Their historical position as a bridge tribe caught between larger powers transformed into a spiritual bridging role between tradition and innovation. Having experienced both homeland and exile, they helped forge a Judaism that could survive anywhere while maintaining sacred connection to one place. This second chance, hard-won through generations of exile, had not restored what was lost. Yet in its place grew something perhaps more durable, a faith defined by practice rather than location, by community rather than kingdom, by lifelong learning rather than inherited position. In this new reality, Benjamin found familiar ground, adapting, connecting, surviving against the odds. Rebuilding Jerusalem a new identity. Morning sunlight caught the edge of Nehemiah's newly completed walls, casting long shadows across Jerusalem's awakening streets. Inside those walls, a remarkable transformation unfolded, not just of stone and timber, but of an entire people finding their way forward after exile's long night. For Benjamin's families, this rebirth carried special significance. Their ancestral lands extended northward from Jerusalem, making the city their southern anchor rather than central dwelling place. Yet they committed themselves fully to its restoration, understanding that their tribe's fate had always been linked to the holy cities. Under Nehemiah's governance, urban planning proceeded with methodical care. Streets followed ancient patterns, though straightened where possible. Water systems crucial in this semi-arid region received particular attention. Cisterns cleaned, channels repaired, and the Guehan Springs flow secured within protected walls. Benjaminite engineers, drawing on skills developed in Babylon's advanced hydraulic environment, contributed valuable expertise to these projects. Housing construction revealed changing social patterns. Extended family compounds, once the norm in pre-exile Jerusalem, gave way to smaller dwellings suitable for nuclear families. This shift reflected broader changes in community structure. Tribal identity, while still important, increasingly shared influence with occupational and religious affiliations. With basic infrastructure established, attention turned toward reweaving the social fabric. Nehemiah instituted a resettlement program, asking families from surrounding regions to relocate into Jerusalem proper. The biblical record notes that men of Benjamin figured prominently among those who volunteered for this urban migration, leaving comfortable rural settings to help repopulate the city. These Benjaminite urbanites brought distinctive skills with them: craftsmanship in metals, knowledge of textile production, experience in trade networks extending to Persia. Markets gradually reopened under their influence, connecting Jerusalem once more to commercial routes that had bypassed the ruined city for decades. Temple worship resumed its central place in community life, though with notable differences from pre-exile practices. Without the Ark of the Covenant, rituals focused more intensely on Torah reading and interpretation. The Benjaminite tribe, historically connected to several sacred sites outside Jerusalem, helped bridge traditional practices with emerging synagogue worship developed during exile years. Ezra's public reading of the law marked a pivotal moment in this religious recalibration. Standing on a wooden platform before the Watergate, he unrolled ancient scrolls containing Moses' teachings. As he read in Hebrew, Levites circulated through the crowd, translating into Aramaic, the language now more familiar to most returnees. Many wept upon hearing ancestral obligations clearly articulated, suddenly aware of how far they had drifted from covenant expectations. Rather than ending in despair, this moment of national reckoning concluded with celebration. "Do not grieve," Nehemiah told the gathered people, "for the joy of the Lord is your strength." Feast tables appeared throughout the city, turning sorrow into shared meals and renewed commitment. Benjamin's families, known historically for their hospitality, opened homes to travelers and strangers, embodying the spirit of joyful reconnection. The Feast of Tabernacles, celebrated soon after with unprecedented enthusiasm, symbolized their strange journey. Living temporarily in brush shelters reminded them of wilderness wanderings long ago, and more recently of their own return journey from Babylon. Past and present intertwined through these observances, helping forge coherent identity from fragmented experiences. Gradually, subtle shifts occurred in how Benjamin understood its place within Israel's story. Before exile, they had defined themselves largely through territorial claims and ancestral lineage. Now, while these remained important, religious practice and community participation gained equal weight in tribal identity. A Benjaminite increasingly meant someone who not only descended from Jacob's youngest son, but who lived according to Torah and contributed to community welfare. This evolving self-standing shaped Benjamin's approach to governance under Persian authority. Their representatives serving on Nehemiah's council advocated pragmatic cooperation with imperial officials while maintaining internal religious autonomy. This balanced stance, neither rebellious nor assimilationist, reflected the tribe's historical experience navigating between competing powers. As Jerusalem's population grew, housing shortages prompted development beyond the walls. Benjaminite villages like Anathoth, Nob, and Bethany, all within walking distance of Jerusalem, expanded to accommodate this overflow, creating a ring of satellite communities around the sacred center. These villages preserved distinctive tribal customs while maintaining close connections to temple worship. Agricultural revival proceeded alongside urban development. Terrace hillsides, long abandoned, once again supported vineyards and olive groves. Benjaminite farmers reintroduced crop rotation techniques learned in Mesopotamia, improving yields on marginally productive land. The tribe's territory, always more rugged than southern Judean plains, gradually greened under innovative management. Religious calendar observances structured the year's rhythm with regular pilgrimages to Jerusalem binding countryside and city in shared practice. 3 times annually for Passover, Shoot, and Sukkot, Benjaminite families traveled southward along ancient paths, joining the larger community in remembrance and celebration. These journeys strengthened both tribal and national identity through shared stories and experiences. Educational practices transformed during this period of rebuilding. Before exile, Knowledge transmission occurred primarily within family settings with occasional formal training for priests and scribes. Now, influenced by Ezra's reforms, boys gathered regularly for Torah instruction regardless of tribal affiliation or family status. This democratization of learning fundamentally altered Benjamin's social structure, creating new paths to influence beyond inherited position. Women's roles evolved as well, though less visibly in historical records. Exile experiences had often thrust Benjaminite women into economic leadership while men served in Babylonian labor gangs or military units. Returning to the homeland, many maintained this expanded agency within family businesses and household management. Their influence, while rarely acknowledged in official documents, shaped the tribe's economic recovery and cultural preservation. Intermarriage remained a contentious issue throughout this period. Ezra's stringent reforms had demanded separation from foreign spouses, causing painful family disruptions. Yet, practical realities of rebuilding required cooperation with neighboring peoples, leading to inevitable relationship formation. Benjamin's border position made this tension particularly acute, as daily interactions with non-Jewish communities created bonds that sometimes led to marriage despite official prohibition. Language itself marked the distance traveled from pre-exile identity. Hebrew, once the common tongue, now competed with Aramaic in daily use. Many younger Benjaminites spoke Aramaic as their primary language, using Hebrew mainly in religious contexts. This linguistic shift symbolized broader cultural adaptations. They remained Jews, but Jews transformed by exile in return. As decades passed under Persian rule, Jerusalem and its surrounding regions achieved a measure of stability unknown since pre-exile years. Temple rituals continued uninterrupted. Markets flourished. Children who had never known displacement grew to adulthood in ancestral lands. Benjamin's people, having survived national catastrophe through remarkable adaptability, settled into this new normal with characteristic pragmatism. Yet beneath this apparent stability, winds of change gathered force. To the west, a new power rose, Greece under Alexander, that would soon sweep away Persian authority and introduce cultural challenges more subtle but perhaps more threatening than any military conquest. The Maccabes and the Hasmonean revolt. The first hints of change arrived subtly in Benjamin's towns. Greek coins with strange profiles, merchants speaking an unfamiliar language, new fashions worn by travelers passing through. Alexander's conquests had redrawn the world's map, bringing Hellenistic influence to Jerusalem's doorstep. For Benjamin's people, positioned along major trade routes, this cultural wave reached them earlier than most. When Alexander died, his empire splintered. Benjamin's territory fell first under Ptolemaic Egyptian control, then passed to the Seleucid kingdom based in Syria. These transitions happened largely without violence. Tax collectors changed, but daily life continued much as before. Persian tolerance gave way to Greek governance models. Yet, religious practices remained protected, at least initially. Gradually, Hellenistic culture seeped into Jewish society. Gymnasiums opened in larger towns promoting Greek athletic and intellectual traditions. Young men from prominent families, including some Benjaminites, adopted Greek names alongside their Hebrew ones. This cultural shift accelerated under Antiochus Ivth Epiphanes, who ascended the Seleucid throne in 175 BCE with ambitious Hellenization plans. Jerusalem's elite split into factions. Traditionalists resisting Greek ways versus modernizers eager to embrace them. This divide cut through Benjamin's leadership as well, with urban families generally more open to Hellenistic influence than rural counterparts. Madian, a Benjaminite village near the coastal plain, became a hotbed of traditionalist sentiment under the leadership of an elderly priest named Mattathias. The simmering tension boiled over when Antiochus, facing military setbacks against Egypt, turned his frustration toward Jerusalem. In 167 BCE, his forces occupied the city, looted the temple treasury, and committed an act of supreme sacrilege, sacrificing pigs on the altar and dedicating the sanctuary to Zeus. For observant Jews, this abomination of desolation crossed a line no foreign ruler had dared breach before. Enforcement officers spread throughout the countryside, compelling sacrifice to Greek gods. When they reached Madian, Mattathias not only refused but killed both the officer and a Jew willing to comply. With this act of defiance, he and his 5 sons fled to the Judean hills, calling for resistance against religious persecution. Benjamin's territory, with its rugged terrain and hidden valleys, provided ideal settings for guerrilla warfare. Local knowledge of cave systems, water sources, and hidden paths gave Jewish fighters crucial advantages against Susid forces unfamiliar with the landscape. Many Benjaminites joined the spreading revolt, bringing their tribe's ancient warrior traditions into this new conflict. Judah, Mattathias's 3rd son, emerged as the rebellion's military genius. Nicknamed Maccabe the Hammer, he developed hit-and-run tactics perfectly suited to his smaller forces. Benjaminite scouts provided valuable intelligence on Seleucid movements while village networks supplied food and shelter to resistance fighters. Women participated by smuggling weapons beneath markets and passing messages through seemingly innocent village gossip. In 164 B.C., after a series of improbable victories, Judah's forces recaptured Jerusalem. The temple, desecrated by pagan worship, underwent ritual purification. When only enough sanctified oil for one day could be found for the eternal flame, it miraculously burned for 8 days until new oil could be prepared, an event celebrated ever since as Hanukkah. The struggle continued long after this symbolic victory. Susid forces still controlled strategic fortresses throughout the region. Hellenized Jews opposed a traditional religious practice created internal divisions. The Maccabean leadership, initially focused purely on religious freedom, gradually developed political ambitions that complicated their movement's mission. For Benjamin's communities, the conflict brought both devastation and opportunity. Villages near battle sites suffered repeated raids with crops burned and livestock confiscated by whichever army passed through. Yet the power vacuum created by ongoing warfare allowed local leaders to assert greater autonomy than they had enjoyed under ordered imperial rule. When Jonathan Maccabe, succeeding his brother Judah, secured both military command and high priesthood, he established the Hasmonean dynasty, a Jewish ruling house not from David's line. This consolidation of religious and political power represented a radical departure from traditional leadership structures that's creating tension with those who believe these roles should remain separate. Simon, the last surviving son of Mattathias, finally achieved formal independence from Susid control in 142 BCE. Coins minted under his authority proclaimed for the freedom of Zion, tangible symbols of Jewish sovereignty after centuries of foreign rule. Benjaminite metal workers, inheritors of ancient tribal crafting traditions, helped establish these minting operations. Hasmonean rule expanded Jewish territory beyond traditional boundaries, incorporating regions long controlled by other peoples. This territorial expansion created new challenges for Benjamin, whose identity had been shaped by their position as a border tribe. Now, with borders pushed outward, they found themselves in the kingdom's interior rather than its edge. A disorienting shift after centuries of frontier existence. John Hyrcanus, Simon's son and successor, pursued aggressive policies of forced conversion and territorial conquest. Under his leadership, the Idaeans to the south and Itans to the north were conquered and compelled to adopt Jewish practices. For many Benjaminites whose religious identity had been forged through resistance to compulsion, these policies raised uncomfortable questions about power and faith. Internal religious divisions sharpened during this period. The Pharisees emphasized Torah interpretation and adaptation to changing circumstances. The Sadducees held to temple-centered worship and literal scripture reading. The Essenes withdrew from what they saw as a corrupted society to pursue purity and isolated communities. Benjamin's families could be found in all these movements, reflecting the tribe's diverse approaches to preserving identity through changing times. Alexander Jannaeus, ruling from 103 to 76 BCE, expanded Hasmonean territory to its greatest extent while brutally suppressing internal opposition. During his reign, a civil war erupted between his supporters and the Pharisees. The conflict turned so bitter that Jannaeus reportedly crucified 800 Pharisee opponents and slaughtered their families while he dined within view of their suffering. This traumatic event deepened religious and political divisions that would never fully heal. After Jannaeus' death, his widow Salome Alexandra ruled more peacefully, reconciling with the Pharisees and stabilizing the kingdom. Her death in 67 B.C. triggered a succession crisis between her sons Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II that ultimately invited Roman intervention. When both brothers appealed to Pompey the Great for support, they unwittingly opened the door to the next imperial power that would reshape Jewish life. Pompey's legions besieged Jerusalem in 63 BCE, eventually breaching the walls and entering the temple precincts. Roman soldiers penetrated even the Holy of Holies, a space officially entered only by the high priest once yearly. Though Pompey reportedly touched nothing inside, this violation marked the beginning of Roman dominance over Jewish affairs. Through these turbulent decades, Benjamin's identity continued evolving. Their ancient tribal connections remained important, but increasingly shared influence with religious affiliation, occupational networks, and political alignment. A Benjaminite farmer might feel stronger kinship with a Judahite Pharisee sharing his religious views than with a Benjaminite neighbor who supported the Sadducees. Greek language and culture initially resisted gradually became part of daily life, not replacing Jewish practice, but existing alongside it. Many Benjaminites developed a functional bilingualism and cultural code switching, navigating both worlds with increasing comfort. This adaptability, long a tribal heuristic, served them well in increasingly complex social. Under the watchful eyes of Persian administrators, Sheshbazzar, a Judean prince appointed by Cyrus himself, led the procession, his presence a beacon of hope amid the dust and weariness. Flanking him were the Benjaminite elders, their faces etched with a mixture of solemnity and anticipation, each carrying a piece of the sacred treasure. These were not mere artifacts. They were tangible links to a glorious past. Temple vessels, miraculously spared from Nebuchadnezzar's plundering, gleamed faintly beneath layers of protective linen, artifacts that had once resonated with the daily rituals and sacred ceremonies of Solomon's magnificent temple. Now, they were returning to their rightful place, symbols of unbroken faith and the promise of restoration. The gold and silver, though tarnished by time and exile, whispered stories of a covenant enduring, a testament to the unbreakable bond between God and his people. The journey itself was a trial, a physical and spiritual crucible designed to test the very limits of their resolve. For long months they traveled, pushing through a landscape that seemed determined to resist their return. Hostile terrain, parched deserts baked under a relentless sun, and treacherous mountain passes challenged their every step. Children born in the luxurious exile of Babylon, accustomed to its comforts and its lush gardens, gaped in bewildered awe at the harsh, unforgiving beauty of the land. The starkness of the desert, the jagged peaks piercing the sky, and the unfamiliar constellations that wheeled overhead at night were a stark contrast to the world they knew. Elderly travelers, carried into exile as children, now returned as elders, their limbs weary but their hearts resolute. They completed a circle begun in tears, their grandchildren now walking alongside them, a testament to survival and the enduring power of hope. Their memories, though faded by time, held the vibrant echoes of Jerusalem's former glory, a vision they desperately clung to. Yet not all chose to return. The allure of Babylonian life, the comfort of established professions, and the familiarity of thriving communities proved too strong for many Benjaminites. They had carved out new lives, found success and security in a foreign land. To abandon that for the uncertainty of a ravaged homeland was a gamble they were unwilling to take. But their hearts were not devoid of longing. Those who remained sent resources with their returning brethren gifts of gold, carefully measured supplies, precious scrolls containing the wisdom of generations, and heartfelt letters filled with both encouragement and a tinge of envy. This act of generosity marked the beginning of a complex and enduring relationship between homeland and diaspora, a dynamic tension that would define Jewish life for centuries to come. The diaspora, though physically separated, remained inextricably linked to the fate of Jerusalem, a relationship marked by both support and the persistent yearning for return. Finally, after months of relentless travel, they crested the hill overlooking Jerusalem. The sight that greeted them, however, was not the glorious city etched in their collective memory, not the vibrant metropolis recounted in grandparents' bedtime stories. Instead, a panorama of desolation unfolded before their eyes. Many fell to their knees, overcome by a wave of despair. Walls lay toppled, houses were reduced to rubble, and the Temple Mount, once the heart of their nation, was now a scarred and desolate plateau, a haunting shadow of its former grandeur. The gap between the idealized memory and the stark reality struck like a physical blow, a cruel reminder of the depth of their loss. The grandeur they had envisioned, the symbol of their faith and national identity, was replaced by the grim reality of ruin and neglect. Benjaminite families, their faces reflecting a mixture of sorrow and grim determination, began to head north towards their ancestral territories. What they found were overgrown ruins where once thriving villages had stood. Wild vines, like grasping tentacles, strangled ancient olive trees, monuments of a bygone era. Cisterns, once vital sources of life, had cracked and filled with debris, rendering them useless. Wolves, drawn by the desolation, had taken up residence in collapsed houses, their mournful howls echoing through the deserted streets. The task ahead was monumental, demanding more than mere nostalgia. It required bone-breaking labor, a relentless commitment to rebuilding, and a stubborn hope that refused to be extinguished. It was a labor of love, a testament to their unwavering faith in the future. The returnees' first priority was basic survival. Before the harsh winter arrived, they focused on building shelters, simple stone houses rising amidst the ancient ruins, often incorporating materials scavenged from the destroyed structures. Each stone laid was a defiant act, a symbol of their determination to reclaim their heritage. Next came the arduous task of agricultural revival. Fields had to be cleared, terraces repaired, and long-neglected fruit trees pruned back to life. The rhythm of the seasons, unchanged despite the political upheavals, provided a sense of structure and continuity to their renewed lives. Planting seeds in the ravaged earth was an act of faith, a symbol of hope for a future harvest. By the following spring, enough stability had been established to address the central task, rebuilding the temple. In a solemn ceremony, held amidst the ruins of Solomon's sanctuary, priests in ritual garments laid the foundation stone. The air filled with the blare of trumpets and the soaring voices of choirs singing ancient hymns. The crowd responded with a cacophony of mingled sounds, younger voices raised in joyous celebration, older ones choked with tears, their minds filled with vivid memories of what once stood there. This emotional foundation laying, however, marked only the beginning of a long and troubled process. The task of rebuilding not only the temple, but also the very fabric of their community, would be fraught with challenges. Local populations, who had moved into the vacant lands during the exile, now viewed the returnees with suspicion and outright hostility. These people of the land, some distantly related to the northern Israelite tribes, practiced a syncretic religion, a mixture of Yahweh worship and other ancient traditions. They were wary of the returning exiles, fearing that their arrival would disrupt the existing order. Initially, they offered to help with the temple construction, but their assistance was firmly rejected by the purist returnees. The returnees, determined to maintain the purity of their faith, viewed the syncretic practices of the local inhabitants as a corruption of true worship. This rejection sparked a bitter tension that quickly escalated into active opposition. Led by figures like Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah the Ammonite, local groups sent complaints to the Persian authorities, falsely claiming that the rebuilding of the temple was merely a pretext for rebellion. They sought to undermine the returnees' efforts by painting them as disloyal subjects of the Persian Empire. The Persian authorities, ever wary of unrest, responded swiftly. Construction was halted, leaving only the foundation of the temple complete, a stark and painful reminder of dreams deferred. For nearly 2 decades, the temple site stood as a symbol of dashed hopes, a constant source of frustration and disappointment. Benjaminite families, ever pragmatic, turned their attention to rebuilding their own communities, focusing on the immediate needs of survival and self-governance. During this period of delay, their practical nature served them well. Rather than fixating solely on the restoration of the temple, they strengthened local governance, re-established traditional crafts, and secured their borders against hostile neighbors. During this discouraging period, 2 prophets, Haggai and Zechariah, emerged, their voices cutting through the prevailing sense of resignation and fear. Haggai, his voice resonating with righteous indignation, challenged the people's complacency. Is it a time for you yourselves to be living in your paneled houses, while this house remains a ruin? His pointed question struck a nerve, stirring renewed determination, particularly among younger Benjaminites who had grown comfortable with the status quo. They were reminded of their sacred duty to rebuild the temple and restore the glory of their faith. When Darius, the Persian king, finally confirmed Cyrus's original decree, temple construction resumed under the inspired leadership of Zerubbabel. The work began anew, fueled by a renewed sense of purpose and divine mandate. Benjaminite craftsmen featured prominently in this effort. Their metalworking skills, honed over generations, were particularly valued for creating decorative elements and crafting the ritual implements essential for temple worship. They poured their hearts and souls into their craft, ensuring that the new temple, though smaller, would be a worthy successor to Solomon's magnificent original. Though smaller and less ornate than Solomon's original temple, this second temple held profound theological significance. It was a visible testament to the enduring covenant relationship between God and his people, a powerful symbol that despite exile and return, their faith had not been broken. It represented the triumph of hope over despair, the enduring power of faith, and the promise of a restored future. Upon its completion in 516 BCE, nearly 70 years after the first temple's destruction, celebrations erupted throughout the province. The streets of Jerusalem filled with music, dancing, and joyous proclamations of praise. For the Benjaminites, whose territory surrounded Jerusalem's northern approach, the temple's restoration held even greater significance. It not only signaled a religious revival, but also an economic renewal. Pilgrims, once again, traveled through their towns, buying provisions and seeking lodging on their festival journeys. This influx of pilgrims brought prosperity to the Benjaminite communities, reviving their economies and strengthening their ties to Jerusalem. The temple was not just a religious center. It was the lifeblood of their economic and social existence. Yet, despite the celebrations and the renewed hope, challenges remained. The Persian-appointed governors maintained tight control, imposing heavy taxes that weighed heavily on communities still struggling to rebuild basic infrastructure. The returnees were caught in a delicate balance, navigating the demands of imperial rule while striving to reestablish their own self-governance. Most painfully, the Holy of Holies stood empty. The Ark of the Covenant, the most sacred object in Jewish tradition, had been lost during Babylon's conquest, leaving a void at Israel's spiritual center that no amount of rebuilding could fill. Its absence was a constant reminder of the losses they had endured, a poignant symbol of the broken covenant. Into this complex environment stepped Ezra, a scribe of great renown, arriving from Babylon with imperial authorization to implement Torah law as the community's governing code. He was a scholar, a teacher, and a man of unwavering faith, determined to restore the foundations of Jewish law and practice. His reforms touched the tribe of Benjamin deeply, particularly as intermarriage had become commonplace during the Reconstruction years. In the desperate struggle to rebuild their communities, many had formed alliances with neighboring peoples, and these alliances often led to marriage. Families were torn apart as Ezra, with uncompromising zeal, demanded separation from foreign wives and children. His actions, though rooted in a desire to preserve the purity of Jewish identity, inflicted deep wounds on community cohesion, leaving lasting scars of resentment and division. The pain of separation, the uncertainty of the future, and the loss of familiar bonds were deeply felt throughout the community. Years later, Nehemiah followed in Ezra's footsteps, arriving with authority to rebuild Jerusalem's walls. His mission was to fortify the city, to protect it from the constant threat of hostile neighbors, and to restore its former glory. The Benjaminites joined enthusiastically in the effort. Their towns formed the first line of defense north of the capital, making secure walls a matter of practical security rather than just symbolic importance. They understood that the safety and prosperity of Jerusalem were inextricably linked to their own well-being. Working with tools in one hand and weapons in the other, they completed the seemingly impossible task in just 52 days. This collaborative project served as a powerful symbol of unity, healing some of the lingering divisions between the returnees and those who had remained behind during the exile. Shoulder to shoulder, they passed stones, mixed mortar, and hammered away at the task, finding common purpose after years of suspicion and mistrust. The shared labor, the shared sacrifice, and the shared vision of a restored Jerusalem helped to forge a new sense of community. The completion of the walls marked a pivotal turning point, a transition from merely surviving to actively thriving, from looking backward with regret to building forward with hope and determination. The walls were more than just a physical barrier. They were a symbol of renewed strength, resilience, and self-confidence. Through these years of return and reconstruction, Benjamin's identity continued to evolve, adapting to the changing circumstances and forging a new path forward. Their historical position as a bridge tribe, caught between larger powers, transformed into a spiritual bridging role between tradition and innovation. They became mediators, interpreters, and reconcilers, helping to bridge the gap between the past and the future. Having experienced both homeland and exile, they helped to forge a Judaism that could survive anywhere, while simultaneously maintaining a sacred connection to one specific place. They understood the importance of both tradition and adaptation, of both continuity and change. This second chance, hard-won through generations of exile, had not restored what was lost. The past could not be erased, and the wounds of exile remained. Yet, in its place grew something perhaps more durable, a faith defined by practice rather than location, by community rather than kingdom, and by lifelong learning rather than inherited position. In this new reality, the Benjaminites found familiar ground, adapting, connecting, and surviving against the odds. The rebuilding of Jerusalem was not just a physical restoration. It was a process of forging a new identity, a new understanding of what it meant to be a Jew in a world forever changed by exile and return. Morning sunlight caught the edge of Nehemiah's newly completed walls, casting long shadows across Jerusalem's awakening streets. The city, once a scene of desolation, was now bustling with activity, a testament to the resilience and determination of its people. Inside those walls, a remarkable transformation unfolded, not just of stone and timber, but of an entire people finding their way forward after exile's long night. For Benjamin's families, this rebirth carried special significance. Their ancestral lands extended northward from Jerusalem, making the city their southern anchor rather than a central dwelling place. Their connection to the land, to the soil, and to the ancient traditions of their ancestors remained a vital part of their identity. Yet, they committed themselves fully to its restoration, understanding that their tribe's fate had always been linked to the holy city. They recognized that the prosperity and security of Jerusalem were essential for the well-being of their own communities. Under Nehemiah's governance, urban planning proceeded with methodical care. Streets followed ancient patterns, though straightened where possible to improve traffic flow. The layout of the city was carefully considered, balancing the need for security with the need for economic and social development. Water systems, crucial in this semi-arid region, received particular attention. Cisterns were cleaned and repaired, channels were re-environments. As Roman influence solidified throughout the region, the communities descended from Benjamin found themselves once again navigating the complexities of imperial transition, a recurring theme etched into their very identity. The Pax Romana, while bringing a semblance of order, also demanded submission to a new set of rulers and cultural norms. The appointment of Herod, an Idumean with questionable Jewish lineage, as client king marked a definitive end to any semblance of true Jewish independence. While his ambitious rebuilding of the Second Temple was an architectural marvel, showcasing the grandeur of Roman engineering and placating certain Jewish factions, it also served as a potent symbol of the uncomfortable and often fraught relationship between Jewish religious life and the imposing reality of Roman political power. The glistening facade of the temple couldn't mask the underlying tensions and compromises inherent in Roman rule. This was a complex world, a volatile mix of competing powers, internal divisions fueled by religious and political factions, and the relentless pressures of cultural assimilation. It was into this tumultuous setting that Jesus of Nazareth would eventually be born, his message of love and redemption resonating amidst the pervasive atmosphere of Roman oppression and Jewish yearning for liberation. And it was in this same crucible that a Benjaminite Pharisee named Saul, later to be known as Paul, would undergo a profound transformation, becoming a pivotal figure in reshaping a Jewish sect into a world religion, carrying the torch of faith far beyond the borders of Judea. In their actions and teachings, both Jesus and Paul inadvertently chest the legacy of Benjamin, a tribe whose history was often overlooked, yet whose influence subtly permeated the foundations of both Judaism and Christianity. Dawn paints Jerusalem's western hills with strokes of golden light, illuminating the ancient stones that whisper tales of bygone eras. Gleaming modern buildings now stand where humble Benjaminite villages once dotted the landscape, a testament to the relentless march of progress and the constant reshaping of the urban landscape. Yet, despite the visible changes, something intangible endures, persisting beyond the reach of physical structures. It is the legacy of a tribe that history often threatened to erase, a tribe whose story, like a resilient thread woven through the tapestry of Scripture, offers timeless insights into survival, identity, and unwavering faith in the face of life's fiercest storms. Benjamin's story began in sorrow, with the tragic loss of his mother Rachel, who, with her final breath, named him Benoni, son of my pain. His father Jacob, however, renamed him Benjamin, son of my right hand, a prophetic act foreshadowing the tribe's dual nature throughout history, a constant oscillation between suffering and strength. This inherent tension between tragedy and resilience, between vulnerability and unwavering determination, defined Benjamin's arduous journey across the centuries. Consider their remarkable, almost improbable, survival. Twice the tribe faced near annihilation. First, in the aftermath of the devastating civil war, recounted in the Book of Judges, that left a mere 600 men alive, seeking refuge at Rimmon's Rock. Then, later, during the Babylonian conquest, when their territory bore the brunt of the invading armies, suffering widespread destruction and displacement. Yet, each time, against seemingly insurmountable odds, they rebuilt from the ashes of their former lives. Their remarkable adaptability proved to be as valuable, if not more so, than any fortified wall, allowing them to bend without breaking, to transform without surrendering their essential character. This instinct for survival manifested itself through pragmatic choices rather than rigid adherence to ideology. When the United Kingdom of Israel splintered into the Northern Kingdom of Israel and the Southern Kingdom of Judah, the tribe of Benjamin, after careful calculation of their interests, sided with Judah, despite their geographic proximity and historical ties to the northern tribes. During the Babylonian exile, they skillfully learned the ways of Babylonian society while diligently maintaining their faith practices in private, ensuring the survival of their cultural and religious identity. Under the influence of Hellenistic culture, they selectively adopted useful Greek concepts and philosophical ideas while staunchly resisting religious compromise, safeguarding their unique spiritual heritage. This practical flexibility, often misinterpreted as mere opportunism, actually reflected a deep-seated wisdom about the delicate balance between embracing change and preserving continuity. Benjamin's geographic location played a crucial role in shaping their unique perspective. Their territory served as a natural border zone, a strategic buffer between larger and more powerful entities. First, it lay between competing tribal groupings, then between the divided kingdoms of Israel and Judah, and eventually between sprawling empires vying for regional dominance. Living on these volatile edges taught them the art of navigating competing worldviews, of skillfully translating between different cultures, and of forging paths forward when others could only see insurmountable walls. This precarious borderland existence contributed significantly to the tribe's distinctive skills as mediators and bridge builders, facilitating communication and understanding between disparate groups. When Paul of Tarsus, proudly identifying himself as a member of the tribe of Benjamin, fearlessly carried Jewish concepts and teachings into Gentile contexts, he was drawing upon this deep-seated tribal heritage of cultural translation. His extraordinary ability to communicate across seemingly unbridgeable divides, to find common ground amidst vast differences, echoed Benjamin's centuries-long experience of connecting divergent worlds. The tribe's military prowess became legendary throughout the land. From Ehud's daring left-handed assassination of the Moabite king Eglon to the famed slingers who could strike a target the width of a hair's breadth without fail, Benjaminite warriors were renowned for their skill and accuracy. This warrior tradition likely contributed to their prominent role in the selection of Israel's first monarchs, providing strong leadership in a time of constant conflict. King Saul, the first king of Israel, embodied their fighting spirit and strategic acumen, leading his people against their enemies. Their reputation as fierce defenders persisted throughout the centuries, and Jerusalem's northern approaches, guarded by Benjaminite towns, formed the capital's first line of defense for centuries. Yet, perhaps their greatest strength lay not in their military might but in their extraordinary resilience in the face of defeat. When King Saul tragically fell at Mount Gilboa, the tribe of Benjamin, despite understandable reservations and grief, transferred their loyalty to David, recognizing him as the divinely appointed leader. When Jerusalem was consumed by fire under the Babylonian assault, they diligently preserved essential traditions, ensuring the eventual return and rebuilding of their beloved city. And when temple worship became impossible during the exile, they innovatively developed alternative practices that eventually evolved into synagogue gatherings, groundbreaking innovations that would preserve Jewish identity through the subsequent 2,000 years of diaspora, allowing their faith and culture to thrive in the absence of a physical homeland. Biblical writers often employed the tribe of Benjamin as a literary device, using their experiences to illustrate larger and more universal themes. Saul's tragic reign served as a cautionary tale, highlighting the inherent dangers of disobedience, even when driven by good intentions. The horrific Gibeah atrocity served as a stark warning, demonstrating how tribal loyalty, when misdirected and unchecked, could corrupt moral judgment and lead to unspeakable acts of violence. The tribe's near annihilation served as a chilling reminder of the destructive cycles of vengeance and retaliation, emphasizing the need for forgiveness and reconciliation. And their eventual survival against seemingly overwhelming odds served as a powerful testament to divine providence, demonstrating God's unwavering presence and intervention, even in history's darkest moments. In Jewish tradition, the tribe of Benjamin holds a special and revered status as the only tribe whose patriarch was born in the Promised Land, rather than in the distant Mesopotamian lands. Rabbinic commentaries often note that the Jerusalem temple's inner sanctuary, the holiest place in Judaism, stood within the territory of Benjamin, symbolically making this youngest tribe the host to God's most tangible presence on earth. The Talmud even suggests that Benjamin was the first to enter the Red Sea during the Exodus, demonstrating unwavering faith while others hesitated, trusting in God's promise of deliverance. These deeply ingrained traditions highlight Benjamin's unique and significant position within Israel's spiritual narrative. Christian interpretations added further dimensions to Benjamin's enduring legacy. Augustine, the influential theologian, saw Paul's Benjaminite heritage as symbolically significant, portraying him as a ravenous wolf in his early persecution of Christians, but then, after his conversion, distributing spiritual spoils and riches through his tireless missionary work. Medieval commentators observed that Benjamin, born last among the patriarchs, prefigured the church as the latecomers to the covenant relationship, ultimately embracing God's grace. The Book of Revelation's vision of 12,000 sealed individuals from each tribe, including Benjamin, suggested their continuing and vital role in eschatological events, signifying their importance in the unfolding of God's ultimate plan for humanity. Modern archaeological discoveries have illuminated Benjamin's historical reality, providing concrete evidence that complements and enriches the textual references found in the Bible. Excavations at significant sites like Gibeon, Bethel, and Mizpah have unearthed sophisticated water systems, imposing defensive structures and intricate trade connections spanning centuries, offering a glimpse into the daily lives and material culture of the Benjaminite people. The material culture unearthed at these sites reveals both continuity with broader Israelite patterns and distinctive regional variations, showcasing the unique identity of the tribe of Benjamin within the larger context of ancient Israel. These physical remains, tangible links to the past, confirm Benjamin's historical significance while adding texture and depth to their biblical portrayal, transforming them from mere figures in a story into a vibrant and complex society. For contemporary readers, Benjamin's story resonates with surprising relevance, offering valuable lessons that can be applied to the challenges of the modern world. Their experience as a minority community, striving to maintain their unique identity while adapting to constantly changing circumstances, mirrors the struggles and triumphs of many traditional groups navigating the complexities of globalized settings. Their careful balance between preservation and innovation offers profound wisdom for navigating cultural change without sacrificing essential values, reminding us of the importance of both honoring the past and embracing the future. And their remarkable recovery from catastrophic losses speaks to the enduring power of human resilience, a quality that is particularly relevant in our own era of displacement, trauma, and uncertainty. Benjamin's journey also illuminates broader patterns in Israel's spiritual development, offering insights into the evolution of religious thought and practice. Their transition from a tribal confederation to a monarchy, from a monarchy to exile and diaspora, and from exile to a religious community that transcended political boundaries, demonstrates the adaptability and enduring strength of the human spirit in the face of adversity. Each phase of this journey required fundamental rethinking of identity, forcing them to grapple with questions of who they were and what they believed, how they managed to maintain continuity through discontinuity, preserving their core values while adapting their expressions of faith to new and often challenging realities, offers profound insights into religious evolution more generally, providing a model for how faith can adapt and thrive in a changing world. Perhaps most significantly, Benjamin's narrative challenges simplistic views of divine action in history, forcing us to confront the complexities of God's interaction with humanity. Their story includes troubling episodes, such as the Gibeah atrocity and its devastating aftermath, moments when human choices led to horrific consequences and seemingly irreparable damage. Yet, it also includes surprising reversals, unexpected acts of kindness and compassion, and redemptive outcomes emerging from apparent disasters, demonstrating the potential for good to emerge from even the darkest of circumstances. This inherent complexity invites theological reflection that goes beyond easy answers and simplistic explanations, prompting us to consider how divine purposes might work through, despite, or even against human actions. The tribe that began with a dying mother's cry, a cry of pain and despair, ultimately ends as a powerful testament to life's persistence against overwhelming odds. From Jacob's youngest son, born in sorrow, to a people scattered yet connected across centuries, Benjamin's enduring legacy endures not through dominance or power, but through adaptability, resilience, and faithful presence along history's edges. As Jerusalem's morning light strengthens, casting its radiant glow across ancient stones and modern structures alike, Benjamin's story reminds us that even what appears to be nearly erased can nonetheless leave indelible marks on human consciousness, shaping our understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Their journey through the pages of Scripture invites us to consider our own responses when standing at the crossroads of tradition and transformation, of maintaining identity while embracing necessary change. In the end, Benjamin teaches us that survival itself constitutes a kind of victory, a triumph over adversity that transcends mere existence. It is not simply about physical continuation, but about the preservation of values, stories, and practices that give life meaning beyond mere survival. Their narrative whispers across the centuries, reminding us that even the smallest tribe, facing history's harshest challenges, can leave a legacy that outlasts empires, inspiring generations to come. And perhaps in that enduring spirit, in that unwavering commitment to faith and resilience, lies their greatest gift to all who encounter their remarkable story.